afternoon, everyone. It's Thursday, March 13th, 2025, and we are broadcasting live from the track at New Balance in Boston, Massachusetts for day number 1 of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. That's right, the fastest party on the planet all weekend long. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Steve. Be here all weekend long, joined by 1996 Olympic steeplechase finalist Mark Davis. Mark, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great, Steve. First and foremost, was always a pleasure to work with you. And of course, a big pleasure to work here at this beautiful facility. We're sitting here at the end of the sprint straightaway and just looking over this amazing facility, and just happy to be here and be here with you and see some great races throughout the weekend.
I can't say it enough. Each and every time that I am here, the announcer booth here, the broadcast booth is literally the best seat in the house.
It is. It very much is. You really just get a beautiful view of the entire track, and we've got some great races here today to start things off. As mentioned, we got our boys freshman mile that's going to kick the meet off, and we're excited to see some fast times. High school runners and middle school runners have all been getting faster and faster every year. We've been watching them and just been amazed by the feats that they've been able to accomplish, and the PRs and the times and the records, and we're excited to see some more this weekend.
That's why they call it the fastest party on the planet. So we are just a moment away from the first event of the afternoon, Freshman Boys Mile.
What race are you looking forward to most see this weekend, Steve?
Well, there are some very fast individuals here. We saw a couple of them warming up, but anything with Quincy Wilson in it is going to be absolute fire.
Absolutely. Yeah, I did see him as well earlier, and you get a little shell shock when you see an athlete of that caliber running here at a high school meet. But that's where the sport is. So we're off here. The boys' freshman mile, Heat 1. We've got Redmond, Gilmore, Berger, Butler, Castiglione, Arvet, March, Vlahakis, Owings, Young, Stockford, Methuen, Heelman, Allen, and Sanchez. 15 athletes here. In our first heat, we've got 5 heats scheduled here for the boys 1 mile freshman race. The races will get quicker as we get further into the heats.
Yeah, this is section 1 of 5 in the boys freshman mile. Looks like we've got Oliver Redmond from Bishop Hendricken, our early leader.
Yeah, looks like his teammate, Shepard Butler, also from Bishop Hendrickson, is right off his shoulders. So, a lot of these guys, they train together. They know how to race together. They don't want to be too far away from each other. And so they'll probably try to stick around with each other for most of this race.
Sure. So the first quarter mile taken through by Berger in 65.92.
I will say in these younger events, you think 65, you think, is he going to run a 4:20 mile? Probably not. And at this age, they tend to go out a little bit faster than even splits. The 800 is definitely one of those races where they go out way faster than the second split or the second half. But we don't suspect that he'll keep 65s, but you never know. Again, at this young age, sometimes they can surprise themselves.
Yeah, my hat's off to the people at New Balance. A long time ago, I believe they had athletes that were in the seeded section, the championship sections, and they were a bit overwhelmed. It was their first time at a national championship event, and the feedback that they got was a lot of those athletes were overwhelmed. So then they started inviting the emerging elite division, and now that's expanded to freshman events and now middle school events as well. So this is like I don't want to say it's a JV meet, but I mean this is a great stepping stone for these kids to go through the motions of perhaps getting on a plane, traveling to a distant land, and walking into a phenomenal facility and just going through the motions of a national championship event.
Yeah, no, indeed. It can be daunting. There's so many great invitationals, and a lot of athletes actually get the opportunity to run in this stadium if you're from around this area. throughout the season. So maybe it's not so intimidating, but sometimes it could be definitely a bit daunting at this level. So we've got Quade Berger is now leading our field. He came through the half mile right around 2:13, 2:14. So we're on about 4:26, somewhere between 4:25, 4:30 for that first mile. But he's got a good 10-meter lead now on second place on Indiana Owings. Great first name, jeez. Yeah. Love that, Indiana. And then beyond, after that, there's about another 10 meters to third and fourth place, but seems to be all Quade Berger here out of Illinois over a runner with the name Indiana.
I think Indiana is starting to close that gap. He's, and this could be because our leader Berger was out a little hot, like you mentioned, 65 seconds for that opening quarter, and this is where it's going to perhaps catch up to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to kind of go out there with a group of athletes and have a pack kind of drag you along, but when you're doing all the work up front like this gentleman's doing here, we've got a lap to go. He's still got a pretty decent lead. I mean, he would have to collapse pretty well. It came through about 4 minutes with a lap to go. It looks like we've got Vlahakis making a move into second place. And it looks like he's the one that's going to be challenging Berger here going into the final turn. And that's also Butler, who led earlier, who's got a monster kick here at the end.
Fantastic close.
Wow. What a great last lap. Shepard Butler out of Bishop Hendrickson. He was our early leader in the race and settled back after the early lead and definitely saved himself for that final kick. And that's impressive with a 1 mile at a freshman level to really have that kind of guts at the end of the track to make that move. So very impressive.
Personal best for Shepard Butler there, coming across that line, taking section 1 of 5 in 4 minutes, 32.19 seconds. Now the official time.
29.76 for his last 200 meters. Definitely by far the fastest athlete in the field over that last 200 meters. So that was very, very impressive.
Just a moment, we'll go to section 2. We'll go through the entries once the gun sounds. Here we go, section 2, as Eli Hansen from the Durham Dragons Athletics, Ian Fisher of the Gladiator Track Club, Eric Soloway from Charlotte Country Day School, Fletcher Rodbro from Talawanda Brave, Jeremiah Shepard from Union Catholic Track Club, Shaf Sirek from Leyland High School, Oscar MacArthur from the Very Nice Track Club, Jaden Diaz from Brambleton, Virginia, Tristan Butler of Olney, Illinois, Tyler Burke of the Capitals, Gavin Cooley from Raleigh, North Carolina, Jack Steinman from Mars, Pennsylvania, Cooper Tampaszewski from the Spartans, and Brennan Higgins from Toledo St. Francis.
And Higgins is in the early lead here. Again, taking it out very strong there, 32.39 for the first 200 meters. I mean, obviously you want to get out front. I mean, if your coach is probably telling you something, they're telling you, get out front. Don't get trapped in the back. Don't get boxed in. Don't spend extra energy fighting people. And sometimes it just takes that little extra oomph at the beginning to ensure that you're nice and clear up front.
Yes, we are a little bit faster than the previous section, coming through right on 64 seconds. And we are single file around the near turn here, which means it is a quick pace. And our leader, Steinman, now down the back straightaway in Pennsylvania. Higgins of Toledo, St. Francis in second. MacArthur of the Very Nice Track Club rounds out that top 3 there in that Tracksmith kit. Love the Very Nice Track Club.
Very nice.
Very nice, very nice. The quote from the great Michigan coach Ron Warhurst That was his key phrase when he would be shouting out to all his athletes during workouts, and that's how the very nice track club got its name. It was just because Coach Warhurst standing on the sidelines with the stopwatch just shouting, "Very nice, very nice."
I've spent enough time around Warhurst. That's the nicest thing that I think I've heard him shout at athletes. He's a very wonderful coach, and I love him to death. But I've definitely heard a lot worse things come out of his mouth.
He is, yes, he is.
He's to the point.
He's old school, we'll say. He's old school, but he also has a very kind heart. He's very nurturing as well.
We still got Steinman here leading from Mars, PA, coming through the split there about 2:14. So very similar to the first heat, right around 2:13, 2:14 at the 880, I guess you would say, or the true half mile of the mile mark.
And we do have the wave light technology on the track now. So those pacing lights in green, those pacing lights will be set to the fastest time in the event so far. So usually the previous heat, and that's what those lights are on right now. So they're on 4:32 pace, as that's what Berger ran from section 1.
A lot of controversy around those lights. I got to say, was a lot of talk on the web recently about the World Indoor Championships and European Championships and all these major championships using these light systems when they're technically supposed to be made for pacing and what have you. But I love them. I think they're great for the spectators. I think they're great for the athletes. It gives them a little motivation, especially when some of these newer athletes are out here and really trying to find a way to be motivated and push themselves.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that they belong at a U.S. or any national type championship where teams are decided, but here at the New Balance National meet, I absolutely love it, especially for the spectators. That's letting us know, right now that the previous section winner, Berger, is currently leading with a lap to go. Diaz, our leader, came through 3/4 in 3 minutes 25 seconds, and he's opened it up. And now he is chasing those lights down the back straightaway, and perhaps that gives him an advantage. He knows what he has to do to be the fastest runner thus far. Less than 100 meters to go now. Diaz, our leader, rounding that far turn, coming into the main straightaway for his final strides towards the line. And that's Soloway from Charlotte Country Day trying to close, but Diaz will take it.
Not much slower than the first heat, but certainly when you had the athlete from the first heat kicking the way that he did in that 29 or sub 30 last 200, Diaz comfortably coming in with a 33.54 for his final 200 meters. Didn't really have to chase anybody or really fight anybody off. So pretty comfortable win there for Diaz from Brambleton, Virginia. Next up, we'll have our Heat 3, again of 5. These are expected to go faster as we move on. We expect our faster freshman milers to be in that final heat. But again, at this early level, you never know when one of these athletes might come to a meet like this and decide, you know what, I'm going to have a huge breakthrough. And I'm going to be in Heat 3, and maybe I win the whole darn thing. So,
hey, today's the day to do it.
Yep. Today would definitely be the day to step up. Here we go. Heat 3 here, the boys mile freshman division. Shep Jackson from Bloomington, Indiana. Adam Haggart from Charlotte Country Day School. Nolan O'Connor from South Farms TC. Ethan Fisher from BG Cardinals. Jacob Abibi from Longmeadow, Mass. Nikhil Shah from Guard. John Caps from Metrolina Christian TC. Atticus Reyes from Austin, Texas. Cole Galindo from Bentonville, Arkansas.
So we got Reed Bannister of Knoxville Catholic, our early leader, and boy, is he out hot in 30-point. He already has a convincing lead, about 30 or 40 meters, as he rounds that far turn, comes back into the main straightaway up on completing the first quarter mile.
Also in this field, Reed Bannister from Knoxville Catholic, Nathan Zanko from Notre Dame Cathedral Latin, Reed Sim from Mount St. Joseph Track Club, Peyton Woodworth, and Caleb James. So 14 athletes in this heat.
So perhaps this is that breakthrough that you were just talking about. We've got
very fast in that first lap there, 61 from Reed Bannister. And he's got, my gosh, 25, 30 meters on the field.
You know, I can't help but notice his name, Bannister. What a great name to have as a runner.
You know, a great homage every once in a while. You know, within this sport, you see a name. So many great athletes have come along. It's not like it's a common name like Kennedy, Bob Kennedy, making that reference, or Steve Holman.
Yep,
Holman.
Sure.
But you know, you see Bannister, it's definitely a unique name, and hopefully his parents have got a little bit of knowledge of the sport and been able to educate him on the history that Roger Bannister, his namesake, made on this sport.
Well, he came through halfway in about 2 minutes 11 seconds, and he has run sub 2 minutes in the 800. He's got a personal best at 800 at 1:59.67. So he does have that closing speed. The chase pack, though, starting to chip away at his lead.
I was going to say, he may need that kick at the end. A lot of the athletes behind him are starting to run some 33s and 34s while he's running 35s. And just in that lap alone, they took down about 10 or 15 meters. And you see Adam Haggard now right up on his shoulder and now making the move to pass him. A little bit of a bump there. I don't think it was intentional, but definitely a fatigue and a little bit on the turn as Adam Haggard now opens up almost seemingly the type of gap that Bannister had early on in the race. So this should be a pretty fast split, but still 2 laps to go for Haggard.
That's right,
so hopefully he's not going out too hard, too early.
We are ahead of those pacing lights, again set at about 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Haggard, our leader. Shep Jackson moves to second place from Bloomington, Indiana. But everyone's going to be chasing our leader from the Charlotte Country Day School, Adam Haggard.
That was a very good lap for Haggard, 33.5. Shep Jackson, 37. And what really hurt Bannister there, a 37 second. That really showed where he went in the field, and maybe a little bit too much at the beginning for that young man.
Taking the bell at 3 minutes 55 seconds.
He's got a huge lead on the field of, I would say, about 40 meters right now, and he's kicking fairly comfortably. That was a 33 as well on Adam Haggard's last lap, and I don't really see anybody making that gap, as it looks almost to be 40, 45 meters as he comes down the straightaway here to take heat 3. Adam Haggard, Charlotte Country Day School, in a very fine 4:30 sub time, 4:27.62 for Haggard, and that's 4:33 for Shep Jackson. And Reed Bannister, our early leader, still holds on for third place, running a 33 his last lap. So didn't quite fall apart as probably you would think for a freshman going out in 61 seconds and starting to run some 37s in the middle there. So obviously had a little bit left in the tank for the athlete from Knoxville Catholic.
Looks like a new personal best for Haggard. And came across that line, threw his hands up, started shaking his head. It's almost in disbelief, maybe. So congratulations to you, Haggard.
Several PRs in that last heat there. Obviously, again, these athletes are kind of on a big stage perhaps for the first time, and it gives them quite the opportunity to really go out there and run that PR. Worst case scenario, at least learn a lot from the experience.
So it's starting to get fun now. This is the penultimate heat. This is section 4 of 5 in the freshman boys mile. And here we have Caleb Neesett from the Chardon High School, Desmond Hill from Canandaigua, New York, Gavin Kadick from Altius Track Club in Fenton, Donovan Noah from Talmadge, Ohio. Anderson Seredic from the Knights. Ethan Mann from Hebron, Kentucky. Agram Ja from Plainsboro Track Club. Aiden Chan Smith from Itaboki Track Field Club. Joseph Bangallo from Hackettstown, New Jersey. Augustin Juno from Orange Wave Track and Field. Robin Allard from the Greenville. Trey Britton from Fort Myers, Florida. Evan Vandegrift from Knoxville Catholic. And Camden Florio from the Skipper Girls. So Hill, our leader through the opening 200 in 32.80, followed by Neesit, Seredic, Britton, Noah, Florio, Kadick, and Allard. Again, that pack tightly bunched. It's the first time we've seen a group kind of still together, not a dominant force up front, although Hill does have a lead of about 10 meters as they come through in about 64 seconds. Again, those pacing lights set at 4 minutes 27 seconds. That's the fastest time from the previous section. And look at that, we're 4 wide down the back straightaway.
Yeah,
Love to see it.
I would definitely say a little bit more conservative pace now from the last heat of 61, but still got you still got that early leader, that athlete that really wants to get out and get after it. So.
So Desmond Hill coming through 65 seconds, that opening quarter mile. In just a moment, he'll come through halfway.
He's seemingly opening up a little bit of a gap there still. Might be pushing it a little bit.
Desmond Hill taking no prisoners. We got 2:12 to 880 yards, so 4:24.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. 809 meters.
National lead for a full mile, 4:22.86.
That was a really good lap for him, but now it looks like the field has had enough of him with that early lead, as we often see in these events. And, I would think that Desmond would need to start looking up at that screen or getting a good idea what's coming, because it's not just one athlete. There's 3, 4, 5, and a big pack that are now starting to close that gap on Hill. As he has 3 laps to go. The pace lights now have caught up to him and slightly passed him. So that might be an indication that the field is going to be coming.
That's right. Trey Britton from Fort Myers, Florida. Gavin Kadick from the Altius Track Club of Fenton are in second and third, followed by Neesit from the Chardon High School, one of our early leaders. And the top 4 starting to break away now. The chase pack working together to try and chase down Seredic from the Knights as we come up on 2 laps to go.
This is where it starts to hurt. This is where the mile really starts to hurt, depending on how those first 3 laps go. This is where you hurt. And right now, looks like Kadick is starting to make that move now on Hill. Britton not too far behind. And the lead now has been chopped down to about 4 or 5 meters in the last 100, 150 meters of this lap. So a lap to go. It looks like Kadick is starting to set himself up here to maybe make a move.
And Kadick has a personal best at 4 minutes and 32 seconds, and he's certainly looking to get under that here today. And we got ourselves a great race down the back straightaway now.
There's always that wake-up call. As soon as somebody gets right on your shoulder when you've been leading by 10, 15, 20, 30 meters, there's always that wake-up call. And it looks like Desmond has a little bit of that wake-up call going on.
Desmond Hill on the main straightaway. Final strides towards the line, and he'll get there first. 4 minutes, 27.41 seconds. That's the official time for Desmond Hill.
Looks like he's now got the fastest time of the day here so far by just a bit. And a personal record. Top 3 boys all set personal records. 5th place as well set a personal record. 8th place set a personal record. It's like Oprah here. You get a personal record. You get a personal record. You get a personal record.
Oh yeah.
No, it's great. It's I think you can't really end the season in any better way.
And
your coach can't be more proud than when you set a personal record at the national championships in your final race of the season.
And for a lot of these guys, it's been a long season. So to set a personal record here is pretty great. And depending on where you're from, training during the winter can be challenging, we'll say.
Well, and for distance runners, like you said, I mean, they're also coming off a very long cross-country season. A lot of miles on the track indoor, and they still have a whole outdoor season ahead of them with a lot of miles on the track when they do 800s, miles, maybe some 2 miles, and who knows, maybe a 4x4 if the coach needs the points at the end. So definitely harsh on the legs for some of these athletes, but good to see them run well at the end of their indoor season. Heat 5, our final heat here in the boys' freshman mile. A little bit of a hold up. Again, some of these athletes needing to learn to not step on the line at the start. And we're off here. Heat 5, Joshua Palmer, Charlie Hollingsworth, Lucas Amater, Sean Burns, Duncan Palmer, William Van Eaton III, Landon Watkins, Fenton Million, Lennox Naswell, Max Tober, Camden Shields, Eric Semling, and Jacob Newman. 14 athletes here.
This is the big one, the seeded section. Burns, our leader through the opening 200 and 32.79, but again, the top 3 single file, and towards the end of that pack, we're swinging out into lane 3. So 4 or 5 wide down the back straightaway.
You would think this seeded section would be a little bit more conservative, which it seems like they are. A little bit more experienced, maybe a little faster. Not quite that zealous feel of wanting to go out and open up a 40-meter lead on the entire field when most of the athletes in that race could all probably be within a few seconds of you on any given day. So definitely seeing a more tight pack here in the early stages here of Heat 5, the boys' freshman mile.
The meet record, 4 minutes and 14.63 seconds by Keegan Smith of Kingston, Tennessee. That was set back in 2022. So a very fast freshman time, a very fast time in general.
Seems like the field is allowing Sean Burns here to lead the race out.
Dictating that pace down the back straightaway for sure. Eric Semling in second place in the gold jersey from Fountain City. The challenger coming from 5th place right up into that 3rd position. That might be Duncan Palmer. We'll confirm that back on the main straightaway here.
Halfway through here, and it looks to be right around 2:12, 2:13. So fairly the same as the previous heats. Not extremely faster in the early stages, but perhaps a little bit more consistent, which might lead us to a little bit better of a finish, especially with this pack. I think you're going to probably have a lot of athletes. They're going to have some good amount of energy here at the end.
That was Landon Watkins that had made that big jump from about 5th or 6th place up into 3rd position now from Tampa, Florida. I kind of like where he is. I like what he did. And we've got 3 laps to go. Everyone's trying to chase our leader, Sean Burns, trying to take this one from the gun through the tape. Being chased by Lucas Amador, Eric Semling, Landon Watkins, Josh Palmer, single file down that back straightaway.
Yeah, Amador and Semling have just been kind of content to sit off Burns. They've been right up on his shoulder, and they've just been kind of holding there now about 4 or 5 meters behind Burns here. And Burns has gone 33, 33, 34, 33, and now sub 33, so he's feeling the heat a little bit.
Picking up that pace, and everyone's trying to get into it now. Look at this.
This could be anybody's race right here. 4 or 5 athletes, 6 not too far behind.
Charlie Hollingsworth trying to make a move to get up front. 3 wide on the main straightaway with some pushing and shoving, some shucking and jiving, and here we go. Bell lap, 200 meters remaining.
Hollingsworth doing a little bit of that shoving there as he was trying to come around the outside to get his position. But as they say in the old movie Days of Thunder, rubbin's racing.
That's right.
Rubbin's racing.
And we now have less than 100 meters to go. Main straightaway, final strides to the line, and it's going to be quick. Certainly the fastest time of the day. A fantastic close for Amador in 4:22.64. Hollingsworth, 4:23.11, and rounding out the top 3 is Palmer at 4:24.76.
Again, a sub 30 second, that's how you win a race. I mean, at that level, if you're getting under 30 seconds in the last 200 and you're within range, you're definitely going to have a shot at winning the race. It was a great move. Amador just kind of sat in there in second or third place. Didn't seem to really get too involved with tussling around with the athletes, and just made the right move at the right time on the final lap. We can see there him holding the finishing tape. So having run the fastest time of the day, he's the de facto champion of the boys freshman mile.
What a great keepsake that is.
Oh yeah,
for all the winners. You
oh
know?
yeah, no, that's you hang up on the wall, you bring it to practice.
Yeah.
You know, it's that's definitely a huge keepsake, and very, very fast for the last 400 meters for that athlete, and very, very impressive. Great way to kick off the event with all those freshman boys miles. But next up, we head to the girls freshman mile.
So running in this first heat, we'll have Tara Aya, Jane McCoy, Stella Palacio, Ella Bratz, Isabel Short, Rosalia Nestor.
So in the first
5 heats, similar.
This will be section 1 of 5 in the girls' 1 mile run, the freshman. Tara Lyer of Guilderland Track Club, Jane McCoy from Guilderland Track Club, Stella Pelagio from LaSalle Academy Track Club, Ella Braz from Peabody, Isabel Short from Western Cary, Rosalia Nestor from Kempton, Sydney Diaz of Walpole Track Club, Jasmine Parron from Union Catholic Track Club, Isabel Allen from Running Lane Track Club, Natalie Cords of Cadet Distance Project, Savannah Schmidt from Voorheesville, New York, Anna Delaney from Nyack TC, Lillian Knott from the Burnt Hills Track Club, and Camille Way of Guilderland Track Club. Those are the 14 young ladies that have towed the line. Again, this is section 1 of 5 in the girls' freshman 1 mile run.
Again, these will get faster as we get through the heats.
So that's this girls freshman mile, heat 1, gets underway.
And at this time, we're going to throw it down to Kate Van Buskirk. She is going to be with our winner here of the day, Lucas Amador. So let's send it down to Kate with our winner.
Nationals Indoors 2025. Lucas, congratulations on your win. How did you feel coming in today?
I felt pretty good. I had some good training behind me, and I was just coming in to try to pick up right where I left off last year.
Well, it was a PR, I think what you said, milliseconds, if anything. So 4:22, this was your first time at New Balance Nationals. What do you think of the fastest party on the planet?
I think this meet is great. This whole stadium is awesome, and competition was stacked for my race, and it's just been great so far.
And it's not over yet. You've got one more event. What else are we going to see you in this weekend?
The 800.
Awesome. Best of luck with the 800. Folks, let's give it up for Luke, our winner of the Freshman Boys Mile.
All right.
Race by our boys freshman mile winner. I love listening to the interviews of the youngsters out there. You know, some of them are very professional, and it seems as though they have done this before, and others maybe not so much. Others, it's the first time they've ever had a microphone put in front of them.
Well, you know, the distance runner, being a former distance runner, I was one of the loud ones, but there weren't too many of us out there, believe it or not, which alienated me a little bit during my time as an athlete. But the distance runners typically a little bit more reserved and quiet, and they have very few things to say sometimes, and that's okay. They do their talking on the track.
That's right. Currently doing her talking on the track is Rosalia Nestor. She's our leader down the back straightaway. Savannah Schmidt was our leader through the opening 400 in 1 minute and 14 seconds. So just on 5-minute pace right now for these young ladies.
2:35 at the half, at the 809 meters, as we can see, as we say. So, as you mentioned, right around that 5-minute to 5:10 pace. But again, just those two leaders with a good amount of room there on the chase pack there, Nestor and Schmidt. Running pretty consistent 40-41s. Most of the field running that same pace. So unless somebody starts to run underneath 40 seconds, they're not going to really have too much of a shot at catching Nestor there, because her and Schmidt both are kind of pulling away, it looks like, gaining a couple of meters every lap.
In third place, Lillian Knott from the Burnt Hills Track Club. They have a storied tradition of being fantastic distance runners from New York, and she looks rather comfortable, and she is starting to gain ground. I would be interested to see if Lillian can close in and make the move and take section 105 in this girls' freshman mile event now. She moves into second place now, so she is gaining ground. That could just be that storied program with so much success. She's coming in with a bit more knowledge, maybe a bit more savvy, especially at this level.
Looks like Not There now is starting to make that move on second, possibly. 1 lap to go here.
So bell lap, 1 lap to go, 200 meters remaining. And now Schmidt going back to second place and challenging Nestor on the outside. And now Schmidt will lead with 100 meters to go.
Wow, what a great lap here for Schmidt.
A fantastic close being put together by Schmidt. Main straightaway, final strides towards the line. You can see that head bobbing. She's tired, and she will get it done. 5:15.85 for the win, section 1. Savannah Schmidt.
Personal record there for Schmidt, 35.66 for her final 200. Very impressive. That's basically 440 mile pace. So that's, again, those strong kicks will win you races if you're within reach. And she was definitely within reach for a lot of the race, and was able to pounce when the time came in that last lap. Again, that was heat 1 of 5. We'll have heat 2 here. Again, with the heats getting technically faster as we go through them. We expect our fastest times to be in the final heat. And this heat, the pace lights, wave light technology on the track will be set to our best time from the previous heat. Heat 2 here, Annika Hill, Raleigh Catholic, Avery Scott from Kalamazoo, Sophie Pascolasqua from Greenwich TC, Aaron Healy from Tub Gator, Tegan Davis from Gilderland TC, Amelia Natalucci from DC Cadets, Mary Dunlap from Oregon Distance Project, Drew Gherkin from Knoxville Catholic, Gabrielle Savelli from New Canaan High School, Leah DePepper from Falmouth High School, nearby here, Amelia Van from Hoover Elite, Camelia Ferrero Rodriguez from NTFC, and Haley Rowe from Rocket City, and finally Kate Brexick from West Windsor, New Jersey. That's your field there, 14 athletes. Heat 2, the girls freshman mile, and that's Drew Gherkin from Knoxville Catholic taking it down 37.78.
Amelia
Take
Van.
the lead.
Amelia Van now our leader down the. Oh, and we've got a little bit of a fall there. Oh boy.
You never want to see that, but again, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes these experiences are learning experiences, so you got to stay out of traffic, maybe run in lane 2 for a little bit and avoid those things. So hopefully she's okay, and the pack is back in it. I've always found that sometimes when you fall down, you pop up, you almost have that little extra burst of energy, like wake up, like, oh, you know, maybe I've been a little lazy in my stride, and that's why I got tangled up, and maybe I better tighten up and get going.
That rush of adrenaline takes over a tiny bit, but I think more than anything, it is almost like a wake-up call where a lot of these athletes in their home state or their home conference or league, they might be the best.
Yeah.
And now they're coming into a scenario where they've got 15 athletes with the same personal best as them.
Yep.
So they are finding themselves in tight quarters.
That's Tegan Davis now. Obviously, I got to cheer for her. But from Guilderland TC, no relation. But she is now leading this large pack. There's still almost the whole field is still within, as you can see, about 15, 20 meters of each other. It's definitely a front pack and maybe kind of a chase pack, as you can see. But Tegan's still leading this field here, coming up on the halfway mark. We'll wait to get the time on that. 2:38 at halfway, a little bit slower than the first heat. And almost kind of on cue, Avery Scott now makes a little bit of a move, thinking to herself, wait a minute, we're slower than the heat that's supposed to be slower than us.
Yeah.
So she definitely takes the lead and opens up a nice big gap. Avery Scott there out of Kalamazoo, Michigan.
I bet she can see those pacing lights in her peripherals, and you know, for her right now, opening up a bit of a gap, that's who she's racing. Those pacing lights as she comes through with 3 laps to go, and boy, from Kalamazoo, that's fun to say. Sophie Pasalacqua from Greenwich Track Club in second place, 10 meters back, and she's starting to gap the field and trying to chase down our leader, Avery Scott.
Well, you know, when one athlete makes a move and opens up that kind of gap, you better start thinking about making a move as well if you want to be in the picture at the end. So definitely give it up to her for, she answered it maybe perhaps a little late here. Still 2 laps to go, but it's going to be a bit of a work there. Avery Scott definitely opened up a good gap. But, you know, as I say that, looks like she's picking up maybe about a meter or 2 every about 5 or 10 seconds. So she's definitely not out of that if she can keep that momentum going. Amelia Van there in third is definitely not out of it as she starts to make a move.
Van looks very comfortable when she came through with 2 laps to go. So we'll see what happens here on the main straightaway, completing the penultimate lap. Scott from Kalamazoo will take the bell, 200 meters remaining, and we've got a tight group now, the top 3, separated by just a stride. And here comes Van. Van swinging wide to challenge on the outside, moves into second place. And now she's trying to power herself down that back straightaway in lane 2. Far turn main straightaway. Look at going right to the arms. I love when they stop their watch coming across the line.
I was just about to comment. When I was coaching here locally, I would never let my athlete wear a watch in a race. Technically, you're not even supposed to have electronics on the track. That's the number one rule around here. So a watch is an electronic device, unless it's a hand old school stopwatch. But hey, regardless, if sometimes the athletes feel like they need to wear those, that's okay. But it was Avery Scott there that took the victory. It was Aaron Healy actually at the end that made a bit of a move there on Avery Scott, but just a little too late. And Avery Scott taking a nice lead there about halfway through, giving up a few yardage at the end, but was able to kick nice and strong there. 34.99 for her final lap to take the win there in Heat 2.
Next up on the track, section 3 of 5. And here we go. Here we have Ella McCall from the WOL Triangle, Cameron Hinson from Carolina Cavaliers, Sydney Day from Brentwood Track Club, Kate Miner from the I-270 Track Club, Avery Whitson from Johnson City, Tennessee, Grace Danielson from Milton Track Club, Hadassah Bashirs from Springdale, Haley Mancini from Valley Blaze, Riley Tolson of the Ocean City Track Club, Eva Lambert from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Kyla Breslin from New England Elite, Caitlin Kipp of the Demon Running Club, Elena Kelly from Club Athletics, and Zaria Wellesley from Metro Cobras. Those are the 14 ladies that have toed the line in section 3 of 5 here in the Freshman Girls Mile.
That's Helena Kelly from Cub Athletics, who's taken out the lead here from the pack, 36.92 for the first lap. Kyla Bresnan there from New England Elite came across in second. Haley Mancini in third. But there's a lot of moves being made out on the outside here, so this looks like this is going to change after 2 laps.
Kelly has a mile personal best right around 5 minutes and 18 seconds. That's our leader. Has run 800 meters in 2:22. And everybody a tightly bunched group right now. I love to see it. And we are ahead of those pacing lights. Well ahead of those pacing lights right now.
Well ahead of them indeed. And that was Grace Danielson from Milton Track Club, who got up into the mix there right around second, third place. But again, big moves here on the home stretch from the rest of the pack. So this could all change once again as people are making moves almost seemingly every lap here.
3 wide on that main straightaway. And now we head down the back straightaway.
Again, consistent 40-second, 41-second laps here for the field. There may be moves being made, but they're short and sweet, and then they're kind of settling back down into the pace, it seems like, on the backstretch once they settle into their position after making the move.
McCall, Breslin, Kelly. 1, 2, and 3 halfway through in 2 minutes, 36 seconds. McCall, our leader from WOL Triangle. Love that orange colored singlet. You can't miss it. Now we've got a new leader down the back straightaway.
So 2:36, pretty similar to our previous 2 heats. Or previous 2 heats, right around 2:35 was the halfway mark for those 2 heats. So Ella McCall there, but definitely have a new leader here.
Shears, I believe, from Springdale, Arizona. And she's made a hard move. And, you know, like, when you talk about tactics, they typically say that that third quarter of any race is where you really need to focus, where you really need to push. And that is what Bashirs is doing. Right after 800 meters, she is starting to work that third quarter of this mile.
Well, the typical athlete starts to hit that lactate threshold right around 1,000 meters. And really, if you feel like You're not going to hit it as hard as anybody else. Go. Get going. Don't let it down to a kick. And it really doesn't seem like Bashir's wants this anywhere near down to a kick, as she has got about 50 meters already on the field.
We're going to see a big negative split from Bashir's here. She's run 41, 39, 37, 36, and she is just ratcheting down that pace. And she's got about a 40-meter lead as she'll round that far turn into the main straightaway. She'll take the bell, signaling 1 lap to go, 200 meters remaining. Bashir's
36 for that lap before that. That's almost a finishing lap for her first couple of heats. So she's winning this thing in that second to last lap there.
Well, she certainly did some damage with that 36. She finished the penultimate lap in 39, so a bit slower. But I think the damage is done. She'll likely hang on. Less than 100 meters to go now as Bashir's will round that far turn into the main straightaway. She will be well ahead of second place. And she'll finish strong. She'll take section 3 of 5 in the freshman girls mile in 5:08.73. A fantastic time, a personal best for the Springdale, Arizona freshman.
It was all in that 36-second lap right there.
That was the dagger.
And right before that, it was a 37-second lap.
Yeah.
The rest of the field was still running 39s and 40s. So that 400 meters right there
that
definitely
third quarter, yeah.
opened up that gap that was just unanswerable.
And then they torture them by making them walk down the steps
Oh.
on wobbly legs.
Yeah, that's tough. I would think sometimes after that you would have an athlete struggling to get down there. That's no fun after running your heart out there in the final race of the season for you.
She was all smiles when she got down those steps, greeted by some friends and family, big hugs. As you can tell, she's very excited. A great weekend for sure.
So we have now here on the track our 4th heat of 5. Looks like they're going to have the ladies stand up there, make sure that everybody's behind the line. Looks like once again we're gonna check on this. And it looks like third time is the charm here as we get off here in our heat 4 of the girls freshman mile. We got Molly Kramer from Eagle Track Club, Kennedy Armayan, also from Eagle Track Club, Madeline Tuxbury, Wellesley Track Club. I love it. That's where I coached. The Tuxbury tradition moves on here with Madeline Tuxbury. Reese Latta from South Texas Heat Homeschool. Amelia White, Mountain Brook Track Club. Reese Dupuy from Rocket City. Ella Johnson, Valor TC Portland. Caroline Main, Lancaster City Track Club. Ashton Gordon from Leesburg, Virginia. Avery Carlson from Henrico, Virginia. Emery Westberg, Falmouth Track Club. Maeve Agries from Edo Pecoke Track and Field Club, and Lucia Dians from Very Nice Track Club. Madeline Tuxbury, the third of the Tuxbury girls to come through Wellesley High School. So definitely has a lot of experience ahead of her in that family. Mother was quite a good 800-meter runner. Dad was a good distance runner himself. So definitely the 3 young ladies in that family got all they needed to have the talent there to help the Raiders out.
And being, local announcers, we've seen them all.
Yes.
the whole family. It seems like I've been announcing races where a Tuxbury has been in the field for at least a decade now.
Well, you've had not only the Tuxberries at Wellesley High School, but you also had the Camillas. You had all the Camillas, come through as well, from the famous Camillas Pizza here locally. And so you had them on the sprinting side. You had the Tuxberries on the distance side. You throw in a couple of good shot putters and maybe a high jumper, and that's how you win it. That's why you win a state title. So you got all that talent there. But right here, the talent's on the track as we're in our Heat 4 here of the girls' freshman mile. Reese Latta, South Texas, is leading out the field here. Getting ready to come on the halfway mark. And Latta comes through in 2:34.26. Molly Kramer from Eagle Track Club, right off her shoulder. And Kennedy Magamian is in third place. The whole field of about 5 or 6 athletes, as you can see, they're all within about 4, 5, 6 meters. So it's still anybody's race, as you can see. Mentioned Tuxbury sitting back in 5th place.
3:11 through 1,000 meters. We're running right 5:05 pace. Reese Latta, Molly Kramer, Kennedy Bohemian, and Lucia Latta.
So Reese Latta still leading this field here over Kramer and Magamian. Running about 38 seconds per lap. So a little bit stronger than our previous heats, though they're behind the pace lights.
Reese Latta leading. She's got Molly Kramer, Kennedy Bohemian for company. 3:52 at the bell.
So with 1 lap to go, Reese Latta, not 1 lap, 2 laps. I always think of a 400-meter track in a mile. But 2 laps, 400 meters to go. There's now moves being made on the back stretch here.
From South Texas Heat, a team for Reese Latta. Now we'll take the bell.
Lucia Lianez there. Now with a lap to go, she made a big move there, 37 seconds to take charge of this field. Magamian still in second. Lianez there, holding on strong. Definitely opening up a big gap there on that final curve. Looks like it's going to be all Lianez. Very nice track club with a very nice move in the middle of the track for a very nice win.
Molly Kramer from Eagle Track Club getting up for 2nd place with a great close. I like that, a very nice track club for a very nice win, a very nice close.
Very nice last lap, sub 35 seconds again. That's how you win it. On a very nice track, in a very nice facility. With a very nice partner here that I've got here.
Yeah,
Come on, I had to slip that in as well. Let's just keep the cliches going here. All right, back to the track, folks.
So starting to heat up, starting to get exciting. This is the penultimate section, section 4 of 5.
We would think that the best time of the day would come from this race.
That's right, the seated section. We'll go through the lineup at the crack of the gun. And here we go, seated section, girls mile, freshman edition, with Sydney Johnson from St. John's, Florida, Ava Ingraham from Brockport, New York, Petra Grindle from Clifton, Virginia, Colby McCollum from Carolina Cavaliers, Amelia Wharton from Lexington Elite Track Club, Francesca Mora from Chicago, Illinois, Emma Haga from Brentwood, Tennessee. Jane Conrad from Lexington Elite Track Club. Remy Latta from South Texas Heat Home School. Abigail Raddick from the DCP Track. Daphne Weller from Cadet Distance Project. Lauren Parrott from Glastonbury Track Club of Connecticut. And Kayla Schellenbarger, Martian Elite, with Lily O'Brien of Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
So the time to beat 5:05 Ilianis from Very Nice Track Club. So that would be the time to beat to take the championship here in the girls' freshman mile. 35.93 seconds there for Weller for her first lap. So definitely setting the tone here for a fast time. Hopefully and probably under 5 minutes here for a winning time. That's what I'm seeing.
Meet record 4 minutes and 58 seconds flat by Addison Moore, and that was set in 2023. So we are on pace for a new meet record. I would love to see a meet record. One of my favorite things to do, Mark, is to announce meet records.
Well, that's any kind of icing on the cake there. You win the heat, you win the overall national title, you win on this kind of stage, and to take home a record on top of it, and perhaps even set a PR. I mean, it just keeps piling on. I mean, you can really hold your head up high when people will talk about you winning the race and that you're the national champion, but for people then to be mentioning your name next year as the record holder is quite a title to have.
Heck yeah, it is. Again, single file around that far turn coming into the main straightaway. Coming through halfway, and we're looking for a time right around 2 minutes and 29 seconds. And we will get just that, 2 minutes and 29 seconds for our leaders. So we are on record watch right now. We'll see if we can negative split and get to that meet record here. Weller, Johnson, Latta, Rundle, Wharton, McCollum, the top 6, all right there fighting for position.
Definitely a good pack there. You've got athletes also trying to make a move there in lane 2. Do it on the straightaway though. Don't want to be doing that on the turns there. That's how you get bumped around a little bit.
That's right. Just as you say that, they do. They go 3 wide on the main straightaway, and now everyone tucks right back in.
So that was Gruendell from Clifton, Virginia there, making a nice strong move on that front straightaway to get into second, and now made a good move there, as you can see on the backstretch. Looks like she's going to maybe try to do the same thing that Lianis did, throw in a 72 second lap, 400 meters, to try to open this up, but definitely a fast lap there.
Gruendell comes in at 5 minutes and 12 seconds as her personal best. She is running well under that pace right now, and she looks really strong.
36 seconds for that lap. Weller as well, 36.63. Wharton, 36.77. So some good moves here, but it seems to be all Gruendell.
This is going to be a fantastic race. Petra Gruendell from Clifton, Virginia, running away from a very talented field that we've assembled here, the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships.
I think this is going to be a record time. She was at 4:15 with a lap to go. She runs at 36. That's 4:40. 4:50. So she's got a lot of room to play here to get this record.
Far turn main straightaway. And we've got a fantastic close. Is Gruendell going to hang on? That one
my goodness.
is going to be close.
Was that an upset at the end?
Regardless, it's a meet record, but McCollum pipped her at the line by just 1/6 of a second. McCollum takes it 4:52.12 to Gruendell's 4:52.18. A new meet record by a lot. 6 seconds. And Colby McCollum gets it done. The top 3 running under that meet record.
That was just such, I mean, you didn't see McCollum come anywhere with about 100 meters to go, and all of a sudden with 50 meters to go, she was just blazing down that home stretch. 31:04 for Colby McCollum from Carolina Cavaliers to take the win, take the victory, take the meet record, set a PR, and like I said, she ticked off all the boxes there. You can't ask for more from a young lady on a stage like this.
That was a very great race put together. McCollum, she was 6th at the halfway point, 4th with a quarter to go, 3rd with a lap to go. Just absolutely crushed that second half of the race.
I'm sure we will hear from McCollum here, and as soon as we get this first race off here, our first heat in the boys middle school mile. We've got 6 heats here in heat 1. We've got Sebastian Sam from San Ramon, Lorenzo Marmolios from Benswick, Sam Cassiano from Red Arrow Track Club, Jack Spartan, Bulletproof Athletics, Haston Hay, West Brookfield, Mass, Justin Romano, Shore Athletic, Mateo Diaz, Valor TC Portland, Mason Decker, Arkansas Track Club, Kenneth Christophic, Chicago, Illinois, Joseph Manzo, Project Park Youth Running, Ararov Marhorda from AOC, Amber Track Club, Mark Patries, Claremont Nighthawks, Dominic Johnson, Lincoln Strandberg, Riker Thompson. But we all want to talk to Colby McCollum here, your winner, here with Kate Van Ruswick.
A new state lead for the year of 2025. And folks, this is only her 2nd year running ever. How did that feel today?
I was really scared going into it, but I realized that I just had to pick it up on my last laps. So I just did that, and then I didn't think it was gonna work, but I tried.
All right, piece of advice for anyone else who's hunting someone down in the last lap, because you looked out of it and then you came through a clutch second.
Just that no lead can be too big, and you can, as long as they haven't lapped you, you can make it up.
Well, she's only her 2nd year of racing, but lots of great wisdom here from Colby McCollum. You've got a few more races this weekend. Best of luck and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
National champion in the girls freshman mile.
Again, very impressive there. Colby McCollum taking that and again ticking off all the boxes when you want to come and win a national title. And our leader here, the middle school boys mile, Sam Cassiano, Red Arrow Track Club.
Yeah, Sam has already broken 5 minutes in the mile. He's run 4:59.81, which is staggering to me when I think back about my career as a runner. I don't think I broke 5 minutes in the mile until I was a sophomore or junior. It's just incredible to see these athletes running such fast times.
I didn't even compete until I was in 10th grade myself. But I mean, the coaching that I've done and been around the sport long enough, I mean, you got an 8th grader running already under 5 minutes for the mile. I mean, that's a varsity athlete, in cross country. That's, you're still scoring for the team there probably during the fall season. So definitely whatever high school he's headed off to, he's gonna have a happy coach there. 2:21.59 was a halfway mark there for Cassiano as he still continues to lead, wrapping off 37s like clockwork.
He's in, on pace for another big personal best here. He's on 4:48 pace with 3 laps remaining.
Well, as I mentioned before, when you have inexperienced freshman athletes going out too hard, you probably can say, sometimes some of these middle school athletes are definitely in the early stages of learning at least the sport of track. They may be out there running some 5Ks, every once in a while, and that's one thing. But learning the technique and stride and how to run a mile, how to run it indoors, there's a lot to learn. No matter how good your coach is, the athlete themselves in the end needs to learn how to run it. And Cassiano still seems to be holding on to this lead, getting ready to come up on a lap to go, and has a huge lead. So unless he really collapses or somebody runs a sub 30-second last lap, looks like it's all going to be Sam Cassiano, Red Arrow Track Club.
Lorenzo
He's looking at a PR as well.
Riker Thompson in second place, Lorenzo Marmolejos in third. Riker Thompson from the Arkansas Track Club. Looks like he has the same singlet as the Arkansas track and field team. So maybe he's bringing some of that SEC speed to the track right now. Oh my goodness, Mark! What is this? Shot out of a cannon.
Holy! Where did that come from, Steve?
The Arkansas Track Club teammates will take this one.
Mason Decker with a 29.38 and a move that looked like he was running a 200 meters.
Yeah, that was wild. Halfway down the back straightaway, he just took off like something I've never seen before. He was shot out of a cannon.
That was an absolutely amazing final 75 meters. I was just kind of shocked. We were talking about Thompson, and I was getting ready to eat my words about Thompson catching Cassiano, and then I thought Cassiano was going to run away with it, and then Decker out of nowhere. Wow.
Absolutely wild.
And again, very fast last lap there, as fast as what the freshmen were running in the freshman boys mile in the final laps.
Well, here we go now with heat number 2. Alex Palomar Nelson from East Sandwich, Ian Vicente from Miami Vice Project, Brantley Blair from the HP Distance, Joseph Edick from Devils Track Club of New York, Liam Sumner from Duval, Ronnie Guzman from New Rochelle, New York, Lucas Thomas from the CYRC, Lionel Donlan from Prospect Park Youth Running Club, Jasper McHugh from Manhattan Youth Track Club, Lamas Bay from Chester, Virginia, Braylon Brown from Rock Creek Track Club, Thomas Harper from S&E, Nolan Nelson from the NTX Warriors Track Club, Brady Dennison from the Mentor Soul, and Matthew Adams of Cochran, Georgia. It's the field that we've assembled here for section 2 of 6 in the middle school mile.
That was Ian Vicente from Miami Vice Project. I'm sorry, I'm an 80s kid, so to see something like that, it warms my heart. Miami Vice Project there. Ian Vicente going out in 33.16 for the first lap. And followed pretty closely there, Brantley Blair, HP Distance. So those two athletes now taking out the field here in Heat 2 of our middle school boys mile.
Love that they are utilizing that Miami Vice logo too for their singlet.
Oh, I tell you what, if they only, they had the shoes with the little kind of with the holes in them, the loafers, the little loafer shoes design. Yeah. Maybe have them come out in the blazer jacket with the sunglasses and the tank top T-shirt there. You would have the whole style there, but the colors are there for Ian Vicente as he still leads here, open up a little bit of a gap.
So you see that, I don't know if you noticed, but he fell off the track here a little bit, stumbled onto the infield. Being from Miami, I don't think he has a whole lot of experience running on an indoor track. It could be his first time here.
It could very well be. I grew up in San Diego. The only time I did run a couple of indoor track meets in high school at the San Diego Stadium there in the LA Stadium, LA indoor track meet, but I was very unexperienced my first time because we don't have indoor track in San Diego, and I doubt they have very much down there in Miami.
You know what they say? The easiest job in the world, Mark, is being a weatherman in San Diego. You know, what's the weather going to be like?
It's
nice.
72 in the day and foggy in the morning and foggy at night. There's only two things that happen. I moved my wife out there from Toronto, Canada, and promised her sunsets every night, and all we got was fogged in, cool air. But definitely beautiful during the day, and it sure is beautiful in Miami. And Ian Vicente is running a beautiful race here out front as he opens up another 5 meters on the field. He went through 2:22.60 at the halfway mark, and still seems to be in control of this heat too.
Staying just a stride ahead of those pacing lights, although now as I say that, they might have just caught him. Yeah, so the lights have now caught our leader, Ian Vicente, from the Miami Vice Project. Brentley Blair in second, Lucas Thomas, Thomas Harper, Braylon Brown in that chase pack as we come up on 2 laps to go.
Most of the field there running that lap right around low 38 to high 38 seconds. So they're not really catching Ian unless he slows down or they figure out a way to pick it up and start running maybe some 36s, 37s, because we're coming up on a lap to go. But as we saw in the first heat, who knows? Some kid could have a 30-second in his back pocket, or a sub 30-second in his back pocket to take this win, and we'll see if that can happen.
Lucas Thomas and Braylon Brown had tried to make a push to the front and close that gap, and we are getting just that from Jasper McHugh now. Those long strides down the back straightaway, the tallest figure in the field, and being matched now to one of the shorter members of the field. And look at this. Now we've got ourselves a race around that far turn into the main straightaway. Vicente will take it from the gun through the tape in fantastic fashion, 4:51.20. What a great lean at the end. He's done that before. That looked great.
Very impressive run. I mean, again, at that age, to be able to take the race out and hold on, have that kind of lead, get the challenge that he did with about a lap to go, lap and a half to go, and still have the energy and the will to hold off those challengers at the end. It's good things looking forward with young Ian Vicente.
Love that singlet.
Yeah, we're getting a nice closer look of that singlet right now. Very well themed.
Next up on the track looks like will be the Section 3 now, the middle school mile.
And so we're off here, Heat 3. We've got Greg Auger from Launch, John Brickley from Niles, Michigan, Ashton Carroll from Wichita, Kansas, Logan Smith, NTX Warriors Track Club, Morgan Byford, Seven Locks Running Club, Bartlett Smith from Duval, William DeVar from Chicago Trailblazers, Desmond Sullivan, FXT Hawks Track Club, Kieran Green, Waltham Track Club, Zawanda Mithwathi from Woodhaven, Ashton Dwayne from New England Elite, Zachary Stupar from Guilderland TC, Langston Bickert from Track Life University, Kingston Baya from CLCF Track, and Trevor Burquest from Ocala Distance Project. That's your heat here. 15 athletes, Heat 3.
We got Langston Bickert, our early leader, out in 31:57 from Track Life University. Burquist now our leader.
He's actually a 7th grader. So we do have, not all 8th graders in this field. So we do have some 7th graders in there, and he's leading out this field.
Opening 400, 67 seconds. And again, the meet record, 4 minutes, 24.68 seconds. I'll say that again, Mark. The meet record for the middle school mile, is 4 minutes and 24.68 seconds by Sean Reith. That was set here last year.
That young man would have been number 2 on my team at Wellesley. So that's quite an impressive time for these athletes to go after. If we see anything under 4:30, I'll be floored, because 4:24 is a very fast time for an 8th grader.
That is absolutely flying indeed, yes. So the top 6 starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. Back around again on the main straightaway, coming up on the halfway point, which we will hit in 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Brickley, Sullivan, Bickert, Bea, and Bergquist.
2:22.94 at the halfway mark there for John Brickley, running a 37.66 to move his way up into the lead of this field. But again, 6 athletes, all still within contention, as we can see. Get that kid a racing singlet.
That's right.
I can't understand running there in a T-shirt. You don't see that often, but
I like how gritty it is, though, too.
Yeah.
You know, that's he isn't. He's not wearing the Miami Vice type singlet from the previous section.
Well, I can't tell you how many times I've heard athletes forget their singlet at home when they got on the plane. So you never know if that was the case. Or maybe he just prefers to run in a T-shirt. Who knows?
Yeah. Further down in the pack, I see Gray Auger from Team Launch. He's moved up methodically through this field. He started in dead last, and now looks like he'll be challenging to move into the top 5. And as they have less than 2 laps to go now, Auger from Cape Cod, Mashpee, Massachusetts. So 300 meters to go now. Looks like we've got a great race up front between the top 2 athletes. Brickley and Sullivan. So Sullivan moving to the front. Brickley in second. Bickert in third. Auger in 4th. Chasing those pace lights down the back straightaway, trying to close that gap. Less than 100 meters to go, and Brickley goes back to the front. And now here comes Sullivan. A game of cat and mouse in this section here on the main straightaway. What a fantastic close. And here comes Auger. Gray Auger gets up for 3rd place, coming from last to 3rd. A great race by Gray Auger.
You like to see that. Nobody wanted to give that up. I mean, back and forth from those 2 young men. That was great from Brickley and Sullivan. 30 seconds, .20 for Brickley, 30.69 for Sullivan there at the end to battle for the win. It was a PR for Sullivan and for Auger. PR for Auger previously was 4:55, and for Sullivan was 4:56. So both of those athletes breaking their PRs by anywhere from 5 to 10 seconds. Again, on this stage, you can't ask for much more from from your athlete as a coach.
Up, off, and away we go. Section 4 of 6. Here we have Michael Studer from the Greater Lowell Roadrunners, Braden Millar of 6 Mile, Nick Norwood from Virginia Pride Track Club, Owen Fletcher of Angola, Indiana, Avery Rand from Boca Raton, Florida, Conan Porner from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Chance Anderson from Heath, Texas, Shane Canaraj from Waltham Track Club, Jackson Hickok from Pearland, Texas, Caden Joyner from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Asher Wrigley from AOC Ambler Track Club, Charlie Lair from Rocket City, Conrad Schwass from Scottville, Michigan. Henry Cooper from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Alonzo Bautista from Dixon Distance Club. And those are the 15 athletes that have towed the line in Section 4.
We've got Chance Anderson from Heath, Texas there, taking us out. 32.76 for the first lap, so very solid first lap. Love the name Chance. My roommate in college is in the dorms my freshman year was named Chance. Great guy, 400-meter runner on the track team. Really super nice guy there from Colorado, and always a good name.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the name first because I was debating if it was cheesy or not. But I love the name.
Oh, I think it's a great name.
I like it. Take a chance on me. Yeah, sure.
Hey, so many great connotations with that. But Chance no longer in the lead. Avery Rand coming through 109.02 there at roughly a little over 400 meters. Again, all our laps here: 209, 409, 609, 809. Because we're running a mile here. But Avery Rand now from Boca Raton. Again, probably not a big indoor season down there in Boca Raton. But again, sometimes they'll travel to different invitationals around the country. So you never know how much experience some of these athletes might have.
Yeah, the top two runners, Rand and Anderson, both have personal bests at 4 minutes and 52 seconds. So looking to see how they will fare here today, being challenged now on the outside in green. A new leader coming through. Fantastic move to the front. And as quickly as Chance has taken the lead, Rand has gone back to the front. Now the top 6 or so starting to break away.
Perhaps Avery Rand doesn't want to take a chance on not being in the lead.
There we go. 2 minutes and 21 seconds through halfway. These athletes are running very quick. Yes, we're 4 wide on the main straightaway, coming up on 3 laps to go. I do think every time Chance goes to the front, he does slow down a little bit. And perhaps that's why Rand goes right back to the front. The top 4 now separating from the field.
There could be tactics. It could be a mental thing. You never know when the coach is saying, look, stay in the lead, control the pace. Doesn't necessarily always mean get in the lead and slow it down, but controlling the pace sometimes for an athlete could be slowing it down a little bit and saying, you're running my pace. But other athletes might have something else to say about that. And definitely Avery Rand has had something to say almost every lap, as he's probably thinking to himself now, I don't want to keep slowing down. Let's pick it up a little bit and get a strong lead.
There was a point in my career where I was very lucky. I had a very fast teammate who I looked up to and taught me the ways, but when he left for college the next year and I was up front, it was almost a panic mode. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't belong here. That's certainly not the case for these athletes who are the top level of their...
And there goes Chance Anderson again.
A big move this time, a definitive move to the front, committing to pacing duties now with less than 100 meters to go. Wow, look at the stride now. Really
it's the legs.
Opens it up.
It's those long legs there. You're going to get a good stride out of that.
Chance Anderson digging deep, looking for that extra gear to get himself across that line. 4:42.03. I'm going to say it. He took a chance, but left it a little too late.
Yep. But 10-second PR there for Chance Anderson.
Can't be disappointed with that.
You can't be disappointed with that at all. No matter how these remaining heats go out, you're gonna have a solid time in the final results, and you're gonna have a personal record, and you want to race as well. Let's not forget, regardless of where these athletes finish in the other heats, there's something to walk away from in winning your heat. I mean, you have that exhilaration. You want to race.
Yeah.
Regardless of who was in your race or who was put in your race with you, you want to race. And I think that's something really, really good for these athletes to walk away with their heads held up high. That their final race of the year, of the season, I won. You know, because a lot of times it says, you know what, the only race that counts is the last one. So.
And looks like he set the fastest lap we've seen so far, 29.6 seconds on his last 200.
And so we have now here Heat 5 in the boys' middle school mile. We got Ulrich Swan, Gavin Moffitt, Bryce Bresler, Hamza Salahuddin, Quinn Cook, Nico LeBron, Griffin Hobbs, Ben Wilson, Henry Barco, Eitan Goldberg, Ryan Long, Nathan Ebert, and Henry Bartle. There are 13 athletes here. Heat 5, boys middle school mile.
Ulrich Swan, our early leader, dictating the pace. The opening 233.5, leading down the back straightaway in single file, ensuring a quick, consistent pace. Moffitt of Mini CRR in second, Hobbs of the Ohio Heat track in third, Quinn Cook of Hopedale in fourth, Nico LeBron rounding out the top 5.
Swan with a PR of 4:48. Again, for an 8th grader, is pretty impressive. But Quinn Cook as well has got a 4:48. Salahuddin also with a 4:48 coming in here. So definitely have some fast athletes here in Heat 5, and it's not even technically the fastest heat.
That's right. Back around again on the main straightaway, our leader Swan trying to gap the field early with 5 laps to go. And we'll see if the rest of the field can chip away at that lead and reel them back in. The 2 teammates from Mini CRR currently going 1 and 2.
Two 8th graders, both decent amount under 5 minutes in the mile. Again, whatever high school those 2 kids go to, that coach is getting quite a 1-2 whammy there for the next 4 years.
Yeah, what email list do I have to get on to get kids like that?
Yeah, oh, right?
So well ahead of the pacing lights. Right now is our leader, Ulrich Swan from Mini CRR. His teammate just 10 meters back in second.
One thing I have noticed, though, over about the last lap and a half, though, Swan is starting to lope his strides a little bit, almost like he's kind of fighting things a little bit. It may be a natural stride. I haven't seen the young man race, obviously, prior to this, but it just seems like he's just kind of fighting the strides. He's reaching out a little bit. His teammate maybe as well, and that might be why we can all see that pack now starting to close the gap. And it's not so much the pack is speeding up because they've been on those pace lights. It's just those 2 athletes, Swan and Moffitt, were well out ahead of those pace lights, and now they're starting to slow down, running some 36s. And Cook, Bartle, LeBron, they're all starting to run 35s.
Yeah, Cook in third place, slowly chipping away at that lead. Also has a personal best, 4 minutes 48 seconds, as he falls to 4th place now. But they are definitely gaining on our leader.
Bartle and Cook are both in a really good position. I got to give it up, to the stride. Watching Cook run most of this race. Oh, but see, he just got a little bump there, so that might have taken it out of him. But he's been looking really good for a lot of this race, but hopefully a little bump there with Bartle didn't take too much out of him.
Bell lap at 4:07, Swan, and here comes Cook. Quinn Cook of Hopedale. That long stride, gobbling up that track down the back straightaway.
Like I said, Cook just looked really good in the early part of this race. But, hey, Swan looks like he might have a little fight left in him.
Final strides towards the line. Fastest time of the day so far, 4 minutes, 40.88 seconds. Ulrich Swan.
Well, I would have lost that bet, but that's okay. We're not here to bet on the athletes. We're here to watch some fast times, and we're seeing certainly a tremendous amount of personal records. Again, we can see here on the computer, it's just PRs popping up everywhere.
The fastest party on the planet. That's what they say, and it's certainly living up to its expectations so far.
And what do we have in store here for our sixth and final heat?
Seated section. Once we start the race, we'll go through the starting lineup. And this being the seated section of the boys middle school mile. Here we go. Hudson Dahl of Ann Arbor Track, Braden DeMont from Bourbonnais, Illinois, Ethan Carter from Dixon Distance Club, Luke Surface from Raleigh, North Carolina, Anderson Scott from Minerva Middle School, Abram Garcia of Dixon Distance Club, Gavin Sauvier from Freytown Track Club, Ryder Mold of St. Francis, Minnesota, Brody Gibbs from Cochrane, Georgia, Julian Minkov from Peenan Elite Track Club of Illinois, William Wermis from Delaware Elite Track Club, Armin Sharma from Duval, Abinash DeWagen from Austin, Texas, and Regan Reith from Lodi, Ohio. That's the field in the seated section here. They're going to have to run faster than 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's the time to beat. Again, we've always talked about how there could be possibly a winner overall from another heat. So 4:40 is the time to beat here. Hudson Dole, who's taken out this field, has a PR of 4:28. So that's a very, very fast time for an 8th grader. But he's taken it out. He's got a PR probably a lot faster than a good portion of even this heat, much less the entire field. So it probably behooves him to get out in front, control this pace, run his race. And if these athletes know anything about him or about his time, they may want to say to themselves, well, let's just see what he does.
Yeah.
Let's not make any rash moves against a guy who's already broken 4:30 in the mile.
Yeah. This is almost a situation where I would like to, chirp over to our timers and say, you know what, change those pacing lights to meet record paces.
Right.
The meet record is 4 minutes and 24 seconds. And, with Dole's personal best at 4:28, it's not too far out of the realm, especially for such a youngster who may not even know what he can do yet.
Yeah, I mean, you never know who some of these athletes have as coaches, but it's tough to get a really experienced coach at the high school level. It's even tougher at the middle school level, but if he's got a good maybe track club coach, you never know.
That's right. Coming up on the halfway point in 2:22, so we're a little slow. As you can see, again, those pacing lights astride ahead of the field, so we will be looking for a monster negative split or big close from Dahl, Minkov, Domont, Surface, Carter, Scott, Sharma, and Garcia, all in that tightly packed group up front.
I'm honestly a little shocked that Hudson Dole hasn't made a bigger move here earlier in the race. I mean, he's got such a superior PR time from most of this field that you would think that he would want to get some distance and not make this down to a kick.
Single file down the back straightaway. Again, moving very well around that far turn. Coming into the home straight, we'll have 2 laps to go, 400 meters remaining. And this is going to be a fantastic race. Again, the seated section, and the time to beat, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. As we have hip number 2, Braden DeMont, moving up alongside Dole to challenge for the lead. A little bit of bumping and grinding, and as they say, rubbing is racing.
If I was DuPont, I would have just got up on his shoulder and said, "Hey, Buck, what are you doing here? What are you still doing here? Let's go. You can run faster than this.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm ready to go. Let's go."
So here we go, main straightaway. Taking the bell. Dole keeping DeMont on his shoulder. Perhaps he's just toying with this field. Back straightaway now. Again, the goal is simply to win. The time to beat 4:40, less than 100 meters to go now. And now we have a challenge. Dole and DeMont. Garcia in third. Garcia swinging wide to challenge on the outside. Hudson Dole checks his shoulder, and it is all him at 4:33.39. And look at him, he doesn't even look winded.
Well, he was probably jogging most of the race there, considering the pace that he's been able to race. The times that he's been able to run. I mean, that's a stroll in the park there. It gives you a lot of energy at the end to make a move, make a kick, and hold off any challenges at the end.
Yeah, Braden DeMont, a personal best for second place, 4:33.85. The top three closing in under 30 seconds. Fantastic closes there from the top three. Well, what a great race. Again, also by Abram Garcia, setting a personal best in third, 4:39.40.
Definitely, young man controlled the race, and that's important. And I mean, I'm sure his coach will be happy with the fact that he was, one of, if not the best athlete in the field. And he probably listened to his coach. His coach has said, "Stay out in front, control the pace. You've got a superior PR.
Yeah.
You don't have to run away with it and take any risks. After 3/4 of the way, you're going to have a lot more energy left than everybody else that's got PRs of like 4:35, 4:40. And we're going to shoot it down there to Cape Van Buskirk with our winner here, the boys' middle school mile.
You were here last year, you were 13th then, and you were like a whole new runner this year, leading every step of that race. Where did you get that confidence from?
I got it from all my success this year. All that has led up to this moment, and all my times. I just feel very confident going into this race.
Well, you've got more racing yet to come. You're doing the 800, is that right?
Yes.
All right, I'm sure we should expect another big performance from you. Are you looking forward to the 8?
Yeah, I'm really excited for my competition, and yeah, it'll be a good race.
Awesome. Well, we'll look for you then. Congratulations on your win today, and best of luck with the rest of the weekend.
Thanks.
All right, put your hands together one more time.
62 seconds, final quarter.
It's an absolute monster close. 62 seconds that final quarter, 29 seconds for the final lap. And if I were to choose a word to describe how he ran that race, as young as he is, I thought he ran very mature.
Yeah, I think, again, you talked about the last 200, but when you really put it into context, the last 400, running 62 point for the last 400 is very impressive for a young man that age. And my word would be manhandle. I mean, even though these are young men, young boys, manhandle. I mean, he manhandled that field by getting out in front, controlling the pace, not letting anybody around him, even though there were a couple of athletes that would come up on his shoulder and maybe kind of say, hey, whoa, let's kind of get going. I don't want to I don't want to be out trying to kick the person behind me any more than I want to be, doing anything risky, but we got to get going. And he didn't allow that. He stayed out in front, and he just basically said, this is my race. You're going to stay behind me, and I'll bring you in. And if you're lucky, you get to run a PR behind me. So, if you look at second, third place, I mean, he did drag two other athletes to a personal record, and they got to be pretty happy with that. Next up on the track here, we've got 6 heats of the girls' middle school mile. We got a little ahead of schedule earlier, so we're just taking a little bit of a downtime to make sure that we don't get too far ahead of schedule. We've got great officials out here and great management that wants to make sure that there's no athletes that are having to get prepared too early for an event. But again, we'll have 6 heats here of the girls' middle school mile. Heat 1, we're going to have Chloe Milton, Eden Solorazo, Autumn Burks, Sailor Oaks, Isabella Suarez, Lila Flores, Sienna O'Malley, Mariam Wajid, Matilda Higgins, Nellie Patton, Layla Rosul, Charlotte Resper, Siona Kelly, Catherine Azarez, and Naomi Ukwa Ekhaldi. I hope I pronounced that wrong, right? I'm sure I pronounced it wrong. I have to get told. You and I both do road race announcements, and I think we talked about this one time. It's to a certain extent okay if you mispronounce somebody's name. Just don't mispronounce the town they're from.
Sure.
Because it's one thing to upset one person. It's a whole other thing to upset an entire town if you pronounce their name wrong.
Hey, I say if you say it confidently, you're good. You know, it could be maybe it is Barnstable, maybe it is Barnstable. I don't know.
Maybe it is Pawtucket.
Maybe it is. That announcer said it with confidence. Maybe I've been saying it wrong my whole life.
Worcester. Here we are, off in the first heat of 6 in the girls' middle school mile. We mentioned all the entrants here. And again, might even have some, looks like we've got one 7th grader in here along with the rest of the field. Sorry, we actually even have a 6th grader in here. That may not be the first one that we have in the field or in the meet so far, but we do have a 6th grader
Got a couple
in
of
this
them
race.
In there. Yeah.
And it is the 6th grader, Mariam Wajid, who went out very, very strong in the first lap. 34.55 for a 6th grader. Her PR is 6:21 in the mile, which is a good minute behind some of the other athletes in this field.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
Hey, go out there and experience it all.
Yeah.
Be the leader.
I love
Have people saying your name.
Yeah.
Learn from it. Go for it.
Aggressive, getting after it. I think it shows. I think it shows a lot. You know. 72 seconds, the opening 400, 114 through 409. Love to see it. Chloe Milton of Chicago Trailblazers in 2nd. Sorzano from Speed Skills Track Club in 3rd. Autumn Burks of Lake Tahoe Track Club in 4th. Matilda Higgins from the HP Distance rounding out the top 5, but everybody chasing our leader, Mariam Wajid from VO2 Max. Back around again on the main straightaway, coming up on 5 laps to go. Yeah, comes in with a personal best, 6 minutes, 21 seconds. And her opening quarter would suggest that she's on, sub 5-minute pace.
Well, what's interesting, looking at the splits, I mean, yeah, she went out in sub 35. The rest of the field went out in 30, high 35s, 36s, maybe even a 37. But when she ran her second lap in 39 mid, the rest of the field ran their lap in 39 mid. When she ran a third lap in 41 high, a good amount of the field ran 41 high. So that's why they're not really reeling her back in. But I think that's probably going to change, because I think as we get further into the race, that opening 34.55 lap might come up and have its little bit of revenge.
And as you say that, Burks moves to 2nd place, so she is the hunter, moving the rest of the field and closing that gap on our leader. Mariam Wajid of VO2 Max, our leader, the 6th grader, Burks from Lake Tahoe, moving to 2nd place. Kelly from Rock Creek Track Club in third. Milton of Chicago Trailblazers in fourth. Single file now. Back around again on the main straightaway, coming up on 3 laps to go. So we hit the halfway point in 2 minutes and 38 seconds, which would still be a massive personal best for our leader, Miriam Wajid, as she now will relinquish that lead to Autumn Burks from Lake Tahoe Track Club. And perhaps this is just what Miriam needs. Someone to take over pacing duties. Just as I say that, she goes right back to the front. I love this girl.
Well, I think, again, I mean, 6th grade, I mean, she's still learning the sport. I mean, she may have a really great coach. She may have been doing this in a track club level for a few years, but you're still learning how to run, and running at a national championship, regardless of the heat you're running in, you're learning something every second that you're on this track.
Kelly goes to 2nd place, Burks in 3rd, and now we're 3 wide down the back straightaway. And look at this, Burks trying to make a move, and Wajid keeping her on her outside.
Wajid is still in this race, even going out as fast as she did. It's very impressive.
We'll see what happens here. Will the bell wake her back up? There's the bell, 1 lap to go. And look at the acceleration from Burke. She just put her head down and took 3 or 4 real quick steps. And now she is definitely in control of this race down the back straightaway. Wajid in 2nd, Kelly in 3rd. Less than 100 meters to go now. Autumn Burks from the Lake Tahoe Track Club came a long way, and now she's all by herself on the main straightaway. Look at the arms, digging deep, looking for that extra gear to get herself across that line. 5 minutes, 20.95 seconds, and look at her, she looks exhausted, but a big smile on her face now.
Still a very solid race there for Wajid, who went out extremely fast in the first lap for the rest of the field. And to still hold on there and some moves back and forth with the rest of the field and still be able to finish 2nd. I think that was, I mean, the PR, I mean, she ran 5:24. Her PR was 6:21 before that. I mean, even to run somewhat that erratically and still get a 1-minute PR, I think that's phenomenal.
They all ran faster than my first mile race that I ran, which is one of the few races that I actually remember. But I remember running 5 minutes and 45 seconds for the mile as a freshman in high school, and I thought that was the fastest time ever. I was like, there's no way people can run faster than that.
No way.
Go now to heat number 2 of 6 in the girls' middle school mile. Natalia Rodriguez from Central Coast Track Club, Scarlett Evans of the AOC Ambler Track Club, Kaylee Ingrata from CYRC, Peyton Johnston from Durham Dragons Athletics, Elena Verage from Otsego, Michigan, Z Rondo from Boston, Annika Kindorf, the Greater Lowell Roadrunners, Regan Gates from Gap, Pennsylvania, Tala Carlin from Red Arrow Track Club, Ann Gibson Hamilton from Mountain Brook Track Club, Fraser Elliott from Mountain Brook Track Club, Madeline Palachek from Sevens Locks Running Club, Vera McGowan from New England Elite, Nora Allen from Running Lane Track Club, and Emily Bolda from Rock Creek Track Club.
That's Reagan Gates, Gap, PA, taking things out here. It says her PR is 7:39. I highly doubt that, but I mean, she's definitely taking a commanding lead here in Heat 2. She looked really strong completing that first lap and making sure that she got on the rail to get out in front of this field.
Yeah, I bet Pennsylvania is one of those states that runs the 1500 and not the mile, and maybe they entered the mile time.
Who knows?
Yeah, 1500 best of 5:17. 1500 best of 5:08. So that is much faster than the 7:39 entry.
Found pretty strong first 2 laps there from Gates. 36.17, 37.69. 113 is a solid start here to the field, but she's given up the lead. Now we'll have to see how those first 2 laps are sitting in her legs there for the rest of the race, as Madeline Palachek, 7 Locks Running Club, now takes command of this heat. Reagan Gates settles back into second. Z Rondo from Boston, Mass. in third, as well as Natalia Rodriguez. You can see those third and fourth there.
Our leader is running the AAU Indoor National Championships just a few days ago, where she was first place in the 3,000 meters in 11:01. Now being challenged on the outside. 2:38 through the halfway mark. Palachek, our leader. Gates on her outside. Rodriguez, Rondo, Evans, Elliott, Allen, and Hamilton leading all down the back straightaway. 3 wide now on the back straight. Look at this.
Yeah, it looked like Gates wanted to, maybe retake the lead there. Got right up on the shoulder of Palachek, but she just, settling right in there and say, all right, Madeline, why don't you control the pace for a little bit? I'll sit back here and conserve some energy.
Rodriguez from the Central Coast Track Club was trying to split the difference there, and now she has moved to second place, wearing hip number 1. Moving into that 4th position. That's Nora Allen trying to close that gap. Palachek and Rodriguez, 1 and 2, and swinging wide's a challenge on the outside. Natalia Rodriguez from the Central Coast Track Club will take over with 2 laps to go. Down the back straightaway now. Rodriguez went to the front. It was not a definitive move, and here comes Palachek back to the front. From the 7 Locks Running Club. Again, she won the AAU championships just a couple days ago at 3,000 meters. And she's running well on the main straightaway now. She'll take the bell. 1 lap to go.
Palachek's been making some pretty strong surges. Almost kind of seemingly every lap she just kind of sprints for about 10 meters. And so certainly when Rodriguez took the lead, she just sprinted right back into first. But Reagan Gates has not given up this race either. It's like she took it out and then just kind of settled back here.
We'll see what happens here now. Less than 100 meters to go. Palachek, Rodriguez, and Gates. Here we go. Swinging wide's a challenge on the outside is Rodriguez. Will she have enough? Powers away with the final strides. 5 minutes, 24.20 seconds for Rodriguez with a big smile from the Central Coast Track Club. Waving to the crowd and the cameras. Love to see it. It's like she's been here before.
Very consistent laps there for Rodriguez from about halfway till the final lap, just wrapping off low 42 seconds, letting everybody else making these little, wild spurts and maybe kind of running half a lap slow, half a lap fast. She just stayed consistent the whole time, and that probably gave her the right kind of energy that she needed at the end for that kick.
Now we'll go to section 3 of 6. And Mark, what did you say? We're running 15 minutes or so ahead of schedule?
We were about 10 or 15 minutes a little while ago-ish. we'll see how the rest of these races go, and they may slow things down a little bit after a while. Don't want to get too far ahead for those 400 meters later.
Well, here we go, section 3 of 6.
And then we got Bryn Waters, Leighton Archer, Abby Connors, Lynna Kaufman, Vivienne Dupier, Abby Squires, Addison Johns, Molly Richardson, Zara Williams, Maeve Heck, Kate Ferris, Ali Amin, Isabella Reisenfeld, Audrey Miller, and Michaela Marilla. That's your field there, 15 athletes. Heat 3 here, the girls' middle school mile.
That's Maeve Heck, out hot in 35.63 from Staten Island, New York.
But yet sporting the Oregon singlet,
Yep.
University of Oregon singlet there. That's quite interesting. Maybe just a big fan of the program, or the coach is a big fan or something, but always fun to see the old classic Oregon singlet out there.
At this young of an age to even know if that is the Oregon O. Everyone knows of the Ducks once you start diving into the world of cross country or track and field. Who isn't?
Right.
It's tough not to be a fan of Steve Prefontaine and the lure that legacy and all the stories.
Well, having lived in Eugene, Oregon, and trained on the same places that Prefontaine trained, and probably had a little bit of wild fun, as much as I heard Mr. Prefontaine used to have as well. I definitely can admire him as an athlete. And, such a great story, such a tragic story, but such a well-respected athlete in the sport by millions of athletes that have come behind him.
Our leader on the track now, Hershey Blaze. Kate Ferris. Just, again, last week, Armory Youth Championships. She was our 1,500 meter champion at 5:05. That's her 1,500 personal best.
Another 7th grader in the field here, Kate Ferris. So we'll most likely see her back here next year as well in the middle school race.
Yeah, Kate Ferris of the Hershey Blaze Track Club, coming through halfway in 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Fantastic halfway split. The meet record, 4 minutes 51.19 seconds by Ellen Latta, set here last year.
What a great experience, for these 6th and 7th graders to be able to come here and experience this, knowing that they're going to be able to return here most likely if they keep up their fitness and their training and their success. And then a whole 4 years of potentially high school. So to get on the ground floor here in the 6th, 7th grade, to be able to come to this beautiful facility and run a national championships, what a great opportunity.
That's a lot. That's a long way to go, yeah, when you think about it now.
Actually, now that I say that, I'm just thinking to myself, like, geez, that's a long 6-7 years.
Yeah.
Grinding it out before you even get to the college level if you make that. But meanwhile, we got the 8th grader, Heck, trying to make up a little bit of a gap there on our 7th grader, Ferris. Seems like she doesn't want to get too close, but not too far away from Ferris.
Yeah, Heck also had a race last.
Still Ferris over Heck, going on the bell lap, 4:43 at the bell lap, and Ferris still has that lead. Heck about 2 or 3 meters behind. Heck could be saving herself for a kick, or she could just be holding on. It all depends on Kate Ferris right now, who is in the lead. And going into that final turn, looks like Ferris has opened up a little bit of a gap there on Heck. And it's Ferris now coming down the home stretch. Heck not putting up too much of a fight here. Oh, just right at the end, she makes up a couple of yards, but ran out of room, a little bit too much there. Kate Ferris, 5:24. Final time. Heck running just under 40 seconds. Kate Ferris running right around 40 seconds flat there for the final laps. And Abby Squires there from Wall Triangle, 5:29. So we're halfway through here, our girls' middle school mile. 3 more heats to go.
Section 4 getting themselves situated on the line now. Gun is up. A little jumpy. Almost expected at this age. A little nerve-wracking. And here we go, section 4 of 6. As Amelia Huey from Wool Triangle, Anna Radwanski from Portland Speed Track Club, Emma Pham from 7 Locks Running Club, Isabella Horn, Lee Front Runners, Casey Flowers from South Euclid, Ohio, Claire Jenkins from CYRC, Danica Cozier from Guilderland Track Club, Madison Hobbs of Ohio Heat Track, Nora McCall, Wool Triangle, Abigail Kosher from Palatine Pack TFCC, Ridley Rutherford from Metrolina Christian TC, Talia Kirsch of 7 Locks Running Club, Emma Aldana Helga from Metro Stars, and Aubrey Conti of Buffalo, New York. The 14 young ladies that have towed the line. Once again in section 4 of 6, girls middle school mile. Our early leader, Anna Radwanski, through the opening 235.40. Conti in second. Emma Aldana Helga rounding up the top 3 as they are single file on the main straightaway. Opening 400, around 72 seconds. So Aldana Helga of the Metro Stars, 1 minute 12.64 seconds for the opening 400.
Radwanski there, Pearland Speed Track Club. Just about, as we could see, looks like about 10 meters behind Huelga. Conti there, right off of Radwanski's shoulder, maybe a few meters. Aldana Huego, though, looks very strong out front. Solid stride. Again, very fast 400 meters there for Aldana Huega. 72 seconds. Seems to be opening up that lead even more now.
Running very confidently.
2:30 at halfway there for Emma Aldana Huego from Metro Stars.
The New Orleans Metro Stars. She was the champion of the Louisiana Indoor Classic just last weekend, where she won the 800 in 2 minutes and 21 seconds for a personal best.
See, they have indoor down there in the South, right?
That's right, sure.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Louisiana Classic.
Yeah.
Hey. Was that possibly in the Dome? I don't know.
So we are cruising here. Emma Aldana Huelga, the New Orleans Metro Stars, our leader. Moving into second place, Anna Radwanski from Portland Speed Track Club. Radwanski leading that chase pack. St. Thomas Scopel.
Aldana Huego still with a very commanding lead here. 2 laps to go. Somebody's going to have to either make a move very soon or she's going to have to slow down, and it just doesn't look like she's going to slow down at this point.
She looks very, very comfortable. Very, very smooth. Emma Pham from Seven Locks Running Club moving to second place, leading that chase pack now. Perhaps she will try and make a move to close that gap. But it's not like she's running slow either.
No,
they are
no.
running
And
quickly.
if you take a look there on Aldana Huego, you can still see a very solid back kick, which means she's not overreaching at any point. That's typically the first sign of getting tired, is you're reaching out, therefore you have a lot less of a back kick.
Yeah.
She still has a very strong back kick here. Like, she could just start kicking any time now and still have plenty left.
Our leader, Emma Aldana Huelga, came through 800 meters just off her personal best. So she is running very quickly. Leading down the back straightaway, and now that chase pack really starting to ratchet up the pace.
Am I going to eat my words again here?
Less than 100
setting
meters
myself,
to
every
go.
time I say somebody looks so good, all
Here
of a
comes-
sudden they get challenged.
Here comes Emma Pham.
Oh, what a great race. Emma Pham. And again, just unfortunately ran out of track. Otherwise, possibly another 100 meters, I would have been eating my own foot again on that. But
Yeah, Pham closing in 36 seconds. It's 4 seconds faster than our champion or our winner in that section, Emma Aldana Huelga of the Metro Stars. Hangs on and takes the win, 5:12.94 to Pham's 5:12.96. Sorry, 5:12.96 for Aldana Huelga. Pham, 5:13.87.
So we now got the athletes here in Heat 5 getting lined up here. Been having staggered waterfall starts, as they say, with these large fields. And we're off here. Heat 5. Janelle Jones, Sloan Gorendick, Hadley Reiser, Mia Dorego, Shayla Hyman, Nora Schmidt, Emma Genovese, Emma Laycock, Jalyn Alexander, Jewel Baker, Hallie Fernandez, Jillian Dion, Stella Hahn, Josephine Lenart, and Sophie Menker. You field there 15 athletes here in Heat 5. Not the fastest heat on paper, but the second to fastest heat.
Haley Fernandez of Arlington, Texas, our early leader, first 234.12. And Mark, this has always been my favorite section, the unseeded section, the one right before the seeded section. These, to me, are my people. These are the people that have something to prove. They have a chip on their shoulder by not being put into that seeded section, and they want to they want to make some moves and make their presence known.
Well, yeah, I mean, at any given time, you're going to see somebody winning the second to last heat in a time that is faster than some of the athletes in the seeded heat. Or you're going to find out that they were the ones that just got bumped out of the seeded heat. And they definitely, like you say, have something to prove, or had something to prove once they finished. But no, it's definitely, there's a lot of excitement in this because there's a statement that they want to make. Next year or next race, I want to be in the seated heat.
So again, our leaders with 5 laps to go now, Grundyke from the Rock Creek Track Club and Haley Fernandez from Arlington, Texas. Leading the chase pack, wearing hip number 10, Jewel Baker from East Rankin Academy.
3 7th graders leading this field, including Groendyke, Fernandez, and Baker. So again, a lot of youth, even in this middle school race, taking charge. 1:11 for both Groendyke and Fernandez. Pretty solid times there for the opening 400 meters.
We're halfway through in just a tick over 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so 2:31.26 halfway through. I'm gonna give a big shout out to Emma Genovese, back in the pack from Millis. Used to work with her old man back at Marathon Sports.
Oh, there you go.
She's had a fantastic year of running. Lots of success. Hope that continues, and just love how excited she is about the sport.
Haley Fernandez keeps kind of getting up on the shoulder, as you can see, but doesn't really want to quite take the lead. Seems to be pretty happy, just kind of sitting behind Groendyke. They are well ahead of those pace lights from the previous heat. So definitely running a faster time, low 5 minutes we expect.
Groendyke from the Rock Creek Track Club up in Colorado. But she's loving coming down to sea level, right?
Oh, well, it's, you train at altitude, and as long as you race within that first 24 to 48 hours, that's where you actually get the benefits from being up at altitude. What you don't want to do is come here with the family early on vacation and hang around for 5, 6, 7 days, because you're going to start feeling that fatigue around the 4th or 5th day and real sluggish from coming down to altitude. So definitely a good advantage when you can train at those kind of levels and then come down here at, the Flatlanders area that we have here in Massachusetts. There's no hills here. We don't do well at cross country when it comes to hilly courses, that's for sure.
Well, she's powering away from a talented field here in the unseeded section of the girls' middle school mile. Groendyke from the Rock Creek Track Club. Really opening things up with less than 100 meters to go now.
Her PR coming into this, 5:41. She's going to smash that PR.
Main straightaway for her final strides towards the line. And she is looking for that personal best. She was really digging for it. And again, right into that camera, big smiles, a thumbs up. She's excited. And we'll go now to the seated section.
All right, Steve, here we go. 6th and final heat, our seeded heat here in the girls' middle school. We expect our fastest time to come out of this.
Up off and away we go, the seated section of the girls' mile. Eliza Schwass from Scottville, Michigan. Mackenzie Kelly from Glenside, Pennsylvania. Alexandra from 6 Mile. Sawyer Nicholson from the Durham Dragons Athletics. Sophia Stam from Duval. Grace Love from 7 Locks Running Club. Addison Cotter from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Molly Mako from Glen Ellen, Illinois. Tylee Coleman from Valley Center, Kansas. Gabriella Pello from Towako, New Jersey. Brooklyn Brown from Delaware Elite Track Club. Chloe Whitstein from Palatine Pack. We also have Aaliyah Yorick from HP Distance. Eleanor Jang from Leona, New Jersey. And Lillian Higgins from HP Distance.
And that's Grace Love, 7 Locks Running Club, taking out the lead here, trying to control the early stages of this seated section. 34:19 for the first lap.
Yeah, Grace Love, the 8th grader, comes in with a personal best of 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Again, the meet record here, 4 minutes and 51.19 seconds. That is a
for a middle schooler.
Fantastic meet record. And that was set here last year by Ellen Latta.
That would qualify for any divisional state meet in high school.
Yeah.
Easily. And be probably one of the top 5, 6 girls going into the state meet.
So I love the leader now. Mackenzie Skelly has the personal best of 5:04. And we'll see how she fares here. Already opening up a gap of 20 meters on the main straightaway with 5 laps to go. Skelly from Glenside, Pennsylvania.
This is a very fast 400 meters right there from Skelly, running 35.24 and 36.21. Roughly running right around 71, 72 seconds for that 400 meters. 4:48 pace. Very early on in the race.
Yeah. So her personal best of 5:04 comes from the New Balance National Outdoor Nationals, where she was runner-up in the middle school race.
And as you can see, she's almost, like digging in, like I want to run away with this thing early and go. That wasn't just a move, that was, okay, I want to make it race over.
Aggressive early, she is certainly well ahead of this field now, 50 meters ahead of the field.
That was another 36.56.
So she comes through
for that
halfway in 2 minutes, 22 seconds. So we are on meet record pace. 1,000 meters, 3 laps to go on 4:48 pace now. Still on meet record pace, and she is chugging along.
So that was a 71 and then a 73 for those 2 400-meter portions. So very, very fast time there. And really just trying to put this race away early. It's going to really come down to what does she have left with about a lap and a half to go. Because we've seen other athletes be a little bit more patient and walk people down at the end. But this is 50 meters with 2 laps to go.
Our in-stadium PA announcer, David Milner, really getting the crowd involved, letting them know that that Skelly is on meet record pace, and she is head and shoulders above this already very talented field. Now 300 meters to go. Skelly rounding that far turn, coming into the main straightaway, completing the penultimate lap. She'll take the bell. If she checks her shoulders, no one will be there. 1 lap to go.
She's got to run about a 37, 38 seconds, which she's been doing all race long, if not faster. So as long as she can maintain the pace that she's been running, she's got a very, very good shot of breaking that meet record.
Skelly down the back straightaway. Less than 100 meters to go now.
And she doesn't look like she's tired at all. She doesn't look let up at all. Like this would be a strong kick to win the race over someone else.
Main straightaway. The New Balance National Outdoor runner-up in the middle school mile will be champion for indoors. 4:48.96 in a new meet record.
She just came to a full stop, like she was almost stunned, like, wow. I mean, even she probably had to think to herself, did I just do that?
A fantastic race put together by each and every one of these young ladies that towed the line. So Skelly, a meet record.
And to do that again, I mean, from basically from 800 meters, 600 to 800 meters on, is when all of a sudden she started dropping 36s, 35s, and the rest of the field were running 38s, and she just kept pulling away. So to do that solo, again, at this young age in the sport, is just very, very impressive. Of course, we'll hope to get Kate Van Buskirk, talking to her soon as she catches her breath. I know I'd want a little bit of time to catch my breath. But that wraps up all of our mile races here this morning. We're going to move on into more of our sprint period here on day one. Some of the next events coming up are boys and girls freshman 400 meters, as well as our boys and girls middle school 400 meters. And then we will get back to a little bit longer races there.
We're going to take it down to Mackenzie Skelly, who is trackside Olympian Kate Van Buskirk, and she's going to tell us how her national record.
And here's Kate Van Buskirk.
All right, this is what New Balance Nationals is all about. We've seen our first national record go down. You are the first middle schooler to break the 450 barrier. Mackenzie, that's incredible. Is this your plan coming in?
Yeah, it was. I really was hoping to break the record, and I just feel amazing that I did it. And yeah.
Well, you didn't just do it. You did it in unbelievably dominant fashion. You won by 13 seconds, and you went out and led every single step of that race. Where'd you get that confidence from?
I mean, every practice, every workout, I have some amazing teammates that I can look up to. They're in the crowd right now, and they always push me to try to do my best, so that really helped.
Can we get a shout out from Mackenzie's teammates in the stands? All right, we're going to see Mackenzie back for the championship 2 mile coming up tomorrow, and you're going to mix it up with some of the older athletes as a middle schooler. You're going to be just as confident tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely going to have less pressure on me, which I'm hoping will help. It'll be awesome.
Amazing. All right, new meet and national record holder, Mackenzie Skelly.
All right, congrats, Mackenzie. We're going to shift gears now and move things.
So a fantastic time, national record. 4 minutes 48.97 seconds for Mackenzie Skelly in that girls' middle school mile.
Very, very impressive. And again, just the way that she ran that race was so strong. She didn't need to be pushed. She didn't need to be challenged. Didn't need to be threatened. Just made a big move, kept going, and had the energy. She must have gone into this thing, into this meet, with some very confident training.
Next up on the track, 15 sections of the boys freshman 400. If you're just joining us or just tuning in, good afternoon. Again, Thursday, March 13th, 2025, broadcasting live from the track here at New Balance in Boston, Massachusetts for day one of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships, the fastest party on the planet all weekend long. And And we're already living up to that phrase as we just witnessed a national record in the girls' middle school mile. We'll give you the starting lineup once the gun goes off. Have been running slightly ahead of schedule. Here we go. This will be section 1 of 15. From the inside out, Ryan Street of O'Connell Track Club, Quentin Orizawa from Left Coast Track and Field, Mika Shepard from Warrior Track Club, Ian Seuss from Carolina Cavaliers, Tyron Larry Parker of Riverdale Baptist, and Marco Petrino from Xaverian Track Club. First to the break point, lane 4, Ian Seuss of the Carolina Cavaliers, opening 224.47. Orizawa from the Left Coast Track and Field, 24.47. Seuss of Carolina Cavaliers in second. Now rounding that far turn, coming into the main straightaway, Petrino from Xaverian swinging wide to challenge late from the outside. What a big push from the outside. That one's too close to call. Petrino gets it, 52.78. Orizawa, 52.84, and Seuss rounds out in the top 3 at 52.87. Petrino had a great final lap, obviously, as he was in third through the opening 225.67, but closed in 27.11, significantly faster than anyone else in that field. So we'll go now to section 2 of 15. That will stand up just a bit. Little jumpy, little itchy. And this is the national championships. And oftentimes freshmen, the youngsters, not too familiar with each and every line that is on the track. Jarnigan from Kindersport was situated on the wrong line, as was Sutherland of the Blue Devils on his inside. So here we go. Jonathan Torres of Dickinson, Ryan Asadu of Jaguar Track, Kellen Sutherland of the Blue Devils, Edmund Jarnigan from Kindersport, and Edgar Jimenez Torres of Gladiator Track Club. First to the break point, lane 4. Now moving well on the outside from 5. Opening at 224.73 for Edgar Jimenez Torres of the Gladiator Track Club. Has a personal best of 54.69. Leading down the back straightaway now, less than 100 meters to go. Sutherland in second place. Jarnigan in third. Moving well in fourth is a Seydu. Main straightaway now. Edgar Jimenez Torres from the Gladiator Track Club. Will he hang on? He eased up at the line. And Torres will get it, 53.87, a hard charge. Jimenez, 53.95. Kellen Sutherland, 54.17. That's the top three from Section 2. Next on the track will be Section 3. The meet record 49.52. A Bass Hunter, Delco United Track Club, set in 2023.
On your mark. Set.
Up, off, and away we go. Section 3 of 15. Nolan Abbott, Sanborn, New Hampshire in 1. Dylan Fitzgerald of Millicent 2. Jonathan Lee of Benswick in 3. And Andrew Beckwith of Eagles Track Club in 4. John Collier of Deptford Elite Track Club in 5. And Santi Avelita DeMeo of Bullis in the outside lane 6. First to the break point and taking over pacing duties, or the lead, is Lee, 24.39. Beckwith in second. Barbarita DeMeo third. And Collier in fourth. So the top four very close together. Far turn main straightaway. Swinging wide to challenge on the outside. We've got 4 wide. Collier, I believe, from 4th place. Jonathan Lee will hang on, 53.66. Collier in second, 53.73 with a fantastic close. And Arboleda DeMeo, 53.82 from Bullis.
Stand by the blocks.
we go. Heat number 4. Lane 1, Millen Eamon from Opportunity Track Club. Lane 2, Aiden Burney of Riverdale Baptist. Lane 3, Jordan Etheridge from the Lightning Track Club. Lane 4, Vaughn Bachet from Wiley, Texas. Lane 5, Xavion Pige of Tone Up Elite Track Club. And lane 6, Brad LaForest of LaSalle Academy Track Club. First to the break point, first through the opening 200. Xavion Pige of Tone Up Elite Track Club, 24:06. The opening 200. Burney in second, Etheridge in third, and LaForest in fourth. Top 3 now starting to separate around that far turn into the main straightaway. Final strides towards the line. And Pigi starting to falter as he swings out to the outside of lane 1. He'll hang on for the win. And is celebrating with a new leading time. 52:39 by 1/100th of a second. And he's very happy, Xavion there. We are trying to go rapid fire. Well, as rapid fire as you can go, but while giving the athletes the opportunity to get their blocks situated.
On your mark.
Here we go, Heat 5. From the inside out, Joshua Buckley of Queens, New York, Brad LaForest of LaSalle Academy, Jaden Rucker from Carolina Cavaliers, Nixon McNeil from Plymouth South Track Club, Isaac Smith from Gloucester, Virginia, and Anthony Taylor from Patriot Track Club. Making a move to the front is Smith, 24:37, Buckley, 24:49, Taylor, 24:66. McNeil moving into the fourth position, and now making a hard move from third place to swing wide and challenge on the outside. What a great final straightaway by Taylor, 52:92. Just misses the fastest time of the day by 2/100ths of a second. So Taylor, 52:92, Buckley, 53:54, Rucker, 53:58, rounds out the top 3. Taylor ran a fantastic final 75 meters or so. Came from third place and just slingshot his way off the turn into first for the victory. Still a long way to go. That was section 5.
On your mark.
off, and away we go with Jacob Serrano of Scuffle Academy, Grant Merlot from Toms River, New Jersey, Yeshua McKinley from McNamara Mustangs, Eli Rodriguez from Allen, Texas, Aiden Kretschmar from Longmeadow, Massachusetts, Isaiah Wingfield from St. John Paul the Great, lane 3, McKinley of McNamara Mustangs, I believe, well out in front, 23:50. That is a monster opening 200 for McKinley. Everybody chasing McKinley now with 100 meters to go. Wingfield, Merlot, Kretschmar. I believe this is Merlot now, swinging wide to challenge, moving into second place. Is he going to have enough room? Yes, he will. Merlot, 51:92, takes over the fastest time so far. McKinley, after a wildly quick opening 200, finishes in second, 52:14. Wingfield rounds out the top 3 at 52:59.
Bring it back.
So we've had almost every athlete run faster than their seed time so far, which is essentially the way you want to do it. End on a high note, as we've said a few times here today.
On your mark.
And here we go, Ryan Mazza of the Raiders, Kellen Moyer from Team Wichita Elite, Graham Goggins of Marble Falls, Texas, Michael Duart from Derry, New Hampshire, Yahir Carter from AP Knights, and Rexton Kirkgard from Baldwinsville Harriers. Those are the 6 young men that have towed the line here in section 7 of 15. And here we go, a surge on that straightaway to take over pacing duties. Moyer, our leader down the back straightaway. Taking section 7 from lane 5. That was Jahir Carter from the AP Knights. Oh, Goggins, 52:23. Carter in second, 52:23. Kirkgard, 52:70. Moyer, 52:78.
On your mark.
We'll go down to section 8. And up, off, and away we go. Lane 1, Zachary Zakari from Benswick. Lane 2, Caden Clark from Farmington. Lane 3, Ife Kolke from East Brunswick, New Jersey. Lane 4, Jeremiah Wiley of Raritan, New Jersey. Lane 5, Sean Dishman from Orlando, Florida. And in lane 6, Jose Basulto from the Mounties. Very even through the break point on the outside from lane 6. Jose Basulto from the Mounties, 24:56, our leader. Moving well down the back straightaway. In second place. Now taking over. That's Wiley from Raritan, New Jersey. Main straightaway, final strides towards that line, trying to get there with a big lean. Wiley, 52:35. So again, now we're fastest time so far, 51:92 by Merlot. Leave from section 5. Section 6 was Merlot's fastest time. And here we go, section 9. Jack Walden of Ypsilanti, Michigan in 1. James Myers of Paramus, New Jersey in 2. Mateo Sanchez de Rojas of Lexington Elite in 3. Caleb Tripaldi of Beacon, New York in 4. Quincy McLean of Ferocity Track in 5. And Scotty Feeney of Zavarian Track Club in 6. Moving well on the inside from lane 1, Jack Walden of Ypsilanti, Michigan, 24:75. Feeney in second, Myers in third. Less than 100 meters to go now. Tripaldi moving well on the outside. McLean moving well. And now swinging wide to Challenge on the outside. We're out into lane 4. Myers will take it, 53:30. Walden, 53:40. And rounding out the top 3 is Feeney, 53:76. Now to section 10 of 15.
On your mark. Set.
Off and away we go. Heat 10 of 15. Bryson Anderson of the Tennessee Track Club. Tamer Dandashi of IMG Academy in 2. Taryn Lera of Acton in 3. Liam Havens of the Jets in 4. Nasir Camille of Jamaica Plain in 5. And Ethan Yim of Walsh Jesuit in 6. Outside, Ethan Yim of Walsh Jesuit is our leader, the opening 200 meters. 23:84. Camille 24:23. Havens 24:90. And now we've got less than 100 meters to go. Around that far turn, into the main straightaway. Nazir Camille of Jamaica Plain gaining ground with each and every stride, swinging wide to challenge on the outside also is Liam Havens. And that's going to be a great finish right to the line. Will it be the fastest time of the day? No, it will not. Havens gets it 52 flat. Camille 52.24. Dandashi 52.54 is the top three. Fastest time so far, 51.92 from Section 6. Merlot still holding strong.
Seems, Steve, that some of these heats after Heat 6 have been having a hard time catching that fastest time of the day so far.
That's right. It is. The first couple of sections, everybody was faster than their entry time as well. So here we go with heat section number 11, and we're gonna call them back just a little bit.
You always got to feel for those athletes when that second gun goes off, because the last thing you want to do is do all the hard work, do all the training, make all the travel here, and then possibly get DQ'd. But it doesn't look like the young man's going to be DQ'd.
Yeah, going to be a nice little green card.
Yeah, I don't want to see the red card. Yeah. Everybody knows the red card. That's a global card that nobody likes to see.
Just enough to rattle the athlete.
Yes.
So that I'm sure he'll be the last one out of blocks the second time around.
That's usually what happens.
But again, a learning moment, a learning opportunity, and let's see how he reacts. It is a high pressure situation for sure, but again, a learning experience. Section 11 of 15, Embry Wazik of Northland Track Club in 1, Jace Willis of Stags in 2, Isaac Richardson of Ocean Lakes in 4, Tennessee Williams of Just Run Track and Field in 6.
I think he definitely was the last one out of the blocks on that start, but that was a smart move to make at least.
23:40, the opening 200 for Embry Wazik from the Northland Track Club. Comes in with a seed time or personal best of 52.52. And now he's got less than 100 meters to go as he tries to hold off a charge on the outside by Tennessee and Williams, who comes in at 52.84. Main straightaway now. A late charge on the outside. Will it be enough? It just might. We'll have to wait for those results.
That was definitely a close one there, and it was Isaac Richardson
on the outside with the fastest time of the day now, 51.78. Williams just 1/100th of a second behind at 51.79. And Wazik rounds out the top three at 52.08, our early leader through the opening 200.
Never give up. Never give up. I think you always have that advantage coming off that final turn in that 400. You do often see a lot of athletes coming from behind off that final turn. They're kind of almost whipped around like the momentum that they have. So we got Heat 12 here. Rancelio, Adams, Asaro, Steele, Anderson, and Willis. So a full field here of 6 athletes on the track here. Heat 12, Joe Rancelio, Kenneth Adams, Axel Osario, Antonio Steele, Marquis Anderson, Roderick Willis. We'll see who can take the rail here, the all-important rail. That looks like lane 5. And that is Anderson out of lane 5, taking the rail there, 23.76. He's got a solid lead, but he's going to have to hold off those challengers there. 100 to go. Still all Marquis Anderson. Commanding victory there. Another fastest time of the day, 51.08.
Yeah, that was probably the first section where we've seen the leader, hold that pole position and go unchallenged all the way through. Which, I mean, you had mentioned, like, you have to get that all-important pole position. And that was the first time that we've seen that.
And if you're not in that pole position, make sure you're right on the shoulder of the guy that does.
Yeah, of course.
So, I mean, that's important. But, if you can get that pole position and have that 5-10 meter gap at this short of a distance, it makes that other athlete or other athletes really have to have an amazing negative second split.
On your mark.
We're starting to see all of our entries or personal bests in the 51s. And 13 to 15, Damani Roberts of Kentwood Track Club in 2, Daniel Slater of Jaguar Track in 4, Justin Greathouse of Chaska, Minnesota in 5, Adrian Woodward of Bergen Catholic in 6.
Looks like potentially Amir Woodward, potentially a brother, is not starting here today.
Greathouse of Chaska, Minnesota from lane 5, 23.05, and that is the fastest opening 200 that we've seen so far.
And again, he's got that gap, 5, almost 10 meters now on the athlete. It's going to be so incredibly hard for Woodward, Roberts, and Slater.
So Roberts trying to make that move on the outside, and he will have a great run at it all the way through. Roberts from 3rd to 1st. Wow. 49.93. And that is just off the meet record, 49.52 from 2023. And we've got 2 sections to go. So 49.93, Roberts throwing down a fantastic time.
And a huge PR. I mean, coming in with a 51.74 to run 49.93 in a distance race. That's like PRing by 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's...
when you put that, when you say it like that, that is staggering.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Like, it's exponential, so in a marathon, he just PR'd by about 45 minutes. So let's put it that way. And here we are, second to last heat here, heat 14 of 15.
The unseeded section, as I like to call it.
Brundage, Johnson, Stevenson, Dorsey, Katub. And we're off here. Heat 14 of 15. Jalen Brundage, SB Vikings. Zaven Johnson from Manhattan, Illinois. Daniel Stevenson, McNamara Mustangs. And Terrence Dorsey, McNamara Mustangs as well as Stylianos Katob from Drive Phase Track Club.
This is going to be great.
That was Dorsey, Terrence Dorsey, McNamara Mustangs, 22.87. Again, we're getting faster opening splits every time as we get to these final heats. But it's a great battle here. Stylianos Katob, Terrence Dorsey. Dorsey from first lap to last lap. 49.84. Once again, takes over the top time here. But we still got one to go, Steve.
Final section to go. That was a great race right there. 49.84 for Dorsey.
Nice personal record there for Dorsey. Personal record for Katob. All very fast times. And then here is, as they would say, even with freshmen, the big boy race.
That's right. And we do have a seed time well under the meet record from lane 5. Gideon Newton of Hoover Elite comes in at 48.44. I'll say that again, 48.44. We also have Carter Sedgwick of McNamara Mustangs, 52.14. Layron Anderson from Harry Truman, New York, 52.09. Jalen Edwards of Glenville High School, 49.80. And Michael Swanson of IMG Academy, also in this section. So up, off, and away we go, the seeded section. Again, from the inside out, Sedgwick of McNamara Mustangs, Anderson of Truman, Edwards of Glenville, Newton of Hoover Elite, and Swanson of IMG Academy. Keep your eyes on lane 5.
Edwards and Newton.
And here we go on the inside.
Out
That's
fast.
4. Edwards of Glenville High School will be first to the break point, but taking over pacing duties on the outside. Swanson, 22.93, the opening 200. Swanson, Edwards, and Newton, 1, 2, and 3. Again, the meet record, 49.52, as we keep our eyes on the straightaway and the clock. Swanson, will it be enough? 48.77 for a new meet record. Michael Swanson gets the job done. That's our second meet record of the afternoon. And that is a fantastic time. What a race by Michael Swanson, especially from the opening 200 where the top 3 were separated by a quarter of a stride. That could have got dicey, being so close at that speed, and from freshmen.
And wanting it that much. I mean, wanting to realize that this is for the national title. Even as a freshman, this is for the national title. But what a fabulous time there, fighting all the way to the line to get that record. Again, your winner, Michael Swanson, IMG Academy, 48.77, new meet record. We'll have a chance, hopefully, to talk with Michael Swanson in a few minutes. Meanwhile, next up, we've got our girls 400-meter freshman events. Heat 1 of 10. We have in this field Chloe Armiger, DC Cadets, Kendall Aska, Union Catholic TC, Amaya Curry, MVP League, Ryan Gadlin, Angel Flight Track Club, and Lane Stevens, LaSalle Academy Track Club. Heat 1, girls freshman 400 meters. Armiger, Aska, Curry, Gaddin, Stevens. Already athletes making up the stagger here. Well, looks like Amaya Curry, MVP. And that is Amaya Curry, MVP, 27.02 with 200 meters. Huge lead here in a 400 meters to have this type of lead. Very commanding. Chloe Armiger, Ryan Gadlin, seemingly settling for second and third, but it's all Amaya Curry. Winning time officially there, 57:55. Ryan Gadlin, 101:56. The record we're looking at here today on the girls freshman side, 55:26. That was set by Kennedy Brown last year at this meet, running for Bullis. Next heat up here, Stella David, Griffin Stoughton, Chloe Barnes, Samara Downer, Abigail Bilodeau, and Danica Redis. And we're off here, heat 2. Meanwhile, we're going to look down to the infield, Michael Swanson and Kate Van Buskirk.
All right, we're going to hand it over to my girl Kate. She's got something special cooking over there.
Well, understandably, we're sitting down. Mikey said, can we do this interview sitting down? I said, you just set a meet record. You can do whatever you want. So you are the first freshman at New Balance Nationals to go under 49. That was a huge PR. And you've been injured for most of the season. You still pulled that out. How in the world did you manage that?
Just trusting my coach and trusting myself, trusting God, and knowing if I put my faith in him, I can do whatever I need to do to get the job done.
And we're going to see you in the 4x4 coming up in a couple days. We're going to see that same confidence there, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, best of luck. Congratulations, Mikey Swanson, new meet record holder here in the freshman boys 400.
What a great young athlete there. Kate interviewing. We will see him again in that 4x4. New meet record. Wonderful time he's having here so far. That was section 2 there. Stella David taking that in 1 minute flat .49 at a Tobacoke track and field. Next up on the track, heat 3 of 10. The girls' freshman 400 meters. Full field here again. Sarah Jones, Daphne Obispo, Kaylee Robertson, Fiona Corbett, Zoe Lockwood, Julia Carswell. We're off here. Heat 3 of 10. Sarah Jones from Hornets Track Club, Obispo from Garrison Forest School, Robertson, DU Beast Cats Track Club, Corbett from Burr and Burton Academy, Lockwood, Tone Up Elite Track Club, and Carswell, Border City AC. It looks already like lane 2, Obispo, Garrison Forest School might take the rail, but it's not. Kaylee Robertson, DU Beast Cats Track Club, nips that rail there right in the first lap, 28:09 for the first 200 meters. Very strong out front. But coming around the outside, challenging Robertson, not enough. Robertson holds on for the win. 59-53. Julia Carswell putting on a good challenge there at the end. Comes up just short there in 59-70. So coming up next on the track, heat 4 of 10. Sophia Vivieros, Adriana Henry, Macarena Cotton, Ajana Brown, Julia McCurdy, Stephanie Todd. Heat 4, girls freshman 400 meters. Vivieros, Lunenburg Track Club, Henry, VTZ Track Club, Cotton, the Cotton Club Posse, Brown, MVP League, McCurdy, the Speed Academy, and Todd, DF3 Stars. And we're looking at lane 3 right now. Cotton trying to grab that rail and just misses out there. Julianne McCurdy, the Speed Academy, ends up taking that rail 26.79 at 200 meters. But Cotton not too far behind here going into the final turn. Can she swing around the outside? McCurdy still in the lead. Looking very strong. Coming all the way through the line there to take the victory. 58.88. Still not ahead of that first heat time of 57.55. But we suspect things to start getting a little bit quicker as we get along in the next few heats. It's a nice PR for McCurdy there by about a second. Next heat, heat 5 of 10. Ella Budzinski, Evelyn Melalente, Anna Elberg, Mariah Joyner, Enya Zenenya Taylor, and Naraya Harley. Budzinski, Andover Phillips Academy, Magalenti, DF3 Stars, Elberg, NATC, New Jersey, Joyner, Carolina Cavaliers, Taylor, Dudley Panthers, and Harley, Galloway, New Jersey. That looks like lane 4 there. Mariah Joyner, Carolina Cavaliers. Mariah Joyner, 26.34 at 200 meters. Zanaya Taylor, just about 5 meters back. If she's going to make a move, Taylor, she needs to do that now. It's going to be all Joyner there. 57.86. Still holding on to that top time from heat 1, 57.55. But Joyner takes that. Zanaya Taylor, 58.70. Naraya Harley, 101.03. Halfway through here, halfway through the 10 heats. Coming up the 6th heat of our girls' freshman 400 meters. Rachel Stepp, Emerson Cochran, Sienna Carlson, Madeline Gargiulio, Olivia Peterson, Bridget Dow. Here we go. Heat 6, Stepp, Moon Township, PA. Cochran, San Marcos, Texas. Carlson, Michigan Mustangs. Gargiulio, Woodbury Track Club. Peterson, Michigan Mustangs. And Dow, Dudley Panthers. Lane 1 there, Rachel Stepp out very strong on the inside. She will take the rail after 200 meters. 27:39, Stepp. Cochran settles into second, Carlson third. But like the previous heats there, that 5-10 meter gap after about 300 meters is an awful lot to make up going into the last 50, 75 meters. And Stepp comes off that turn. Oh, Cochran putting on a move. Oh, might have just held her off there, Stepp. Cochran does nip her at the line, 59.06 to Stepp's 59.11. So a lot of front running there from Stepp, but Cochran comes up great at the end. Up next, heat 7 of 10, Peyton Buchanan, Zion Bullard, Gabriella Smith, Madison Barnes, Mafata Koromua. A little jittery possibly there in the blocks, so referee has them stand back up. Make sure they're nice and settled when they get down in the blocks there, all very important. Well, apparently they weren't very well settled there after the referee had them stand up because we will have a false start. We'll see what color that card is when it comes out. Again, always feel for these athletes. Come all this way. And it's a green. We're good. Everybody's staying in this thing. Green card. It's kind of like a warning, like a yellow card from soccer or football, as my European friends would properly call it. But it is just simply a warning at this point. She's going to have to be very careful going into this start here. Buchanan, Scorpions Track Club. Bullard, Lane 4 Track Club. Smith, IMG Academy. Barnes, Archbishop Carroll from DC. And Koroma, Harlem Children's Zone. Looks like Madison Barnes is out well as Zion Bullard. That looks like that's going to be Barnes that takes the rail. Opens up a nice gap there after taking that rail. 26:20. Definitely one of our fastest time so far through 200 meters. And she's got a very large lead there going in the final turn. But getting challenged maybe a little bit too fast in the first 200. Barnes overtaken there. Gabriella Smith, IMG Academy, 57.76. We're still holding on strong with that 57.55 from Heat 1. Gabriella Smith, very strategic second 200 meters. And Madison Barnes probably a little bit too fast, but hey, whatever her coach told her to do, hopefully she did it. It was just a little bit short there in that heat. Up next on the track, Heat 8, freshman girls, 400 meters. Hope Edwards, Shawana Reynolds, Olivia Hurd, Carmen Johnson, Adea Arango. We're going to have the athletes hold up here. All right, we're going to try it here again. Looks like we've got one of the athletes working on their blocks a little bit just to make sure that they're good and set. Again, Heat 8, we expect some fast times to come out of 8, 9, and 10. Some last minute adjustments from all the athletes, it seems like, on their blocks. And now it looks like we're going to get into set blocks and get this race finally underway. Edwards, Morristown in lane 2, Reynolds, McNamara Mustangs in 3, Hurd, St. Louis, Missouri in 4, Johnson, Ocean Lakes in 5, and Arango, WETC in lane 6. That looks like Hurd, who's out very strong. Hurd taking the rail there. Olivia Hurd, St. Louis, Missouri, 26-24. But she's got a lot of company there. Shawana Reynolds taking lead, but she may not have that lead for very long as it go into the final turn. Very strong finish there. Shawana Reynolds, McNamara Mustangs, 57-61. And we are still holding on to the fastest time of the day from Heat 1. We've gone through 8 heats. It's been absolutely amazing. We're waiting to see one of these breakout races here, or maybe we see something in the 56 range.
Talk about an upset, huh?
Yeah. I mean, our meet record is 55-26. So that was just set last year. Kennedy Brown, 55-26. So, I mean, even anything in the 56 range would be something we would expect out of possibly these last 2 heats. Heat 9, Anna Kemp, Lucy Beard, Amariah Arango, Savannah Clark, Jasmine Jackson. Might be a relative of Arango from the heat before. Camp. Oh! Looks like we're going to bring it back there. False start. Again, we don't want to see red, folks. We want to see green and only green. You really can't imagine that these officials want to DQ anybody unless it's just absolutely blatantly blatant.
Yeah.
You know, it's that would be pretty harsh.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these athletes travel from, you know, all corners of the country to come to this, and it would be a real shame unless it was just, I mean, don't get me wrong, a double false start, and they kind of have to do what they have to do, and the athlete has to learn a very valuable, hard lesson.
Of course.
But in the end, they're not going to be too harsh on that first one.
We're not talking about people advancing to finals. We're not talking about separating All-Americans.
No, or qualifying for the Olympics
Nope.
or even being at the Olympics. We've seen now, you know, the Olympics and World Championships and major championships all go to one false, you're out. When it used to be a warning, and then you would be out a second one, or if you were the second one to false start afterward. But right now, it's a one and done. At that kind of level, but certainly at this level, they want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Make sure that, you know, maybe it's a blocks issue, as you can see one of our athletes working on her blocks. Yeah. And sometimes that can make that false start happen, or that little jitter, where they just feel not quite comfortable in their blocks. And so it's great to see the official go over and help them with it and let them get their time to set those blocks properly. And we're off here. Camp from Roadrunners in lane 2. Beard from MATC in 3. Arango, WETC in 4. Clark, Jaguar Track in lane 5. And Jackson from WETC in 6. And Arango, who was having that block problem before the race, takes the rail there. Amariah Arango not too far behind Jasmine Jackson, definitely within pouncing distance. Jackson looking a little bit stronger now going into that curve as she gets up on the shoulder on the curve. Bold move on the curve. Will it pay off? Both athletes fighting down the line. Oh! And Jasmine Jackson just out-leaning Amariah Arango, 57-91.
Arango was part of the Milrose Games Trials High School Championship 4x8 team, so I thought she was going to hang on with her strength there.
Right.
That was a very thrilling, exciting, unseeded section.
Looked like her sister is sitting about 24th in the list right now, ran in that previous heat. But Steve, we're going into the final heat, and we still have the fastest time of the day from heat 1. At this time, almost as kind of like a non-invested to a certain extent. You almost kind of want to see the person at a heat 1 walk away.
Yeah.
You know, like that would be a great thing. I mean, you obviously want to see a fast race.
Of course.
We want to see a fast race. We want to hope that all these athletes are the big timers here. But
true underdog story. This is the Rudy story of the meet so far.
And we got Haven Smith, St. Louis, Missouri, lane 2. Malay Arpon, Bolus, lane 3. Chriselle Campbell, Bolus, lane 4. And Janelle Coleman, Motor City Track. Malay Arpon. No, that was Haven Smith. 25:03. I think we're going to see a faster time than 57:55. Haven Smith, 25:03. Chriselle Campbell, 25:47. Smith still in the lead, but being challenged here, going into that curve. Smith still trying to hold on. And she does hold on for the win. 55-79. She will be officially crowned the national champion in the girls' freshman 400 meters. 55-79 within a half a second of that meet record.
Yeah. That was a very exciting final there, the seeded section. That was great. Now we'll have 15 sections of the middle school boys 400 up next. Double guns. We've talked about it before. I think the athlete, you call back, he knows. Kind of gave a nod to the official. Yeah, got it. Green card. Bring him back. We'll do it again. From the inside out, we've got William Stevens of Boston United, Evan Pishnicki from Michigan Mustangs, Donald Clyburn of Above Expectations Track Club, Justin Wright from Renegade Track Club, Noah Rogers of Cobb AL, Braden Paul from V Tessie Track Club of Long Island. Section 1 of 15, middle school boys, 400-meter run. 25.93, the opening 200 by Rogers. Stevens in second, just a stride behind. Top 3, 4, 5, and 6 moving well down the back straightaway in single file. Stevens of Boston United, the hometown hero. Let's see if he can charge up for a late dash to that line. Stevens pumping his arms, trying to get there. And looks like Stevens will get it. Claps his hands, he's excited. He's very excited. He's getting all fired up. 56.33, personal best for William Stevens of Boston United out of lane 1. Section 2 will have Aiden Duggan of Fast Lane Track Club in 1, Bill Shaw Jr. of South Bruges Jaguars in 2, Ruben Gotham of Braintree in 3, Xavier Estrada of Providence Cobras in 4, Jack Whitney of Gunderland Track Club in 5, and Haston Hay of West Brookfield in 6.
Now we're going to have Kate Van Buskirk, who's going to be interviewing Haven Smith, our winner of the Freshman Girls 400.
All right, Haven, a 2.5 PR. You were here last year, but you absolutely blew it out of the water this year. What made the difference to make you a champion?
I think this year, last year was my first year running at New Balance, so I was a little bit new and nervous. But this year I came in ready. I traveled over 1,000 miles to get here, so I wasn't going to waste my time and not perform. I came here and I did what I needed to do.
You came here and you got it done. No reason to be nervous anymore. Best of luck with the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
So Whitney, 26.75, the opening 200, and powering down that final straightaway. 6:49, Jack Whitney. Bill Shaw Jr., 57.78 in second, and got him 57.95, the top 3 from section 2. And we'll go now to section 3.
On your mark.
In section 3, we've got Jackson Horn of the Hershey Blaze Track Club in 1, Brennan Reeder of Mesa Track Club in 2, William McElroy of Jackson, Mississippi in 3, James Phillips of Fenton, Michigan in 4, Amare Daisley of V Tennessee Track Club of Long Island in 5, Elijah Rivers of the Jersey Devils Elite in the outside lane 6. And it is Elijah Rivers in 6 that is first to the break point, first to the 200-meter split in 25:77. And Rivers takes control of this race with Horn, Reeder, Daisley and Phillips. Far turn main straightaway. Rivers taking this one from the gun through the tape. The hard charging Horn. And Rivers will take it 55.90 the time. 59.91 the official time for Elijah Rivers.
Please report to the clerking area. Leah N, please report to the clerking area. Leah N.
On your mark.
Coaches, for planning purposes, the meet is approximately 8 minutes behind. Coaches, 8 minutes behind currently.
So roughly 8 minutes behind schedule was the announcement that was just made. As again, we go now to section 4 of 15. Middle school boys 400. Lane 1, Calvin Davis from Above Expectations Track Club. Lane 2, Clarkson Johnson from Team Accelerate Maryland. Lane 3, Sean Grady of Dale City Lighting. Lane 4, Ethan Madison of Michigan Mustangs. Lane 5, Denham Cornegay from Sky's the Limit Track Club. And in the outside, Lane 6, James Blackman from Andover, Kansas. It looks like it's Cornegay from Sky's the Limit Track Club, first to the break point, leading through the opening 200 in 24:75. Blackman just a stride behind. Charging down that back straightaway. Cornegay with a commanding lead. And Cornegay trying to hang on now as the pack is gaining with each and every step. Main straightaway. Cornegay will hang on for the win, 55-52. Cornegay official time now 55-56 with Madison 56-18. Davis rounds out the top three at 56-44. Section 5, we've got Carter Horansky in 1 from Virginia House of Speed. Michael McKenzie in 2 from South Baton Rouge Jaguars. Landon Schwartz in 3 from Fastlane Track Club. Landon Flynn in 4 from Michigan Mustangs. Luca Nims in 5 from Bourbonnais, Illinois. And in lane 6, we've got Samuel Stribling Jr. from 301 Panthers Track Club. 25-20, the opening 200 for Stribling Jr. 301 Panthers Track Club middle schooler leads down the back straightaway with McKenzie right on his tail. McKenzie of South Baton Rouge Jaguars trying to charge up for a final effort, but Stribling Jr. will hang on for the win. Fastest time of the day, 54:29. Meet record 49:72. Yeah, Gideon Newton from Hoover Elite. That was set here last year. Middle schoolers running 49 seconds in the 400. Section 6, Hudson Wells of Noblesville, Indiana in 1. Finn Grace of Point Pleasant, New Jersey in 2. Jax Barton of Bulletproof Athletics in 3. Justin Heinrich of Marshfield in 4. K.O. Jama of Terps in 5. Tyrell Edmonds of X Nation in the outside lane 6. Heinrich from lane 4. Jima 25.84 is your leader through 200. Edmonds, Wells, Grace, Heinrich. Making a good move on the inside down that back straightaway. Ijima, Edmonds, Grace, 3 wide on the main straightaway. What a great finish. Grace 55.94, Edmonds 56.03, Wells 56.88, Ijima 56.94, Barton 57.45. Stevie Jeffrey of X Nation in 1, Jordan Long of Michigan Mustangs in 2, Jace Jackson of River City Finish in 3, Bryce Bressler of White Lake, New York in 4, Gabriel Morissette of the Speed Academy in 5, and Spencer Parsons of Tallahassee, Florida in the outside lane 6. First to the break point Morissette from the Speed Academy, and he's first through 200 meters in 25:90 with Parsons, Jeffrey, Long, and Bressler all in tow down the back straightaway. Parsons in second place. Jeffrey in third, closing that gap on the inside. Everyone chasing Morissette. And Morissette's gonna hang on, or will he? Jeffrey might have peeped in on the inside, and he did, 55:13 to 55:20. And Parsons rounds out the top three at 55:75. Gave just a little bit too much room on the inside of lane one. That allowed Jeffrey to sneak on through. And here we go, heat 8 of 15. Jalil Page of Cobb Pal in 1. Sean Jones, Leonardo Goldberg of Prospect Park Youth Running Club in 3. Pierre Love of Oakwood Village, Ohio in 4. Gavin Aguilar of Jenison, Michigan in 5. Aiden Mansell of Atos in 6. $25.58 unofficially through opening 200. Goldberg, our leader, Page, Love, Mansell, and Aguilar. Main straightaway, closing out section 8, 54:17 for Pierre Love. Oakwood Village, Ohio. Middle schooler comes in with a personal best 53:89. Up, off, and away we go with section 9 of 15. Becky McIntyre from Drive Phase Track Club in 1. I love that. Casey Goudry from Villa Rica, Georgia in 2. Jason Pratt of Lakeville, Minnesota in 3. Josiah Hardy of Southern Sprinters Elite in 4. Jaden Griggs of Ohio Elite Firebirds in 5. And Hosea Barrios of Jaguar Jack in 6. First to the break point, first through 200 meters, leading this race, Hardy, 24:37. Hardy from the Southern Sprinters Elite. He was out quick, and we'll see if he can hang on. Pratt of Lakeville, Minnesota in second place. Griggs of Ohio Elite Firebirds in third, now moving out to the outside to challenge. Everyone catching our leader, and we're 3 wide on the main straightaway. Man, my goodness, Hardy from Southern Sprinters Elite will hang on. 54:04 to Griggs 54:25. Pratt rounds out the top 3, 54:29. New fastest time of the day for Josiah Hardy, 54:04. Past the halfway mark in these middle school 400s for the boys. Karen Thompson of Motor City Track in 2.
On your mark.
Tyler Phillips of Legacy Runners Elite in 3. Josh Mwanda running unattached in 4. Elijah Osborne Jr. of Jaguar Track in 5. Kimoni Wright of Renegade Track Club in 6. And once again from the inside out, Thompson, Phillips, Mwanda, Osborne Jr. and Wright. Already making up the stagger in lane 4. Mwanda running unattached, and he is whipping around this 200-meter banked track. First to the break point. He'll be first through 200, leading this race, taking charge, 24:17. That's the fastest split we've seen through 200 so far. And Mwanda is our leader. Osborne Jr. trying to chase him down the back straightaway. Less than 100 meters to go now. Elijah Osborne Jr. from Jaguar Track hunting Josh Mwanda on the main straightaway. Mwanda is going to hang on to finish in first in section 10. 53:38, fastest time of the day so far. Osborne Jr. in second, 53:46, with Phillips rounding out the top 3 at 55:37. Elijah Osborne Jr. closed really well, fastest of the field in 28:21, left it just short as we go now to section 11 of 15.
All right, that was David Enurua, 54:56 there in heat 11 of 15. Up next, we're going to have heat 12 of 15. Joshua Wilson, Brute Force TC, Connor Allen, Southern Sprinters Elite, Canoe Lawson, Rough Cuts, Matthew Adams, Cochran, Georgia, and Stefan Lyon, Southern Sprinters Elite here, heat 12.
Brute Force, I love that team name. Josh Wilson in lane 2.
Did you ever play Brute Force?
No.
Oh, great video game. That's Allen there out in 24:53. Connor Allen, Southern Sprinters Elite. Joshua Wilson in tow. But Allen's got about a 5-meter or so lead over Wilson. But coming from behind there in the back, making a very strong move. Wow. What a move from all the way in the back of the field there. Matthew Adams, 53:66.
I'm interested in this Southern Sprinters Elite Track Club out of Indian Head, Maryland. but I love that they have the Jamaican colors and they have the Jamaican flag on their uniforms. As we'll go now to lucky number 13, the Taylor Swift section. Chance Anderson in 2 from Heath, Texas. Miguel Aparicio from Meadowbrook Track Club in 3. Glenn Taylor III from Southern Sprinters Elite in 4. Christian Giacomo of Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania in 5. And Mateo Signorile of Nyack Track Club in 6. Lane 5, Christian Giacomo from Plymouth Meeting. First to the break point, 24:38, leading through 200 with Taylor, Aparicio, Anderson, and Signorile down the back straightaway. Aparicio in 3rd place, gaining ground. Anderson in 4th place, gaining ground. And then it just appeared that everybody ran out of steam on the final straightaway. Now, Di Giacomo will hang on for the win, 52:04. I believe that will be the fastest time of the day so far.
That is. 2 heats to go. We finally got a new time for the fastest time of the day. What can we expect here from Heat 14 and Heat 15?
I can tell you what I'm hoping for, Mark.
What's that? A
new meet record. But that would be a wild time of 49:72 for a middle schooler, going sub 50.
Absolutely amazing. Jarrell Hopkins, Nalo Gandhi, Fahim Outland, Chase Elliott, and Caden Garvin. Heat 14. We're off here. Second to last heat here in the boys' middle school 400 meters. Hopkins, Supreme Performance Athletics, Gandhi, Brooklyn Speed and Power, Outland from Morris Estate, Elliott, Southern Sprinters Elite, and Garvin, Columbia, South Carolina. And out on the outside, Caden Garvin with a very strong push there to gain the rail over Chase Elliott, 23:46, and a huge lead, 10 meters now. Let's hope he doesn't run out of gas, but now it's 15 meters.
This is going to be
20
great.
meters. This is going to be a very fast time, Steve. Very strong. Wow. Almost under 50. 50-13. Now we're talking here. Caden Garvin from Columbia, South Carolina. His PR was written down at 55:77. So either his coach was being very kind, or he just had one heck of a day.
You know, sometimes, especially in the sprinting events, the winner may come from the slower section because there's less bumping and grinding going on. If they have especially if they're the fastest person in that unseated section. But,
I don't know. So far, the final heat has not done us wrong at the meet here today.
No, it's been great.
So we're expecting some big things from this heat, hopefully a sub 50.
We have a 7th grader in this seated section. In lane 3, Gunnar Hammett from Williamsburg, Virginia, 7th grader. Lane 2, Tristan Kenzo Fridman from San Jose, California. Gunnar Hammett of Williamsburg in 3. Logan Johnson of Senator Speed Academy in 4. Zayden Saxton of Southern Sprinters Elite in 5. And Braden Miller of Sky's the Limit Track Club in 6. This is the seated section of the boys 400, the middle school division, and already making up that stagger from Southern Sprinters Elite, Zayden Saxton. And I was watching him earlier. He was cheering on his teammates in the previous 2 sections, and he is well out in front, and he is going for 22:90 for the opening 200. Saxton is rolling. Southern Sprinters Elite comes in with a personal best of 50.90 seconds.
He's starting to slow down a little bit, though, there.
Logan Johnson making up ground. Friedman making up ground. Main straightaway. Trying to get there.
A lot to do.
Look at the time on the clock. Will it be enough? He'll hang on for the win, but it is not faster than the previous section.
I think we jinxed the
We
sport.
jinxed
We
it.
jinxed Heat 15.
That's our fault.
That's our fault. Our bad, folks. We jinxed it, but I tell you what, that young man in Heat 14 ran one heck of a race. I don't think there was anything we were going to say that was going to change that.
For sure. And I also applaud Saxton for going out as aggressively as he did, even though it didn't work out for him here today. I think that kind of mentality is a good thing.
So officially, Caden Garvin from Heat 14 with his time of 50:13 will be crowned the boys 400-meter middle school champion.
From the unseeded section.
From
Love
the
it.
unseeded section.
I love the unseeded section.
Next up, folks, we got Heat 1 of 9 in the girls 400-meter middle school. Strickland, Gubbins, Brown, Williams, Forrester, and Ayaye. So Emerson Strickland, Dry Face Track Club, Louisa Gubbins, Santa Monica, California, Sydney Brown, Brute Force TC, Chelsea Williams, Stay in Your Lane, Savannah Forrester, Jaguar Track, and Micah Ajayi, Jaguar Track. And I was not telling Chelsea Williams to stay in her lane. That is just the name of the track club she is representing here. A fight here between three. Chelsea Williams representing Stay in Your Lane, 27:37 for the first 200 meters. Takes that rail, takes the lead, and is hoping to take the win here in Heat 1. And she's coming down strong here. But it was Emerson Strickland, Dry Face Track Club, at the end there with a 59:39. That will be the time to beat in the next 8 heats for these young ladies here in the girls 400-meter middle school championship. DeFranceschi, Rondo, Alge, Chandler, Johnson, and Sanders. Daniela DeFranceschi, Border City AC, Zyrondo, Boston, Mass. Meridian Alge, CFCF Track, Brooklyn Chandler, Motor City Track, Zoe Johnson, Legacy Runners Elite, and Payson Sanders, Sprint Factory. Strong out of lane 5, Zoe Johnson, Legacy Runners Elite, takes that rail. Payson Sanders, Sprint Factory, not too far behind. And Johnson trying to pull away there on the backstretch. 5 is turning into 6, 6 is turning into 7. But she's got the home stretch to hold off any challenge. And she's looking strong here as she comes down to win Heat 2. Zoe Johnson, Legacy Runners Elite. 1 minute flat, .13. Here we go, Heat 3 of 9. Parham, Taylor, Daly, Bartholet, Shore, and Mitchell. So they're off here, heat 3 of 9. Taylor, Gantley Park Athletic Club, Madison Taylor that is. Samira Daly, Bronx, New York. Barrett Shore, Chicago Trailblazers. Layla Mitchell, Greensboro, NC. Layla Mitchell, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27-47. Followed closely by Barrett Shore. Looks like a 1-2 race right here. And Shore now passing Mitchell on that curve and seemingly pulling away here in heat 3. Very strong, nice lean forward. Good drive all the way through the line.
That was almost a textbook maneuver on how to pass in a 400. Swing wide off the turn, accelerate down the back straight, and beat her to the second turn.
Well, it's about you got to pass on that curve quickly.
Yeah.
You can't just sit on the shoulder. You got to pass quickly and go. Otherwise, you're running so much extra space. Up next here, heat 4 of 9. Pender, Chalabali, Rutland, Favi, McCabe, and James. Mariah Pender, rough cuts. Nanya Awi Kabali, rough cuts. Sage Rutland, Motor City Track. Jordan Falvey, Michigan Mustangs. Kelly McCabe, Speed Skills TC. And Bailey James, Motor City Track. And we got some staggers being made up there. Looks like Koulibaly is going to take that rail out of lane 2. And it is Koulibaly, rough cuts, 28.35 at 200 meters. Kelly McCabe, Speed Skills, just a couple of meters off her shoulder, but a lot of athletes in contention here with 75 to go. But so far it's been all Koulibaly. But coming around the outside, Koulibaly being challenged. McCabe coming up as well. It's going to be very close here. And it was Bailey James making that late move off the final turn to out-nip McCabe and Koulibaly. 1 minute flat, 76. So far, we're still looking at that 59.39 from heat 1. 5 heats to go. Heat 5 here. Ambrose, Williams, Brown, Plowden, Barrows Deer, and Diawara. Shea Ambrose, Charlotte Flights Track and Field, Sophia Williams, Ohio Speed Academy, TFC, Madison Brown, S&E, Alyssa Plowden, T4PA, Syra Barrows Deer, Randallstown, Maryland, and Ariana Diawara, Renegade Track Club. And on the outside there, Ariana Diawara with a nice strong first 200 meters, coming through in 26.62. Madison Brown, though, right up on her shoulder and making that pass just before the turn. Now here comes the surge. Madison Brown, almost just like the last race, as Steve said, textbook passing, get it done early in the curve or even before the curve, and then surge. Very fine run there from Madison Brown. 57.96. So we definitely do have a new fastest time of the day. .55.84 is our meet record. Olivia Harris from 2023. So heat 6 here of 9. Hoff in 1, Choice in 2, Whitehead in 3, Danzy in 4, Warner in 5, Akakpo in 6.
On your mark.
All right, we're off here. Matilda Hoff, Portland, Oregon. Aliyah Choice, MSIMG Academy. Kyla Whitehead, Bowie, Maryland. Denise Danzy, Gately Park Athletic Club. Caitlin Warner, Oberlin Spikes. And Naomi Akakpo, Jaguar Track. And it's Akakpo on the outside, taking that rail. Oh, a little bit of a cut. Some stumble there from Warner and Danzy. And coming around the outside there. It's going to be a close finish here.
That was Whitehead coming from 4th or 5th.
Wow. What a great finish there.
59.65.
28.08 the first 200, but a 31.57 for the second. Very efficient way to run a 400 meters. You don't see that often.
It's about a full second faster than anyone else on that field over the final 200.
Three more sections to go here. The girls' 400-meter middle school event. Thomas in 2, Joseph in 3, Jackson in 4, Griffin in 5, and Bryant in 6. Again, our fastest time, 57.96, Madison Brown at a heat 5. Najada Thomas, rough cuts. Anaya Joseph, rough cuts. Reagan Jackson, Fast and Furious Athletics. Another good movie reference there.
Yeah.
Liliana Griffin, Bison Track and Field, and Serenity Bryant wins sportswear. And it looks like Serenity Bryant, the strong first lap there to take the rail by about 5 meters. 26.43, very fast first 200 meters. She's going to have to come in here very strong to not too badly negative split here. As the field starts to roll her back in.
Liliana Griffin.
Again, all the way from 4th place with a very strong last 75 meters.
You know what, I was going to say something before the start, but I didn't want to jinx it. But the way that she was stomping on her blocks to keep them set, I said to myself, this girl is fierce right here. That means she was really pounding on those blocks to make sure that they don't move. I was like, she's going to get out quick and she's going to get out powerful, and that was a great race.
What was it from the TV show Ted Lasso? He was telling me that you used to dig up the grass, like you used to run on the grass like you were angry at it. You know, she was kicking the blocks like she was angry at it. Heat 8 and 9 here. Sophie Menker, Motor City Track. Elise Pridgian, Ashton, Virginia. Chloe Williams, Extreme Speed Track Club. Kelly Smith from Houston, Texas. and Trinity Perrine Coastal Georgia track team.
This is the unseeded section.
Unseeded section, won it
Love
last time in the last race.
Look at this, 3 wide.
Wow, we've seen a couple of those close calls there on the rail. Trinity Perrine, Coastal Georgia track, 26.65. Kelly Smith, not too far behind, but it's all Perrine right now.
Well out in front.
This looks like it's going to be a fairly comfortable win here. Trinity Perrine, Coastal Georgia track.
Just off her personal best of 57.16.
57.80. So that is the new leader here. So that will be the time to beat. So this final, 9th and final heat here, they're all going to be going after Perrine's time of 57.80 if they want to take that championship out of her hands. And we've got Camden Redway in 2, Layla Kirk in 3, Destiny Robinson in 4, Cameron Daly in 5, and Maya Arundel in 6. Daly with a PR coming in of 55.91, and Kirk with 56.61, as well as Arundel 55.42. So we want to look on those 2 outside lanes, probably 5 and 6, Daly and Arundel, for that break at the first 200 meters. We're off here, and Cameron Daly already well making up the standard. But Arundel, very strong down the home stretch, right off the shoulder. Cameron Daly, Maya Arundel, 2 of the fastest athletes in this field, going head-to-head on the backstretch. Cameron Daly holding on. Can Arundel put on a charge here on the home stretch? She's trying to go on the outside, but it looks like it's going to be Daly. 55.33. That is a new meet record. Old meet record, Madison Brown, old meet record 55.84 has now just been beaten by Cameron Daly, Track Explosion Elite. And I would say Cameron Daly just exploded onto the race scene.
Yeah, well, if you saw her again before the start, man, she jumped up. She almost hit the ceiling. I mean, her hang time was incredible too.
I think it's incredible again to see these athletes come here, win their heat, win the overall, set a personal record, get a meet record, and we even saw a national record already so far. So I'd like to say that it's us that's helping really jumpstart this meet.
For sure.
I mean, the folks that are going to be coming in after us are going to have a lot to live up to.
Guys have a lot
of expectations.
You got a lot to handle.
Yeah. I mean, Kate Van Buskirk is going to be up on the mic here soon after these girls and boys race walks. But she's going to have a lot to live up to. Mark Miller's going to have a lot to live up to. I mean, it's going to be a tough call for him, but we wish them the best.
Oh yeah.
So we've got 2 more races left with me and Steve here. And then Dave Milner and Kate Van Buskirk will be coming on for our 4x800 meter relays and take you through the end of the evening. But meanwhile, we've got our one and only heat here in our boys race walk mile.
Yes. And look at them, they love it. They just saw those fireworks come up on the screen. And
it's officially a championship. It's one heat, so
100%.
it's a championship. They get the sparks.
So we'll meet the field here soon after the start. We'll have a boys mile race walk and a girls mile race walk. And we're underway here. Nagabarla I-270 Track Club, Jaden Ortiz, AS Ghost. Alexander Pierre, South Portland. Matthew Wambacher, Bainbridge, New York. I am Britt from MERW. Ian Powlin from MERW. Joshua Rothery, I-270 Track Club. Bryce Upton from Noble. Phineas Shearer from MERW. And Ethan Hand from Potomac, Maryland. So, do you know the rules here in Race Walk? Are you familiar with those, Steve?
I know.
I mean, there's one main rule.
I know the main rule.
Give us give the audience here the main rule.
It's the definition of walking, where you have to have 1 foot on the ground at all times.
One portion.
One portion.
At least a portion of 1 foot.
Correct.
On the ground at all times.
Oh yeah.
So that's. I mean, I'm not really sure what any other rules there are.
Yeah.
I do know that one.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you know that one. And hopefully, if our audience didn't know that one, now they know that one.
Yeah.
It's a pretty simple thing to do. Typically, you see these on, there's race walkers in the Olympics, race walkers in the World Championships and National Championships, and it's very heavily scrutinized. You have officials throughout the course, throughout the Olympic course or the World Championship course, and they throw up little paddles, and I think you get maybe 2 or 3 warnings before you get DQ'd. But a warning is simply that you've been known to have raised both feet and not one touching the track, and then you get a warning. And we do have officials you may be able to see out here along the track that are keeping a close eye. Most of them typically do race walking events on a regular basis, so they certainly know what to look for. But I will tell you, Steve, I made the very first World Junior Track and Field Championships. It was in Athens, Greece in 1986. It was the first time they had a World Championships for junior athletes. I was supposed to do the 20K walk. Oh no, sorry, they were gonna have a 20K walk, and they canceled it. They didn't get enough athletes to be in it, so they turned it into a 20K run. And I had a couple of good 10Ks in my back pocket at age 15, 16 back then, and so they picked me on the team. But there were some race walkers from some other countries that had come to the championships, and we were out for a run with them. And people will watch race walkers and think, oh, these aren't runners. I've gone training with race walkers. These are strong athletes. I mean, they do a lot of running. This is just a type and style of running that they do out here.
Yeah.
So there's definitely nothing you can take away from these race walkers when it comes to fitness. And they do a tremendous amount of running to stay fit and keep their hips fit and what have you.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to say is I think it's one of the, it's an event that is strange to some people. I think oftentimes it's maybe frowned upon, but go out to your local track and try and walk a lap, just one lap as fast as you can. You will realize very quickly that it is very difficult to do.
It is very difficult to do.
And and we've got some studs here. I mean, currently our leader right now, the New Balance National Outdoor, an outdoor All-American. He was 5th in that event. That's Josh Rothery, and just an absolute stud in this event. Lots of teams from New York and Maine, specifically, I think have gone all in on this event and have had a lot of success with it.
And Ian Britt is holding on right onto Rothery's shoulder. So it looks like you got the kind of the battle of Maine race walkers and I-270 Track Club, with several athletes from each team in here. But it looks like right now it's still all Rothery, or now it looks like Britt has taken the lead over Rothery. And he's opened up a bit of a gap here getting ready to come around, I believe, on 3 laps to go.
Yeah, you know, Britt comes from a school where they have it in his league. His league championship has the race walking event, which he was a champion a year ago outdoors.
I will say, though, off the corner of my eye, I did see an official flag a yellow card at either Britt or Rothery. So I don't know if it was when Britt made that move that maybe it was a little bit too much of a move on Rothery or what. So we're not really quite sure which one of them possibly got that warning. But you definitely don't want to see a second. And I'm pretty sure you don't want to see a third if there is a third option.
Yep. Yeah, there are 3, you know, the MERW, the main race walking team. There's 3 members here in the championship section here. So I had mentioned before, Maine and New York are the 2 states that I see race walkers at the elite level on the high school side quite often.
So right now it still is all Ian Britt. The last checkpoint, he had 2 seconds on Rothery, but he's definitely got a few more seconds now. And the officials keeping a close eye on making sure that he's not kicking so hard that he's leaving the ground there with both feet. But he's got a good amount of distance now.
So the meet record,
7-second lead.
The meet record 7:05.96 by Rowan McDonald of the Maine Race Walking Club. That was set here last year, and this
Britt's
is his
been doing
teammate.
53s,
yep.
And he came through at 6:05. He's going to break 7.
Yeah. It's going to be very close. He's got 15 seconds to get there. Maine straightaway. Ian Britt from the Maine Race Walking team will set another meet record, 6:57.64. And I love the showmanship as he comes across the line.
Ripping the tape.
Ripping the tape, showing it off to the camera. Yes. He's like a worldwide wrestler out there.
Oh yeah, 6:57. I'm sure these athletes have those type of barrier times that they look at in this event, and 7 minutes is probably that type of barrier that an athlete like Ian Britt probably thought to himself, one of these days I want to break 7 minutes. And now not only did he do that, but he did it in winning a national title and breaking the meet record.
I was not expecting the enthusiasm at that level where he came across, ripped the tape, shows it. That was the best celebration we've seen all day.
I know. Well, I tell you what, Brett, break a meet record, you better be a little happy.
100%.
Yeah, you don't want to be disappointed.
Walking a sub-7 mile is incredibly difficult.
I walk my dogs, and I walk fast with them sometimes when it's nice weather out. And I've got a bulldog, and he gets me going about maybe 13, 14 miles, an hour. So, so I do a mile in maybe about 13 minutes, 14 minutes. And I'm exhausted.
That's quick.
That's quick. I would have gotten many yellow cards during that mile walk. I would have gotten at least 6 or 7 because he just starts running really fast, and next thing you know, I'm breaking strides. So, yeah, that's impressive. 7 minutes, sub 7 minutes for a mile. Most people can't run that.
Yeah.
Think about how much of the population cannot run under 7 minutes for a mile. I'm not even really quite sure I can break 7 minutes in the mile right now. Maybe. If I got on those fancy new shoes that they got these days.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Interesting
Where can I pick up a little pair of those fancy shoes?
Right here at New Balance.
Oh, right here at New Balance, actually. That's a good place to start.
Interesting fact in this event, now that we go to the girls race walk, meet record also 7:05. So maybe one of the few events where both the boys and the girls have a similar meet record. Taylor Farrell from Corning Track, again, also set last year. So we'll also have the sparks flying on the main straightaway, as it is a championship section.
What I love it here with the championship, they flash the names real nice and big up on the big screen.
They do it right.
And really give these athletes a great show.
This is as rock and roll as a track meet will be.
Yep.
And to be honest, I was here last year announcing both the New Balance Nationals and the NCAA championships, and I got to tell you, Mark, guess which one was more exciting? The high school national championship.
The high school national championship,
yeah.
Of course.
It was incredible. You could hear a pin drop in the NCAA meet. As exciting as it was not nearly as crowded. It wasn't as exciting. It wasn't as loud. It wasn't as glamorous. I mean, look at that. All right, here we go. Let's give the lineup here. We've got Rachel Lee from Jericho, New York. Samantha Benson-Tyler from Port Fitness Elite. Julia Wang from Lloyd Harbor, New York. Natalie Grant from Maine Racewalking. Taylor Nugent from Amherst, New York. Rachel Lawson from Lancaster, New York. Gianna Maury of New York. Summer Familio from Comic Track Club. Lauren Quinn from Contico Track Club. Madigan White from Newfield, New York. A couple sophomores in here, 3 sophomores, a couple juniors, and a whole lot of seniors. And again, we would love to see another meet record, mainly because, as Mark said earlier, I think we should just be, we're calling meet records. We want to set that bar high for the rest of the weekend.
So, good size pack here. At the beginning, Rachel Lee, Jericho, New York. Coming through that first lap, 55.89. Samantha Benson-Tyler up in there. Taylor Nugent. Summer Familio. Got Julia Wang, Gianna Maury. That's that pack of 7 there. Everyone very close to each other. Again, those lights set out there for that meet record. So they're going to want to pick it up if they want to get close to that. So Taylor Nugent in the lead there. Rachel Lee right behind there.
Yeah, Rachel from Jericho, New York, one of our early leaders as well, has lots of, Section 8, Group A, all the different conferences or lead championship in the race walking distance where she's done very, very well. Personal best of 7 minutes and 12 seconds. That's her PR at this distance. Top 6 are starting to break away, so perhaps we'll see not that meet record from the boys' side wasn't exciting, but looks like we've got a bit more of a race happening right now as we talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, you never know when somebody's going to want to kind of make that decision to not make it a race, especially when there's already 6 athletes in there. You don't want to really leave it up to chance of 1 of 6 in any event. So Steve, we're going to be wrapping things up here for us, and we'll have some folks that are going to be coming in here and taking care of this great live broadcast the remainder of the evening. What's up next for you after this? Tomorrow you'll be on the mic on the infield?
We'll be back here tomorrow for sure.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it, as always. It's one of my favorite weekends of the year. It's one of my favorite times of the year. It's not just New Balance Nationals, but being a running track and field nerd. I mean, we've got the Boston Marathon coming up. We've got NCAAs coming up. We've got London. Lots of things that are happening in the running world. This being one of New Balance Nationals being one of my favorites. But
No, I had, and we've spoken before. I've told you before. I've been hoping to get an opportunity to be a part of this great broadcast and part of the programming here for New Balance Indoor Nationals, and I was grateful to be a part of the Rising Stars Classic last weekend, where a lot of athletes in the last second were able to qualify for this weekend's national championship, and that was exciting to see those athletes who finally made it to this big stage. So looking forward to definitely being a part of this event for the rest of the weekend. I'll be on the broadcast here tomorrow morning, and then wait to see what I'll be doing on Saturday. Meanwhile, it's still a very large pack here.
Yes. And
in the girls' race walk, I'm really surprised that it's still being left here to 6 athletes.
Yeah.
Still with 2 or 3 laps to go.
Taylor Nugent, our leader from New York, Amherst, New York. She's got a personal best of 6 minutes and 53 seconds. And, when you look at her athlete bio, it's just a slew of first place. And, of course, just as we mentioned her, we have a new leader coming up on the main straightaway. We'll have
the commentator's curse.
Yes,
the commentator's curse. All you were talking about was how much of a winner she is. And that's the commentator's curse.
That's right. So 2 laps to go at 5:42. A new race leader. And this is going to be incredible. I think that is Gianna Mori from New York. And she has absolutely thrown down and gapped this field within 200 meters.
Well, and really spread the field out as well. That pack of 6. I mean, she's brought Taylor Nugent along with her to a certain extent. At least got her away from the rest of the pack. But Lawson, Lee, and Familio, with Madigan White just off of that threesome, it's now starting to string out here with a lap to go. Gianna Mori coming up on that bell lap. We're not going to see a meet record, but we're going to see a very dominant performance at the end of a race here.
Look how she's focused, too.
Yeah.
Head is up, and she's still cruising. She has picked up that pace. A fantastic afternoon of track and field action. And if you're just tuning in, you guys are just in time. A lot more championship racing we have in front of us.
4x800 meters, championship 5,000 races, mixed 1 mile. I mean, a lot of great stuff coming up. But meanwhile,
right here,
it's all about Gianna Mori.
That's right. She will break that tape. Well clear of a talented field. Throws her hands up in the air in celebration. 7:29.05. The unofficial time.
And she is the national champion. Big congrats to those 2 athletes in the boys and girls 1 mile race walk.
Mark, it's been an absolute pleasure. We will,
absolutely.
We'll see you tomorrow.
The crowd
as
won't
well.
see it, but I will shake your hand. There is a handshake happening right at this moment.
And we will be relinquishing our mics to Kate and David, and they'll take it the rest of the way.
Enjoy the rest of the day, folks.
Tap it.
sections. Completed fast, 2 fastest are top 2 section running laps.
All right, so we're back on the track. The next event is the Boys 4x800 meters championship, and this is Heat 1. We have WE Track Club, Lancaster Legends, Capitals, Kentwood, St. Anthony's, New Canaan, Warriors Track Club, Arlington, Robinson, Raiders, DC Cadets, Lansdowne, and Derry Astros Track Club. So this is Heat 1 of 6. We'll be getting faster as we go. So 15 teams in this first section. Most of these teams hovering just under the 8-minute mark in terms of seed times. I'm joined here by Olympian Kate Van Buskirk. And we're excited for these 4x8s, which should be getting faster and faster. And we're excited about potentially a national record challenge in the final heat.
Glad to be with you, Dave. It's always fun to be at New Balance Nationals indoors here at the track at New Balance. Back on the mic. I was doing some double duty with interviews earlier, and you were on the PA, and we're bouncing all over the track. But this is the fastest party on the planet, and we are loving our experience so far, and there are some lead changes and threatenings happening already here.
So we're in 129 through the opening 600 meters. So this guy's running just under 2-minute pace.
Well, it's going to take that.
So we're coming up to the first exchange. And it looks like it's going to be right around 158, 159 for this opening handoff. And it's Capitals leading the way. Official split was 2 flat 72. Lancaster Legends in second place, followed swiftly by Kentwood with WE Track Club in fourth place right now. So Capitals still leading the way. So we are halfway through the second leg, and the Capitals still leading. I believe this team is out of Nebraska.
And this is what I love to see, Dave, is a great fight up front, even in some of these less competitive, shall we say, by time heats. Jackson, for the Capitals, continuing to boldly take the lead up front, and he's got some challenge to his outside and behind. And it is really a 3-team race at this point, but this is what you love to see. This is what New Balance Nationals is all about. This is, you know, the fight, no matter what section you're in. It took so much just to get here. And as I say that, we now have 4 and 5 teams really in the hunt with 1 lap remaining.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to hand off right around the 4-minute mark. So a lot of these teams, you know, are potentially state champions, you know, where they're from. They're coming here on a big stage. Just to make it to this meet is a remarkable achievement. And then we got some more leadership changes as we approach our second handoff. It's going to be right around 4 minutes. A little slower on that second leg. We ran around 2:02, but Top of the Hill have now assumed command. They had a 1:58 second leg there.
Well, and that's what you need. You need to be able to see these athletes starting to pick things up. after they see the opening legs. You know, Dave, I was fortunate enough to run for Duke, and I was part of a 4x8 team that ended up at the top of the podium at Penn Relays, and I know how special that feels. And it's so cool that this year we have the 4x8 championship race happening early on in the meet. It's setting the excitement levels and the expectation levels really high early on. And look at this lead that's developing now. You got to trust your teammates, you got to know their strengths and play off of them, and that's exactly what's happening up front with our leader, who's gapped the rest of the field by, 20 meters in the space of about a lap and a half.
Yeah, it's been an aggressive first lap for this third leg runner for the Top of the Hill Track Club. So do you still have your watch from Penn Relays? You have your watch from Penn Relays still?
I sure do. I wear it proudly. It's one of my favorite accessories. It's kind of like, it's like the banner at New Balance Nationals. I was interviewing a couple of the athletes earlier today, and they said, do I really get to keep this? I said, you broke the tape. You absolutely get to keep it, and there's very few people who get one of those. So
it's a great souvenir.
Treasure it well.
All right, so we're 600 meters into this third leg now, and Top of the Hill have been reeled in somewhat. And it's the Warriors Track Club that have moved up into second place with a strong third leg from them. And now Warriors have taken the lead. So it's going to be the Warriors Track Club that hand off with a pretty slender advantage going into our anchor leg. And they're going to hand off right around 6:05, 6:06. The pacing lights, by the way, have been set for 8:04, 2:01 per leg. So you can see Warriors are just behind those pace lights right now. New Canaan High School out of Connecticut leading the way. New Canaan and Warriors slugging it out here. A little over 200 meters remaining. So it's New Canaan High School out of Connecticut, Warriors Track Club, and Lower Merion slugging it out here. A little over 100 meters left. Who's your money on, Kate?
Well, this was a bold move by our current leader up front, but look at the swing now into the home stretch. That turnover is increasing by the second.
On top of the hill. So Top of the Hill Track Club takes section 1 in 8:06.83.
What a strong finishing kick there by their anchor. Top of the hill, about a half a second advantage over the rest of the field in that first section of 6 here of our championship boys 4x800 meters. So that sets the stage, Dave, for the rest of these heats. And again, I love these battles right to the line because it sort of pushes the level of competition no matter what. You might come in with one of the slower seeds of the the entire pack, but you're going to do well Oh, and a fall there right at the start, it looks like. This is always the peril of competing with lots of very capable competitors in a tightly packed space on an indoor track. Glad to hear the starter call those athletes back, as you see just a stumble off the start line there by, I think that was hit 6 or 7. He got back up really quick. That was actually impressive to be able to protect himself and then get back up into possible contention, but well on the starter for bringing those athletes back.
So we'll try this again. Heat 2, take 2. All right. Nice clean start this time. So we've got Marquette Running Club, Cougars, Bronxville, Hornets, Chardon High School, Alma Track Club, Panorama Farms Project, Woodsman Track Club, Rangers, the Marauders, Hall Track Club, Towson Athletic Club, Quakers Track Club, and the Devils Track Club out of New York. So pretty swift opening 200 meters, 27 seconds opening circuit.
Well, again, this is the advantage, is that these athletes are going to know exactly what they have to do to beat that opening very quick time set down by top of the hill at 8:06.83. Of course, if you do quick math, that is less than 2:02 per athlete. And a battle already developing here, Dave, as they come around that second lap there.
It looked like Panorama Farms Project leading the way. Hall running opening leg for them. And it looks like Cougars are running in second place. So Panorama Farms Project, I'm going to assume that's out of Charlottesville, Virginia. Panorama Farms is the infamous University of Virginia cross-country course. And now that's Bronxville, Kate, moving up into the lead wearing the blue and black.
Yeah, and that should be Toll of Bronxville. And look at this kick as he approaches the third handoff. That was an unbelievable push over that last 50 meters or so. Oh, and some confusion there with a couple of those handoffs. Looked like maybe everything was smooth. But as we make our way around, you can see, again, that gap extending ever so by Bronxville. A battle on behind. And there's a great shot. The top 5 teams all ahead of those pace lights set from heat number 1 in the form of 8:06.
Yeah, I think Bronxville, took advantage of the traffic issues that ensued that last handoff, and they got themselves a nice little margin.
And a bit of a stumble there on the inside by our team in white and red. Again, I say this often, Dave, but anyone who says that track, especially indoor track, is a non-contact sport has never participated in it.
Especially in 800 meters.
That's right.
So that's Alma Track Club, I believe, that's moved into the lead now. We hit number 6. Bronxville still occupying second place. But Alma Track Club leading the way, and this is Baltiera running second leg for them.
The first of 2 Baltieras who will be part of this team. Got to think that's a brother situation.
Yeah. But now it's Patterson from Bronxville that has moved his team back into the lead as they get ready to hand off to third runners. .401 on the clock, halfway through. So it's a 159 split for Baltierra from Alma to get them back into contention. Bronxville have been pretty steady. They won 159 and then 201.
So as we expect in relays, especially relays like the 4x8, lots of lead changes back and forth. You see the strengths of different athletes coming out here as Bronxville is back into the lead after that big early gap that they had. It was caught, it was closed up on, and now they're extending it yet again. And for Bronxville, I believe that this is Gonzalez on their third leg, and he is running with a lot of confidence up front through halfway very swiftly.
Yeah, it looks like he came through in about 58.5 seconds for his opening 400 meters. Bronxville, actually, the high school Mary Kane attended.
Oh, I think I heard of her.
Yeah, she was a pretty handy high school runner. So we are 600 meters now into this third leg, and Bronxville have a pretty healthy lead, about 12, 13 meters. And it's the Quakers that have moved into second place. And it's Montagnesi running for the Quakers, and it'll be interesting to see what his split is, because he's moved his team up from about 5th into 2nd.
And he is closing that gap very, very quickly. You can get a good sense of exactly how much that distance has decreased as they hand off to their final runners here, well ahead of the wave lights, we should say.
So Montagnesi split 156.55, and he took his team from 5th into 2nd place. And he's about 10, 12 meters back from Bronxville, who have the lead. Bronxville still leading, Quakers still in 2nd, and then it's a long gap back to the Hornets.
But Dave, look at this charge now. Again, it's been back and forth this whole time, and the fight is on as they hear 2 laps to go. We are into the final 400 meters of this second section of our men's 4x800 meter relay. And again, great brave running up front by our Bronxville team, but it is the Quakers making ground up with every step.
Yeah, I had our Bronxville anchor about 56 seconds through the opening 400 meters, and it looks like he may be paying the price just a little bit for that fast opening clip as the Quakers are reeling in Bronxville now. We got about 160 meters left, and it's getting close. Quakers looking to make the pass. Down the backstretch, the Quakers move into the lead with 100 meters left now. Looks like the Quakers are going to bring it home for the win. Will they break 8 minutes? Just about by the skin of their teeth. 7:59.76, the winning time for the Quakers.
And that was La Lomia bringing things home for them. So 156 and change for the last 2 legs of that Quakers team, and that made all the difference. That's where you bring out your ringers and get the job done. Quakers take it over Bronxville Track Club 7:59.76 to 8:03.36.
That's an interesting strategy from the Quakers Track Club, in that they put their weakest runner on the first leg. So their first runner went 2:07. So they're back in 11th place, the first handoff. And then they went 1:59, 1:56, and then 1:56. All right, Kate, we are getting set for our third heat. We're getting faster as we go. Time to beat, 7:59.76, set by the Quakers Track Club out of Heat 2. A nice clean start this time. And we've got Norseman, Mills Goodwin, Titan Track Club, Comac Track Club, Cardinal Track Club, Duval, Bison Track and Field, Shoreham Wading River, Juniata Valley Striders, the Mounties Scarborough Track Club, Portland Track Club, Plymouth Whitmarsh, Rocket City, and Western Track Club. So they run the first 170 meters or so in alleys before braking. And Kate talked about indoor track being a contact sport, and when you've got 16 runners all in a very tight spread in the ability with sticks in their hands, waging battle here on a tight 200-meter track, it gets interesting.
Well, I've had lots of exciting experiences on the indoor track. I gotta say, as a woman who's 5'10", I always had a bit of a hard time finding my spot on these very tight turns, especially in relays like this. And that's what makes it exciting, and you know, that's exactly what we're seeing play out here with these men on track now, these boys I should say, as they approach 1 lap to go in this first leg, and everyone having to swing wide, try to stay safe, we saw a fall right off the start. I mean, there's a lot of contact, there's a lot of traffic. As we say that now, one of our runners in yellow in 4th throws his stick up. You gotta find your footing, that's a big part of the game here.
It's Shoreham Wading River leading the way into this first handoff. It's gonna be under 2 minutes.
So this is Shea for Shoreham Wading River handing off to Lee. And right away, they've put some daylight between themselves and the rest of the field.
At 1:57.62, opening split for Shoreham Wading River.
So Lee's initial gusto, I think, might be costing him here as the rest of the field works their way up. That is the Weston Track Club, courtesy of Martin, making some moves now and swinging wide to try to overtake Lee. Just behind them is Portland Track Club. Portland is being led at the moment by Blades. And Dave, just a little shoulder check there by our second runner from Weston. And this is where you can kind of see some of the tactics at play, the cracks developing maybe, because anytime you shoulder check, especially on a 200-meter track, you better be certain that you have another gear to unleash and that you're not looking back out of fear.
Yeah, and I think he might have been looking back out of fear because he just got passed by 2 teams and a third one moved past as well. So, but Shoreham Wading River still looking good out in front. Correction, it's Weston out in front now. My mistake. And now another leadership change coming. Weston getting overhauled.
And that is the Mounties, I believe.
That's right, they had a 1:58 second split there. So they're 3:58.20. So they are on track right now to eclipse the mark set in the previous heat. $7:59.76 is the time to be set by the Quakers out of Heat 2. So it's the Mounties leading, Kate. Weston in hot pursuit in second, trying to bridge that gap. And it looks like Rocket City in third. Yeah, that's Rocket City in third place.
Well, this is Whitley for the Mountains. Again, Brave running up front. The Mounties, I should say. Brave running up front as they hit 2 laps to go in this third leg. And I'm really liking the turnover here. of Whitley up front. Again, he's running a little bit blind. You know, one of the advantages here at the track at New Balance is you do have a scoreboard that you can look up and see some of the video happening in front of you. So you can get a sense of what's happening, you know, behind the wings. And that duo of our chasing group are definitely hunting down our leader.
Yeah, he went through in a swift 56 seconds, but he looks relaxed and in control.
Again, now it's just now that his turnover is starting to weaken a little bit. You got to know yourself. You got to be trusting of your coach's instructions. But if you're not necessarily the fastest closer, sometimes you just have to go out hard from the beginning and see what happens. We're into the final 60 meters or so of this race, Dave, and it's going to be another really close one, I think.
Yeah, Rocket City's had a strong third leg here, and they're going to hand off almost dead even with the Mounties. And the anchors are away, and it looks to be a two-horse race unless Weston can get back into it. So it's the Mounties and Rocket City slugging it out up front, and they have about 15-meter advantage over Weston in third place.
And now we see a pass on the inside. That's unusual, especially on indoor track. So Mounties reestablishing their dominance up front.
So who do we have running anchor for Mounties? Bowles?
Well, that's what we have on our scorecard here. And again, there are sometimes some last-minute changes. I believe that's Porta now for the Mounties.
This was a much faster split. They were at 55.5 through 400 meters. They're 500 meters into this anchor leg now. And our Rocket City anchorman is the first to play his cards, Kate.
Well, this is more, at least on paper, and it does look like it is more. And look at the turnover, more lapping athletes now. That shows you just how fast this quartet has been, and he is ever increasing that tempo. He looks like he's out for some post-easy run strides now as he rounds the top of the track, and it looks, Dave, as though he's going to take this handily.
Yeah, it's going to be the quartet from Huntsville, Alabama, Rocket City, and they are going to eclipse the mark from the previous heat. 750.47, so a 151.84 anchor. By far our fastest split so far.
That is so impressive. What an unbelievable performance there for the whole team, but particularly that closing leg. And what was a really tight race just a couple of laps ago has turned into over a 6-second advantage for Rocket City to take the win in that third section over the Mounties. 750.47 to 756.86, rounding out the top three teams, all of which went under 8 minutes, is Weston Track Club with 758.11.
Yeah, an impressive anchor. He was over 5 seconds faster than anybody else in that race on any split. So 750.47 is going to stack up pretty well. We're only on heat 3 of 6. We're getting faster as we go. But right now, it's Rocket City who find themselves top of the pile with the time to beat as we move on to heat number 4.
Dave, as we run through the starts here, we will let you know that those pace lights will be set now to 7:50. That is the time to beat. And again, wave light technology, such an advantage for especially these younger athletes who might not have the opportunity yet to compete in the Diamond League. Oh, and I'm hearing a second gun, a little stumble there, it looks like, on the outside alley from one of our teams in green. I believe that was hip 12. St. John Paul the Great.
Yeah, green card, nobody penalized. So John Paul the Great, the Wolves, a little unsteady on the start line. So off and away. This is heat number 4 of 6. A time to beat, 7:50.47 by Rocket City out of heat 3. So that's 157 low, actually 157.6 per runner. So teams duking it out in this 4th section are St. Johnsbury Academy, Hawks, the Mavericks Run Club from Mississippi, Deer Creek Track Club, Palm Beach Elite Track Club, Hall Track Club, Holland Track Club, Barrington Track and Field, Ram Nation, Danbury Track Club, Butler High School, St. John Paul the Great, who had the unsteady start there that resulted in the callback, Hunterdon Lions, Lexington Elite, Sweetness Track Club, and Brothers Track and Field. And our early leaders, Kate, are St. Johnsbury Academy. And pretty fast opening split. Well under 60 seconds. So Palm Beach Elite Track Club are right up there. But it's St. Johnsbury Academy leading the way. Palm Beach are in 2nd right now.
And again, keep an eye on those wave lights. You can see that our leader is well ahead of them. The rest of the pack working hard to just stay on those lights that have been set, I believe, to 750.
Yeah, this looks like it may be like a 155, 156 split right here.
This is a very strong opening leg for our leader, St. Johnsbury Academy. And now this looks like it is going to be Lenzini.
156.73 FAT split for St. Johnsbury Academy. And they are in the lead, but they've got company in the form of Palm Beach Elite and Mavericks. And now it's Sweetness Track Club from Chicago have moved up into 2nd place.
Great shot there. You can see it really has become really a 3-man race up front with 3 chasing as they round the top of the track and approach the halfway mark of this leg.
And now it's Sweetness, the Chicago quartet, have moved into the lead for the first time. So Kate, if you were a coach of a 4x8 squad, would you put your best runners on legs 1 and 4, or like loaded up at the end? What would your strategy be?
Well, this is always the curious strategic game, right? Because you don't always know what other teams are going to be doing. I think that you would talk with your athletes, figure out what they're most comfortable with. The sort of classic way to go is always put your fastest runner as your anchor. That being said, if you've got a really solid team who are consistent but not quite as good as your top runner, I might sometimes put them first. Establish a lead and then let the other runners try to hold on to it. That can be really good sort of motivationally as well.
And then sometimes, your weaker leg runners might rise to the occasion with the pressure of the lead. But it's our Chicago quartet, Sweetness Track Club, leading the way right now. So they went 156. They went 159.57 on their first leg, and then 153.75 for their second leg. And that is our second fastest split thus far in these championship 4x8s.
And this appears to be Williams of that Chicago-based Sweetness Track Club. And he is just smooth as butter as he comes around all by himself. Only now do you see another athlete entering the picture there. Palm Beach Elite Track Club sitting a distant second at the moment, and that is courtesy of Sangley, one of 2 Sangleys. I love how many sets of siblings and other relatives are on these teams. But it is Sangley continuing to pursue the lone runner up front in the form of Williams. And that's a good feeling, Dave, when you have again, you can look up at the big screen as you approach the top of the track. You can get a sense of where things are, but there's so much energy in this stadium. This is a great shot right here. You can see the stands are full. Athletes are cheering from the sidelines. There's a lot of feedback, a lot of energy as we're into our final lap now of this third leg.
And Williams looks very, very controlled and relaxed. He knows he can look up at the scoreboard right here. He knows he's got about a 20-meter advantage. But he also knows he has to chase the clock. This isn't just about winning your heat. You're trying to get as far up the pecking order as you can, and they know that that time to beat is 7:50.47 from the previous heat.
So for Sweetness now, taking their anchor leg is Ellis. And we see all those handoffs, not as much chaos and commotion in these final handoffs as we see earlier on as things have spread out a little bit. But now it is a catching game. There you see the final leg there, Ellis overtaking runners, starting to lap some other athletes. But look at this now.
That's a lap tourniquet.
Well, he's running as if it's as if he doesn't know he's lapped, and this is kind of the danger too, is how hard do you go?
Well, I think that's a lap runner that's a full lap behind, so he's on his first leg, no?
No, that is Butler High School, I believe. We're going all out, thinking I believe that they might be in the lead. But it does, in fact, remain Sweetness Track Club with Ellis bringing them home. And they're uncontested at the moment.
So Sweetness have gone 159, 153, and then 154. And now they have a little over 150 meters left.
This is a great run up front by Ellis, but now entering picture with, I think, a slightly faster turnover is Palm Beach Elite. And I believe that's Reyes trying to make moves.
But it's going to be too late. It's going to be Sweetness Track Club out of Chicago that gets the dub, and 7:43.52 is our fastest time of the night. Sorry, 7:43.52. I got my numbers transposed. So that's a 1:55.93 anchor for Sweetness.
Well, and that's very consistent running from them. After a 159 opening leg, they were 153, 154, 155. So you asked about tactics early on. Well, this is a case where maybe you put your strongest runner on the second leg, knowing that you don't have the fastest opening split. And you can slice the cheese a number of different ways to get the job done, and that's exactly what we've seen here. Well done by Sweetness Track Club out of Chicago. That's got to feel good, winning Section 3 of 6 of this championship boys 4x800.
So 7:43.52 is the time to beat as we get ready for heat number 4. Heat number 5. Nice clean start this time. We have 15 teams duking out heat number 5. Union Catholic, Sea Vikings, Mountain Brook, Olentangy Liberty, West Springfield Track Club, Valley Project, Oregon Distance Project, Track Legend AC, Whippets Track Club, Blacksburg Track Club, Pike Creek Track Club, Lowell Track Club, Haverford Track Club, and Real Training. And it's a very fast opening split, 25.5 seconds. And leading the way, looks like Union Catholic. Yes, it is. So aggressive running from the New Jersey outfit, Union Catholic regulars here at New Balance Nationals, both indoors and out. One of the powerhouses on the East Coast.
And they're under some pressure now, Dave, as they hit the halfway mark. They're going to have a lot of company behind them, particularly in the form on the outside there of Haverford, and to their inside, that is Lowell Track Club. And Union Catholic's lead leg doing a really good job of holding off the threat from behind, but this is where running a little bit blind and having done all that early leading can sort of catch up to you.
Yeah, they're at 56 seconds for the opening leg, but you can see now this third leg quite a bit slower, and now the field has kind of concertinaed. That was a 31-second lap right now. Union Catholic still trying to hold on to the lead. It looks like they're about to get past.
Yeah, that's Haverford taking over the lead. They are set to lead off with Foster as they approach the first exchange. And here comes Union Catholic battling back now. And a fairly tight set of handoffs in our top three teams.
So it's an East Coast battle. You've got a Pennsylvania team in Haverford. You've got Lowell from Massachusetts. And you've got Union Catholic from New Jersey slugging it out.
And as they come around the back of the track, you can see they're just off of those pace lights. So that means that despite how tough the battle is, they are slowing. You can see that pace just starting to pull back a little bit. Two more teams have gotten on the train with another to join. So what was a really clear top three has become 6, and then kind of throw a blanket over the rest.
So 7:43.52 is the time to beat set by Sweetness. That's what the pacing lights are set for. That's 155 high per runner. And now it looks like
So that's Sea Vikings now to the lead for the first time. And I believe they're being pursued by Real Training.
And then Lowell in second. But now Lowell's taking back the lead. Union Catholic right back in it.
And Dave, this is interesting. They are well off of those pace lights. It just goes to show that sometimes in these tactical situations, you have to remember, keep in mind, the time that was set down by previous sections are going to hold up. So your overall ranking in the meet, your overall performance is going to be a matter of how quickly you can run every single leg.
And now Union Catholic about to move back into the lead. So many leadership changes in this race so far. It's been a really interesting fifth heat.
And again, this speaks to the tactics at play. So Union Catholic will have the advantage as they hand off to their final runner here. That is Kelly taking charge of things up front for Union Catholic. He's got lots of bodies around him. It is a 4-athlete race up front. Make that 5.
And now Sea Vikings back in front once again. Real Training now, the outfit from Niwot, Colorado, has moved into second place.
This is Pasipia, as we see some of our following runners there. Pasipia up front for the Sea Vikings. Doing a good job of setting the tone as they're going to come up on 2 laps to go. This is the final 400 meters of this penultimate section of the 4x800 championship race. Again, lots of competition in the form of Real Training now sitting in second.
And now moving up on the outside in the purple singlet, that's Valley Project. And then Union Catholic now passing them. It's a tight race. Any one of these 5 teams, it looks like, could contend for the win here. So one more lap here before we hand off to our anchors.
And you know, Dave, as they hit that bell, I just got the sense that Union Catholic got an injection of motivation now as they felt the pressure from the outside. And look at this final kick here on the outside, courtesy of Lowell, blazing to home.
So Lowell are going to hand off with about a 3 or 4 meter advantage. Union Catholic are in second, Real Training in third, and then Valley Project are in fourth.
This is Rogers taking things home for Lowell Track Club. Union Catholic has closed that gap in less than a lap's time, right on the back now, and this is where you have to make a tough decision. Do you go around and risk yourself being in the lead and running a bit blind, or do you just do what we're seeing here, courtesy of Union Catholic's anchor, and sit on the outside shoulder? Union Catholic being closing things down here, courtesy of Clemens. And now he is going to go to the lead and assert his dominance up front. Again, those pace lights nowhere in sight on our screen right now. So that means that they are not in touch with the time set down by the winners of Section 4.
Yeah, I think these runners, it's been such a closely contested affair. The runners have just been kind of like checking each other out rather than paying attention to the pacing lights. And then at this point, they're not going to eclipse the mark from the previous heat.
And this is the hard thing about running tactically and running smartly that way versus trying to run really fast and make sure that your time holds up to what's been established previously. But it is a strong battle nonetheless. You're right, they won't catch the wave lights as they will come into bell position here. But look at this surge now up front again by the Sea Vikings.
Sea Vikings leading, Union Catholic in second, Lowell, then Real Training, and then Valley Project in fifth. But Real Training trying to pass on the outside with less than 100 meters now. Anybody's race. And Valley Project and Real Training. Are the Sea Vikings going to hold on, or are Real Training going to overhaul them? I think Real Training are going to get it on the line. So it's a 155 anchor for Real Training to bring them home in 7:51.22.
Yeah, and Dave, of course, that's, as we mentioned, not going to hold up. That's going to put them fourth in the overall standings. Sweetness Track Club still holding on to that top position at 7:43.52. We have two teams sub 750. Palm Beach Elite joins Sweetness at 7:46.47, and then Rocket City currently sits in third at 7:50.47. But we have our fastest on paper section yet to come.
So one interesting note, Sweetness Track Club 7:43.52 is fast enough where I think that may get them on the podium and eclipse some of the marks from this fastest section.
Well, it's interesting because the national lead is 7:42.45, courtesy of the DC Cadets. So that gives you a sense of exactly how fast that time was, courtesy of Sweetness, 7:43.52.
So there you see Bentonville Track Club out of Arkansas, coached by my good friend Michael Power, an Olympian for Australia in the 5,000 meters. And they come in, as I would say, the favorites. But the lights are going down. It's getting noisy in here. And we're set for what should be a very exciting boys championship 4x800 meter relay. So they see the aforementioned Bentonville wearing hip number 1 out of Arkansas. BC Cadets will occupy lane 2. From Florida, IMG Academy, they'll be wearing hip number 3. Racing City is our next team. They'll be wearing hip number 4. From Ohio, it's Toledo St. Francis wearing hip number 5. Wearing hip number 6 from New Jersey is Richfield. South Farms Track Club wears hip number 7. Brookline from just down the road here in Massachusetts wears hip number 8. Mentor Sol Track Club wears hip number 9. 6 Mile Track Club wears hip number 10. The Bishop McNamara High School Mustangs are next. And last but not least, from Oklahoma, it's Edmond High School. So keep an eye on the clock in this one, folks, because we could have a national record threatened. That record, 7:36.99, set by Albemarle High School out of Charlottesville, Virginia, back in 2009, just down the road at the Reggie Lewis Center.
And as the music continues to play and the sun continues to set outside this beautiful stadium here indoors at the track at New Balance, we'll throw a few more stats at you, which include that the meet record is courtesy of Valley Project from 3 years ago in 2022. They ran 7:42.89. The national lead, 7:42.45, just slightly under that meet record, courtesy of the DC Cadets. And last year's winner, Westfield Track Club, 7:46.46.
So circling back to what we said earlier about Sweetness Track Club, they ran 7:43.52, just a second off the national lead coming into this race. So I'm a betting man. I'm going to bet Sweetness gets on the podium.
I think that is a pretty safe bet. They've already eclipsed last year's winning time by about 3 seconds, so that bodes awfully well as we get a final shot here of our competitors in the fastest section 6 of 6 of this championship boys 4x800.
So nice clean start, and they'll run in alleys for the first 150 meters and then break for the line.
So we mentioned that the DC Cadets are the national leaders at that 7:42.45. The Cadets are returning from a second place finish at last year's New Balance National Indoors, and they're returning one of those top athletes, and that is courtesy of Keenan Frisbee, who is now a senior. And of course, he is looking to ensure that his team is well on their way to trying to equal, if not better, that second place finish from 2024.
6 Mile Track Club out to an early lead in around 56 seconds for the opening 400 meters. DC Cadets, our national leader, are in second place right now. Bentonville are in the bright yellow singlets, running in about 4th place, now 3rd place. So their quartet, we're not certain of the order, but it was Carter Beasley, Matt Shelley, Harper Jones, and Brian Burns. And that looks like Harper Jones running the opening leg for Bentonville. So Harper Jones is a 154 guy. And he is just now edging into the lead. And it's going to be the Arkansas quartet that hands off in the lead. 154.59, a solid start. So just off national record pace. National record pace is 154.25.
And you can get a sense of just how fast they're running because they are leaving those pace lights behind, both Bentonville and the DC Cadets. Again, Cadets used to that second place spot, and you better believe that they want to land themselves on top of the podium. But as we say that, entering the conversation now, IMG Academy making moves up in that blue singlet just to top left of screen.
So for Bentonville, it's Carter Beasley, has a personal best of 155.07. He's leading the way. It's DC Cadets and IMG Academy hot on his heels. DC Academy tried to make the pass. Beasley threw in a surge to hold him off, to make him run wide. IMG Academy just chilling back in third place. A little bit of separation now between these three teams and that Chase duo. But it's Bentonville High School out of Northwest Arkansas. Razorback country. Leading the way, and Carter Beasley running composed, Kate.
He is, although now under some contest, and this is what you like to see. You feel someone come up on you and you respond, although the DC Cadets doing a really good job of choosing their spot well. This is a tight track. You don't want to pass on the turn, and they get the advantage just before that top of track. And they're going to come into the final stretch here, surprisingly, behind these pace lights. They'll hand off in first, but Dave, they are going to have some work to do here.
Yeah, so DC Cadets ran 154.50 for their second leg compared to Bentonville's 156.07. And now the Cadets have opened up a pretty healthy gap. It's a very aggressive opening 200 meters.
This is always the hard part about a 4x8 relay. Again, you don't want to go out so hard that you risk blowing up, but you also want to use the momentum that you've been given from your teammates at that handoff. It can be demoralizing for the athletes behind to say, hey, I know I've got a gap up to the lead, and if I don't do a little more work here, I'm going to leave my teammates in a position where they're going to have to make up the deficit that I put them in. All of that being said, now with that wide shot, you can see that those wave lights just coming around top of track, our two top teams doing a great job of staying ahead of them.
Yeah, DC Cadets 25.5 opening 200 meters, and I think these two teams are coming at it from different angles. The DC Cadets are more powerful quartet 400, 800 guys, and where the Bentonville outfit are more milers, 3,200 meters, dropping down to 800 meters.
Well, and that's what I love about the 4x8 is you get the speed endurance of those longer distance athletes, you get the quickness of those shorter athletes. Again, the 400s, the milers coming together in the middle here, and we have one lap remaining for this third leg, as that is, I believe, Frisbee, who was part of that team last year for the DC Cadets, coming second at New Balance Nationals indoors. Well, they are putting themselves in a fantastic position to top the podium here in 2025.
Yeah, DC Cadets looking really strong now. They have about a 25-meter lead over Bentonville, and it's going to take a monumental effort on this ankle leg for Bentonville to get them back in the mix. That was a 153.89 split for the Washington, D.C. outfit compared to 156.57 for Bentonville. So it's the DC Cadets out in front. That was a much more relaxed lap. And running for Bentonville, Brian Burns. Now Bentonville has Burns on their last anchor. He's more of a miler. He's a 4:10 guy. So he's going to have a more measured effort, running more evenly, knowing that the DC Cadets run is probably going to come back to him in the final 300 meters or so. We'll see. 2 laps to go now. 400 meters left. 400 meters separating the DC Cadets from a national title. Or will Bentonville reel them in? Here comes Brian Burns. And Brian Burns, with about 250 meters left, has about a second and a half to make up. Can he do it? It's the DC Cadets against Bentonville. Brian Burns closing the gap with every stride. He's got the strength of a miler. Has he left himself too much to do? It's going to be awfully close. He's still closing into the final turn. Will the DC Cadets hang on for the title? Or is Burns swings wide now? It's going to be so close. But I think it's the Washington, D.C. outfit. Are they going to get the win? Yes, they will. 7:37.52. And that is just over half a second off the national record. but it's a new meet record. It's a new national lead. And I believe that's the second or third fastest of all time. Yeah, it's the second fastest time in history, behind only Albemarle High School out of Charlottesville, Virginia, your national record holders. But congratulations, DC Cadets. A very impressive run. They went 155.14, 154.50, 153.89, and 153.99. I should mention, though, that Brian Burns clocked 150.72 to bring Bentonville right back into it. And there you see the finish. DC Cadets holding on for the win. Brian Burns gave it everything he had. He threw the kitchen sink at the DC Cadets. It looked like he was going to get past here, but DC Cadets, sensing the danger, had just enough left in the tank, and there are our winning quartet. Frisbee, Rock, Arnold, and then Monteza. All right, so we get ready for our girls 4x800 meters relay now. We'll have 4 heats, getting faster as we go. Running in this first section, we'll have South Farms Track Club, Norsemen, Arlington Warriors, Falmouth, Glastonbury, Riverbend, Mountain Brook, Winchester Track Club, Tigers, Braintree Track Club, Charlotte Country Day School out of North Carolina, Rocket City from Alabama, Bedford High School, very nice track club from Michigan, Peabody, Guilderland, and that is our 15 teams in one scratch. So once again, we'll run the first 150 meters or so in alleys. And they'll break at the end of the cones. And leading the way right now is Norsemen. Rocket City are in second place. Norseman Track Club leading the way. Pretty fast opening 400 meters here, coming through in 66 seconds. And the pack coming through in 70. So as this race gets underway, we are going to send it back to Kate Van Buskirk, who's down there with our winning quartet in the Boys Championship 4x800 meter relays, the DC Cadets out of Washington, D.C. Over to you, Kate.
Very speedy quartet. The DC Cadets taking top marks here in the men's 4x800. And I'm sitting in between two teammates who were part of a second place finish team last year. Came away with the win this year. Keenan, this has got to feel really good for you. How you doing, bud?
Good, how are you? To just speak a little bit about it, coming from second place last year, it definitely was like, it felt like a pressure was kind of weighed off because we knew we had a lot more. And honestly, coming this year, we knew that we had dogs. Dogs is what I can say that we are. We are brothers. We run for each other. So just coming out here today and running for one another, it showed that not only that, you know, you have a few setbacks in life, you can always bounce back. And that's what we did.
Oh, man, that's inspirational. Keenan, congratulations. Kirill, you were on that team last year as well. You're helping bring your teammates through for another win this year. Congratulations, guys. Best of luck with everything that is yet to come.
Thank you.
Norseman Track Club still leading the way. They split 2:22.50 for their opening split. We are about 250 meters into the second leg now. So still the Norsemen leading the way. Running in second place at Charlotte Country Day School out of Charlotte, North Carolina. And Rocket City Track Club, I believe, are in third place. And Rocket City Track Club out of Alabama have moved into the lead now for the first time. So it's the two teams from the south slugging it out up front. Rocket City Track Club out of Alabama and Charlotte Country Day School from North Carolina, and they are going to hand off pretty much neck and neck with about a 13-14 meter advantage over what looks like very nice Track Club in third. Norsemen are back into third place now. Tigers from Winchester Track Club are running well. They are in fourth place now. Winchester from just up the road here, just north of Boston. But out in front, it's Rocket City Track Club from Alabama. And they are being pursued by Charlotte Country Day School, and these two teams now have about a 30-40 meter advantage over that chase trio, which is composed of Norsemen, Winchester, and Glastonbury. Rocket City still leading the way. This is Jeffrey running third leg for them. For Charlotte Country Day School, it's Cairns. And now Cairns takes the lead. About 100 meters left until we hand off to our ankle legs, and it's going to be Charlotte Country Day School that hands off with a slender advantage over Rocket City. And we are at 7:12, 7:13 at the final handoff. So probably looking at around a 9:32, 9:33. Now, it's the North Carolina outfit that really opened up a big gap. Cairns running anchor. Her sister ran the previous leg, and they are just opening up this gap with every powerful stride. Charlotte Country Day School are going to take this section surely. They have about a 60 meter advantage now with 2 laps remaining.
So 300 meters remain. And Charlotte Country Day School from North Carolina are powering away, and they are going to hear the bell here at around 8:50. So probably looking around a 9:25 clocking. And here comes Charlotte Country Day School. They have about 70 meters. It's been an impressive run for them, and they are going to clock 9:25. 9:24.83 with a 2:12.28 carry for Cairns. It's an impressive run for Charlotte Country Day School. We have 4 heats. We should be getting faster as we go. So the North Carolina outfit posts the time to beat, 9:24.83, as we get ready for our next section, section 2. And we have 16 teams ready to wage battle here in this second section. The Mounties, Ponte Vedra, Long Island Frontrunners, West Springfield Track Club, Greenwich, Eagle Track Club, East Chapel Hill Wildcats, Roberts Track Club, North Central High School, Riverdale Country Track Club, Warriors, Bronxville, New Canaan, Lancers, Ramsey, and Savannah Park.
So with the advantage on the outside there, that outside alley in the red at the cut-in. I was going to say that was one of our outside teams in red, but it does appear as though on the inside now, I believe that's Greenwich taking the early lead. And it's actually North Central up front there. North Central High School on paper being led off by Malin.
The Eagle Track Club currently in second place. So 9:24.83 is the time to beat set by Charlotte Country Day School out of Heat 1.
And that is Terrio now of Eagles Track Club with that white ribbon in her hair, moving to the front and keeping that pace really honest. Again, you can see the wave lights there, the top 3 or 4 teams just ahead of it. Such helpful feedback for these runners. And they know that they can't let the pace slow, regardless of whether it's tactical. We saw that play out in a couple of those later sections of the boys 4x8. Now those wave lights have just about caught up with our leader, Matthews, as she has 1 lap to go and is under some contest now from our Mounties team. That's Johnson mounting the charge on the outside.
Well played. Still hanging in there in second place. Now in third is the Eagle Track Club. It's a strong move by the Mounties.
That was really smart, I think. They rode the wave of the sort of momentum ahead of them and then swung wide with a lap to go. And this is the most significant distance we've seen between runners in these early days of the second section of the girls 4x8. But it's paying off. 2:20 opening split there as the Mounties continue extending their lead down the back stretch.
Yeah, and if they can maintain this tempo, that'll put them at 9:20, which would put them 3 or 4 seconds ahead of the mark to beat. Eagle Track Club have slid into a solid second now. Sorry, that's North Central in second.
Yeah, that's continuing to be the Mounties up front. Again, with not a lot of tension behind them. See the split there. It is Mounties, North Central, and Eagle. And a lot of good energy in the chase pack, but our second leg runner here for the Mounties looks very controlled, very smooth. And she is continuing to extend that lead completely solo up front through halfway of her leg.
66 seconds for the 400 meters for the Mounties.
And that's a great split for Scooter, who is on the second leg here.
Her name is Scooter. Scooter.
Scooter, you know, like she scoots really fast.
Yeah, she is scooting fast. So Scooter is 600 meters into her leg, meaning she has one more lap before she hands off. And right now, she has about a 6-meter lead, but is being reeled in by Kramer for the Eagle Track Club.
And this is a really strong move there by the Eagles. Love to see Kramer putting up a fight again, biding her time. One of the hardest things that you have to sort of fight against is the instinct to go really, really fast from the outset when you get handed off to behind. You have to just slowly eat into that gap, and that's exactly what we've seen Kramer do here. And she's going to be rewarded with a first place position at the handoff, and the fight is on between the Eagles and the Mounties.
Yeah, Kramer had a really well-timed run. It's so much harder to pace in a relay than in an individual race when there's this huge temptation to make up a gap too quickly and having the pressure of your teammates depending on you too.
Well, as you can see there, it's a 2-athlete race now as the Mounties are trying to come back on the Eagles. I have to say it, Dave, as a Canadian, the Mounties versus the Eagles is about as literal as it gets.
I was waiting for this.
It's not the Geese versus the Eagles, but I'll take some comedic relief in the names of our two teams, and you know, both fighting valiantly for their schools.
They are neck and neck right now.
Eagles look really strong, and as I say that, you see a little bit of movement on the outside. Mounties are doing a good job of holding that front pull position and responding to the challenge of the Eagles, but the Eagles not letting them go.
By the way, Kramer ran 2:16 flat to get the Eagles back into the race. And still pretty tightly contested affair. These two teams, you can't see the other teams in the shot, but they are about almost 80 meters back.
And that was a stumble there, Dave, by our chasers. The Eagles looked like maybe she just got a little too close to that rail, made contact, and you know, every half second is precious and counts in a race like this that's so tight. A great shot there of our chasers working really well together, that pack of 5. But into the bell lap now on this third leg, it is the Mounties continuing to pull away from the Eagles.
Yeah, to your point, Kay, I think, you know, for some of these athletes, it's the first time they've ran on a track with a rail, and if there's no rail, you end up running right on the line, and it's not the first time I've seen an athlete just stumble on the rail just for a step or two.
Well, you can see how much of an advantage these two teams have as they come into the next exchange, and only 2 athletes on the track. Again, it is Mounties versus Eagles. That was a 2:17 split there for the Mounties, 2:20 for the Eagles. So that explains the disparity you're seeing by way of distance between these athletes on the track. But the hunt is on now into this final leg.
I mentioned earlier about the number of siblings that are on these relays. We've got another sibling here. Kramer is running anchor leg for the Eagle Track Club.
Well, and I should also mention for the Mounties, we had not 1 but 2 scooters. So Yes, great to see the siblings working hard together in this team event.
The Eagle Track Club has a big gap to make up. Mounties very much in command here. So the Mounties had the 2 scooters in the middle. Kramers went 2 and 4.
And that is a scooter on the anchor there for the Mounties. And as they round the track there at the bottom near that big New Balance sign at that high jump pit, again, you get a real sense of how much daylight they have put between themselves and our second place team.
Mounties still out in front, very much in command.
But that gap is narrowing, Dave. They're going to hear the bell here, and this is the closest this contest has been since the first leg. So what was an enormous margin of advantage for the Mounties has diminished significantly. And I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's actually another chasing team, as it appears that the Eagles are still a ways back. This is the Mounties' race to lose here in Section 2 of the championship 4x8.
So here we go. Here are the Mounties entering the home stretch. And they are going to take the win, surely, in 9:14.50. Strong showing for the Mounties. They went 2:20, 2:18, 2:17, and 2:17. Very solid running.
And you can see what it means to them, Dave. I love those close-up shots of the team, the quartet celebrating together. And they're able to walk off the track before many of the other teams have even finished. So not a tight battle in the end, but well fought, as you said, and very consistent running by each of those 4 athletes for the Mounties.
So the Mounties go to the top of the pile with their 9:14.58 clocking. Eagle Track Club clocked 9:18.83 in second place. And from the previous heat, Charlotte Country Day School are third overall with 9:24.83. As we get ready to bring on our runners for Section 3. So in this third section, we'll have DC Cadets, South Fayette, Tubgater. And then you see the results with Mounties 9:14.58 for the win, Eagle Track Club 9:18.83. Here are our teams for E3. DC Cadets, South Fayette, Tubgater, Skipper Girls, Robinson Track Club, WETC, Moorestown, Lexington Elite, Newton Center, Rocks Track Club, State College Area, Carolina Cavaliers, WT Woodson, Eagle Track Club, and Duval.
Well, and as our runners get set to take the start here, this is an interesting example of where past dominance doesn't necessarily indicate that you are going to be sort of considered one of the better teams year on year. As we are off with the gun, and I'm bringing that up because, of course, the Carolina Cavaliers were the champions at this event in 2023. They were second last year and are now, again, no disrespect to this team, they've got great pedigree and lots of fantastic performers under them, but sitting in not the fastest section as we're here in the Championship Girls 4x8, potentially opening the door not only for a repeat victory courtesy of Impulse, but maybe seeing a new sort of changing of the guard with who is atop the podium.
Yeah, Cavaliers perhaps in a bit of a rebuilding phase after graduating some of their runners from their amazing quartet last year.
Well, and we're off to a really quick start up front there in this third of 4 sections. Leaving nothing to chance is our leader at the moment, as she's confidently striding towards the halfway mark of this opening leg and looks very, very strong, trying to create a little bit of separation between her and the rest of the field. And that is Moorestown, taking charge early on here.
We're at 65.8 through 400 meters.
That's a swift opening quarter.
Morristown still holding pole position as we approach 600 meters now.
Well, this is really strong running up front. We'll remind any of you who tuned in last year that Impulse Track Club, courtesy of Padua Academy, won in 2024 running the following splits: 2:12, 2:15, 2:14, and 2:10. So that opening 65 and change for our early leader is a very, very quick first quarter.
Moving into second now, it's the DC Cadets, no doubt inspired by the championship winning performance of their boys outfit.
And a great job up front here by our leader holding on. She's led every single step of this race, Dave. That's a tough thing to do. It's brave running. She knows herself really well, and she's being rewarded for it. She's going to hand off in first position.
Yeah, splitting around 2:18, 2:18.5. So a solid first run for Morristown. DC Cadets still in second in white and red.
And they've got some challenge on the outside courtesy of Duvall. So that taller athlete just sitting smartly on the shoulder of our second place team and waiting for that moment to pass on the straightaway. And as I say that, now some movement. It's going to become a 4-athlete race, as it is DeJoseph of Morristown sitting in that continual pole position up front.
That's Lexington Elite from Kentucky that's moved up on the, or is that actually Lexington, Massachusetts, I think, on the outside.
Yeah, that's Callahan, courtesy of Lexington, and she is now going to decisively put herself into the front. Approaching the halfway mark here, Dave. And Callahan has really split this thing open. She is running with authority. No one in picture at that tight view. Now you see the wave lights just sitting on the backs of, I believe that's
DC Cadets.
DC Cadets up front, of course, in that distinctive red kit.
So this wave light set for 9:14. And you can see the lights are just a stride or so behind.
This is so tough for our leader, Callahan, because she's going to have a little bit of feedback from those lights as you see them now just moving ahead of her, but she's running completely by herself. She's running a little bit scared, but has to do everything she can to maintain form and find it within her to keep her team in the lead.
Yeah. And the other thing is those lights are set for even pacing, and you're not going to have an even ability on your quartet. So the lights can be a little bit misleading, because they're set for the average time for that 9:14. But Callahan doing a great job, and she's going to hand off with about a 7-8 meter advantage over DC Cadets in second. Lexington has the lead going into the third leg. It was a 2:21.49 split.
And then a bit of a change in position here, as it looks to be South Fayette and Tub Gators who have moved themselves into third and fourth position. And I believe that's South Fayette in those green shorts who are giving good chase now in fourth position. So it's 2 and 2, and those wave lights, Dave, are getting ever further away from our front two runners.
Right. And the significance of that, it means that Mounties could challenge for the podium out of Heat 2, which would be remarkable.
This is such an interesting event to sort of seed as well, because you don't run many 4x8s throughout the season. So your seed time is not always indicative of what your quartet is capable of, especially as they get fitter and fitter towards championship season. I think that may be what we're seeing play out here. Those wave lights just now, 5 or 6 strides ahead of Lexington, who have reopened the gap on the DC Cadets and working hard to give themselves every opportunity to get back on pace.
And duking it out for third place in South Fayette and Tub Gator still, and they are reeling in DC Cadets and looking to make the pass on the outside.
Well, and now our leader, who looked to be clearing away, is under some pressure. That gap closing steadily, and this is where you don't want to be the hunted. You would love to be the hunter. We're seeing that now as this third leg hits the bell lap for their leg there. That is Tub Gators now into the lead for the first time in this race. Lexington responding, though. I love to see this. You feel the pressure and you find another gear that you could not have found without that challenge. It's going to be those two athletes working hard and trying to find the shortest line to home as they approach the last 100 meters, Dave.
These two really going at it. But Tub Gator look to have the bigger gear coming down the home stretch, and they're going to head off with about a 3 or 4 meter advantage over Lexington.
And that is Madeir for the Tub Gators, leading things out over Lexington's closing leg, which I believe is Wharton. And now the push being made on the outside. If you look to your right split screen there, Lexington has found their way back into the front, saying, we really like this view from the lead. We don't think we're going to give it up so easily.
And it's been a strong opening lap by South Fayette, and they are trying to latch themselves onto that lead too.
And there you see as well, and they've been just sort of on the edges, on the periphery of this conversation the whole time. South Fayette not letting this race go. Those very distinctive green shorts. Look at the turnover there by our anchor leg Zheng, as the DC cadets have fallen back to a fairly distant fourth at this point. It is really two teams up front being hotly pursued by that South Fayette final runner, but Lexington looking strong when they have less than 400 meters to go.
And our Lexington anchor will have a chance to look up at the scoreboard as she comes down the back stretch now and see what kind of gap she has without having to glance behind.
She's powering. She looks really strong, composed within herself. As you see the cadets there completely in no woman's land. And then the chase on proper behind with that group of 5. But here is Lexington. Look how quickly they're running. Look how strong they appear with only 1 lap to go, and yet those lights are nowhere in sight. So this bodes really well for the Mounties out of section number 2 to put themselves in a position to aim for a podium spot.
Yeah, Lexington were 8:44 at the bell. That means they'd have to run a 30-second close in order to eclipse marked by the Mounties. So here comes Lexington. Less than 100 meters remaining now. They are going to take this section, but it's not going to be as fast as the Mounties out of section 2. But Lexington will be happy with the win regardless. .215.61 carry for our Lexington anchor for a 9:20.66 clocking. Tub Gator came through for second, 9:24.20, and South Fayette 9:24.83 to round out the top 3.
And what a strong close there by Wharton of Lexington. A really, really powerful anchor leg. She just had too much of a deficit to make up to be able to keep her team in contention for one of those top spots. But strong running all by herself, really pulling away from the rest of the field as we see each of those athletes come across the line. And Dave, this means that mark thrown down by the Mounties, 9:14.58, still the time to beat. We still only have 2 teams under 9:20 so far. But that, I think, is all about to change as we prepare ourselves for what was one of the most exciting events last year, the final section of the championship girls 4x800.
Absolutely, this is going to be a fantastic race. Surely we'll see a sub-9 clocking here. As we get ready to introduce our teams, kicking it off with IMG Academy. By the Mounties as we go into this 5th and final and fastest section.
So as you said, Dave, IMG Academy, our first team wearing hip number 1. They come in as the national leaders. They were 6th last year, looking to put themselves at the top of the podium.
Next up is Union Catholic. They'll wear hip number 2. They are the 2nd fastest team in the country this year, having clocked 8:58.48.
Wearing hip number 3 is going to be Guilderland Track Club. They are 3rd ranked in the country with this quartet in this order at 9:08.68.
Wearing hip number 4 from Delaware, it's Impulse Track Club, aka Padua Academy, 2024 champions, and they return bulkiers from that winning team from last year. They're currently number 4 in the nation.
There you see Cadet Distance Project. They'll wear hip number 5, a strong quartet by them as well.
The Jets will wear hip number 6.
West Springfield will wear hip number 7. They are set to be anchored by Horner.
And wearing hip number 8 will be the Burnt Hills Track Club, James, Sierra, Crowley Grass, and O'Rourke.
Wearing hip number 9 is going to be the Jackets. They are set to be anchored by Beeks, trying to bring them home for a top position.
Wearing hip number 10 from upstate New York, it's the Devils Track Club.
Seen lots from them before. Our second to last team wearing hip 11 is going to be Legacy.
And last but no means least, from Raleigh Catholic High School in North Carolina. It's Raleigh Catholic, they wear hip number 12 to round out this 12-team field.
And what a special thing, Dave, to have the lights come down. This is what the New Balance magic is all about. New Balance Nationals, run through those sort of fireworks on the inside. Talk about getting your adrenaline up.
Yeah, it's about to get noisy here.
Well, noisy for a good reason. Again, this was one of the events that rounded out our day 4 last year of New Balance Nationals indoors, and it was one of the more exciting events that we were able to call and watch. And I have every reason to believe that we're going to see a repeat of that excitement here in 2025.
So a few stats to throw your way. The beat record is 8:48.02, set by Cuthbertson High School in 2023. To Kate's point earlier, they've graduated a lot of their star power. The national lead this year, 8:55.47 by IMG Academy, who are on the inside wearing hip number 1.
So a few little stutters there, Dave, but it looks like they're away cleanly, and running very fast on the outside to kick things off here is Raleigh Catholic in that striped white and colorful kit.
Yeah, and I did notice IMG Academy's lead-off runner effectively use her elbows to make sure she got out in front and assert her authority in this race.
Well, you're allowed to do that. Elbows up. You can keep them up as long as you're protecting your space, and it's paying dividends as IMG is going to be in pole position coming around here. Robinson, their lead leg, and looking smooth as butter up front. Again, they have the national lead at 8:55.47. They achieved that mark by winning Millrose Games, another esteemed event in New York. And they had this team in this order. So Robinson, Bertels Del Solar, Winning, and Graham. And I don't know, if I were a superstitious woman, I might say that I would put an athlete with the name Winning on my anchor leg,
Absolutely.
But Coach knows better than me.
All right, so it's IMG leading. I got to give a shout out to one of my college teammates, Zach Iannone, who is the coach of Shenandoah High School, who have now moved into second place, right behind IMG.
So keep an eye on those wave lights. Again, they are just sitting ever so slightly ahead of the IMG leaders right now as we are entering our final lap for the lead leg here. Robinson doing a good job of maintaining strong pacing duty up front, just under some pressure from behind, especially on the outside there in pink. That is Impulse, and again, they know how to get this thing done. They know how to win, and they are looking to do just that. But they've got to keep an eye not only on their competitors, but on those wave lights as well.
It looks like Ballinger running for Impulse Track Club. But IMG are going to hand off with the lead at 2:14 high. The significance of that is right on track to be a national lead. So 2:14 times 4 is 8:56. 2:14.67 the official split.
Well, and that 2:14 is important by way of what it took to win last year's race as well. We'll just remind you once again, 2:12, 2:15, 2:14, 2:10. Those were the 4 legs run by Impulse to take top marks.
So IMG Academy from Bradenton, Florida, leading the way right now. Impulse Track Club from Delaware in second, and then about a 10 or 15 meter gap back to Shenandoah High School from New York. IMG looking smooth as silk up front.
Yeah, now they're ahead of those wave lights, and again, that just gives you a sort of mental advantage as well to say, I can't even see them out of my periphery anymore. Not only do I know I'm in the front of this race, I know I'm in the front of the race proper across all 4 sections. And again, to your point, the form of our leader right now is astounding, and she is just opening that gap up stride by stride over last year's winner's Impulse. Brilliant running here up front, all by her lonesome, as she will know she's entering her final lap here.
So IMG was 6th last year. They're going to be well up on that performance from 2024, and it looks like they are on track to be national champions because they have a huge gap now coming up to the halfway point.
Just have to maintain form. Take note out of, again, the periphery of those wave lights. That is Bertelsen del Solar, and she is set to hand off to winning now into the 3rd leg for IMG. And they've got almost an entire straightaways advantage. That was a 2:09.70 courtesy of del Solar, and that is partly an explanation as to why they've now got, well, if you can look to right of picture, no one else in shot. They have almost a 100-meter lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, then not actually 10 seconds up right now. So IMG Academy totally in control here, and it would be a huge shock for them to get reeled in. So Impulse Track Club.
And Dave, I just got to say, look there, how far ahead that team now is of those wave lights. Fantastic time thrown down by the Mounties out of Section 2, but if things continue the way they are right now, this IMG Academy quartet is on pace to obliterate that time and take home the national championship.
At about almost 100 meters, 80 meters back now is Impulse Track Club, and they are being hotly pursued by Legacy and Raleigh Catholic. And now it's Raleigh Catholic that's moved into second, but it's IMG Academy about 85 meters up now. So 1 more lap remains for IMG's 3rd leg runner. And surely they know they have the national title in the bag here. If they can just stay ahead of those green lights. So 6:38. IMG Academy was 6:37, 14 seconds up. And the national record, 8:48.02, not totally out of reach. Just requires a 2:11 anchor. Graham anchoring for IMG. And those are lap runners that are passing her on their first lap, so obviously going out a little bit faster. So she just has to stay composed, do her own thing, not get caught up in what those other teams are doing. The runner directly in front of her, like I said, is a lap behind. But this is Graham looking super composed here. So we'll get you a split here when Graham comes through 400 meters and see what she requires for the last 400, see if they can challenge that national record of 8:48.02 set by Cuthbertson High School out of North Carolina in 2023. And I think we might see a record go down. She was 8:12 with 200 meters left. It just needs a 35 high. Here comes Graham. Well, are we going to see a national record? Keep your eyes on the clock. 8:48.02 is the time to beat. It's going to be close. I think she's going to do it. It's a new national record by 2 seconds. 8:46.04. It's a meet record. It's a national lead, and it's a national record for this outstanding quartet from Bradenton, Florida. Congratulations, AMG Academy. So what an outstanding run by IMG Academy. They went 2:14, 2:09, 2:12, and 2:09 to slice 2 seconds off Cuthbertson's national record set 2 years ago. So in our 2 championship 4x8s, we had the DC Cadets were the second fastest in history. And then we had IMG Academy on the boys' side just break the national record. What a fantastic night of 4x800 meter relays. So before we switch gears and go to our 5,000 meter runners, I believe we are going to have a quick chit chat with our winning team here shortly. And there you see a great view of the track at New Balance here. So as we get ready for this championship boys 5,000 meters, I do believe Kate Van Buskirk has sent our winning team on a cool down. So there you see IMG Academy, the new national record holders, taking a lap of honor. .846.04, 211.5 average. Outstanding running by this quartet from Florida. All right, here's IMG Academy. They brought fireworks in the race. They're accompanied by fireworks as they wrap up their lap of honor. So we're going to get ready for the boys 5,000 meters next. Corselli from Oregon. Tavon Kitchen. These are our 5,000 meter championship boys runners. Owen Kelly from Bentonville, Arkansas. There's Carter Moore from American Fork. From Bend, Oregon, there's Malaki Burnett. Jackson Spencer. Bringing the Number 10, that's Nathaniel Assa. Wearing number 11, Matthew Giardina. Greg McGrath wears hip number 12. That's Jonah Montaniesi for Quakers. For Duval, that's Parker Adams. Wearing number 16 from Sun Valley is Jace Burton. And wearing number 17 for Oregon Distance Project, that's Iva Hokanson. So this is the seated section for the boys 5K. Last year we had an incredible race where Daniel Simmons from American Fork High School in Utah ran 13:38.86. Had the pleasure of calling that race, and then also had the privilege of calling his outdoor national record later in the year at the Portland Track Festival in June. But Daniel Simmons has passed the torch now to Carter Moore, his teammate, who wears hip number 6. So 25 laps of the track at New Balance here. Pre-race favorite, arguably, is Jack Graffeo from Westford, Massachusetts. He's run 14:06, heading to Colorado in the fall. Last year he was 10th, much improved this year. He was second in the 2-mile at New Balance National Outdoors in Philly last June. And more notably was third at Foot Locker Nationals cross country in December. So comes in with strong cross country form. It's Hokanson from Oregon is your early leader. 33.2 opening split. All right, so we are going to take it down to Kate Van Buskirk, who is with our winning team, IMG Academy, from the Girls' Championship 4x8.
Well, this has got to feel awfully good. New national record, new meet record, and champions here in 2025. Aurora, you were part of this team last year where you placed 6th as a team. You're coming home with the crowns on your head this year. What made the difference?
Honestly, I would just say, like, trusting the training and then staying consistent. Obviously, thank you so much to our coaches, and then just having such a great team dynamic where we all support each other, like, really made the difference.
Fantastic, and you're going to have another opportunity to come back and show your team womanship again with the DMR for most of these athletes. IMG Academy, congratulations, ladies. New national champions, national record holders, meet record holders. The fastest party on the planet, folks. Well done.
Once again to our winning team, the IMG Academy. Girls' Championship 4x800 meter relay. National record holders taking 2 seconds off the mark set by Cuthbertson High School a few years back. But meanwhile, on the track in this boys' 5,000 meters, it's Ivar Hokanson and Zephyr Corselli, the 2 Oregonians, out in front. And they were 2:14 through 800 meters. So that's 4:29 mile pace. So they're running right around 14 flat. Tavon Kitchen is in 3rd place, another Oregonian. Jack Graffeo, who I mentioned earlier, was a last-minute scratch. So that's kind of opened the door up a little bit. Tavon Kitchen was 4th at the USATF Under-20 Championships in June at this distance, outdoors, ran 14:24. And then more recently at the circuit in indoor meet in Chicago. He ran an 8:41 2-mile. Outstanding run. The Kitchen right now, content to hang back just a little bit. Letting Hokanson and Corselli do the work. And now he joins them. And the Oregon trio are about 3 or 4 seconds up on the rest of the field. It's Jackson Spencer leading that chase pack. Hokanson, Corselli out in front, and Kitchen, Spencer, and then Caden Evans from American Fork in Utah. Adding a little local flavor in 6th place is Matthew Giardina from Tingsboro, Massachusetts. Corselli and Kitchen leading the way. They were 4:31 at 1,600 meters. Clicking off 33 high to 34 seconds per lap. So right now we're on pace for about 14:18, 14:20. Corselli and Kitchen looking relaxed and composed up front. Jackson Spencer is leading that chase pack with Caden Evans with the blonde hair right behind him for American Fork. Corselli and Kitchen appear to be taking turns to keep this pace going, working as a team. And they are about 5 seconds up on Spencer in 3rd, with Caden Evans still occupying 4th place right now. But Kitchen and Corselli running metronomically, working together. This lead duo projected to run around 14:10 if they can maintain this tempo, but they're working really well together, and Jackson Spencer is going to have to work hard to get back in this race and take advantage of these guys pacing it up front. So I'm rejoined by Kate Van Buskirk, who's back from interview duty.
I'm getting my steps in, Dave. It's been great. What better place to do it than here at the track? You see the battle there up front. I love this. Looking fly in those New Balance kits are our top 4 runners. And I gotta say, I have so much respect for these athletes. The 5,000 was the event that ended up being my specialty, but I never ran one indoors because I thought this is way too many laps. 12 and a half outdoors is plenty.
Yeah, nobody wants to see 20 laps on the counter.
It takes a different kind of mental focus, and that's what you're seeing on display here is a big gap opening up now about halfway through this race.
So these two were working together. Maybe that was their agreement going in, like, hey, we worked together for the first half. once we get to halfway, it's every man for himself, because that is a significant gap that has been opened now. And Kitchen threw in a big split there.
So that 8:30 through 3,000 meters, a 33-second flat split there, that keeps him squarely on that 14:10 tempo. And he's doing it the hard way by himself. You see him really going to the arms, the shoulders lifting just a little bit. This is where mentally you have to say, okay, I'm more than halfway done, but I still have now just shy of 2K left. This is where things can start to fall apart. Contrary to that instinct, we're seeing our leader really buckle down and commit to the hurt. You have to be a little bit of a masochist, Dave, to be able to lean into that pain at this point in an indoor 5,000.
So Kitchen has opened up what looks to be like a 7 or 8 second gap now. Spencer has moved up into second place. Jackson Spencer from Harriman, Utah is in second.
And one of the things that you're going to see here as our camera pans out is that Kitchen, given his huge margin of advantage here, he's going to start being able to take advantage of lapping other athletes, and mentally that just gives you such a boost when you can, and there you see him sort of pushing his way between these runners and maybe just getting a little bit uncomfortable with how much traffic there is, but he can start putting his eyes forward on other runners, even if they're not necessarily his competitors when it comes down to the end of this race.
And Kate, you know as much as anybody how hard it is to stay focused, especially when you're by yourself in a 5,000 meter race for 25 laps. But Tavon Kitchen, metronomic here, laser focused.
Yeah, those 33-second splits just have repeated for the last 4 or 5 laps. He's really been narrowing down. Again, it's such a hard thing to do. Like I said, you have to dive into the pain cave, pull up a comforter, and just sort of like sit in that comfy, uncomfortable spot. 6 laps to go now as Kitchen approaches the finish line, and there you see our chasers working hard together in second and third.
Kitchen again with a 33.3 after a 33.4. Do you think in some ways, in his position where he's out by himself just against the clock, it's perhaps easier on an indoor track because you're getting more regular feedback than you would be outdoors?
Absolutely, and you only have to contest those turns and those straightaways. They come quicker. Even though they're more frequent, there's more of them, you get through them more quickly. So mentally you can say, there's another straightaway done, there's another turn done. You're seeing that on display here with 5 laps to go as Kitchen continues to work on these lapped athletes. To their credit, a lot of sportsmanship on display as the lapped athletes move out in honor of our leader.
This is amazing running by Tavon Kitchen. His last 3 laps, Kate, have been 33.4, 33.3, and 33.3. Perhaps he's a robot?
Well, yeah, you have to go robot here if you're going to, again, commit to that pain and make sure that the pace does not lag.
Now he looks like he's picking it up.
Well, it's a half mile left. This is a critical point. 4 laps remaining on an indoor track. They go by really, really quickly. That was the fastest lap so far, just edging under 33 seconds at 32.99. What a challenging thing to do to get faster as the race progresses and the fatigue mounts.
And now his winning margin has grown to about 12 seconds. And Tavon Kitchen surely is going to leave the track at New Balance here as the national champion. He has 600 meters remaining now. 3 laps to go.
And again, the senior Kitchen there, lots of good racing experience under his belt coming off of that brilliant 2-mile win at the Circuit Chicago in a new PR, 4th at those USATF U20 championships in June, beating one of the men in this race, Caden Evans. So he's just oozing confidence now and using all of that great experience to his benefit as he comes around the top of the track and about to lap another runner. He's going to see 2 laps remaining. This is the outdoor proverbial bell, and he's going to, I'm sure, go to that space mentally to try to power for home. Look at him going to the arms here. It's like he's found another gear already.
And now he looks like he's about to lap from American Fork. Lapping Caden Evans. A remarkable run.
who has been a valiant competitor of his in the past. So, yeah, that really says a lot.
Absolute dominance here from Taven Kitchen. Now he's going to get the bell. So Taven Kitchen has about 200 meters separating himself from a national title, and he has lap runners to chase, which is really pretty handy right now. He won't care that he has to go around, and it's great to have something to chase when you're in the pain cave like this. But Taven Kitchen is about 12, 13 seconds away from being a national champion. The Oregonian is coming down the home stretch now to raucous applause, and it's been an amazing run. He's going to be just agonizingly outside 14 minutes. 14:00:75. I'm sure he'll be mad that he didn't break 14 minutes, but he's going to be ecstatic that he is a national champion, new national leader, and a new personal best. 31.2 close, 64 for the last 400 meters for Kitchen. And it was Hayden Bowes from Oregon that came through for second place, 14:13:28. 62-second last 400 meters for him. And Jackson Spencer from Herman, Utah, hung on for third place, clocking 14:15:97. Jace Burnham was fourth, 14:25:62. And Zephyr Cossell, one of our early leaders, fifth in 14:29:52. And then getting on the podium for All-American status from Marblehead, just up the road, is Nathaniel Asser, clocking 14:32.40 for your national champion with an absolutely dominant performance. Taven Kitchen from Oregon, 14:01.14. There you see Kitchen coming down the home stretch, knowing he has a title in the bag, accompanied by the fireworks and raucous applause from the crowd in the home stretch. What an impressive run by this young man. Central Point, Oregon, Crater High School. And there you see confirmation of the results. 14:01.14 for Kitchen, winning by over 12 seconds. Hayden Bowes, another Oregonian, in second. And Jackson Spencer from Utah placing third. All right, so our next event on the track is going to be the championship girls, 5,000 meters. And our runners are being introduced. So Joanna Kenny, that's Carolina Bird. This is Lilia Gordon from the Shore Athletic Club. Wearing hip number 4 will be Emma Hoffman. From San Juan Capistrano in California, it's Summer Wilson. Wearing hip number 6. From Knoxville, Tennessee, is Jaslyn Garber, headed to Furman next year, an early commit. She's just a junior. Cecilia Montanesi from Quakers Track Club, wears hip number 7. Abigail Anstead from Cub Athletics, wears hip number 8. Eleanor Aldrink from Olentangy Liberty, wears hip number 9. From north of the border in Ontario and Durham Dragons Athletic Club is Sawyer Nicholson, just an 8th grader. Caitlin Roop from Salina, Kansas, wears hip number 11. Abigail Kowalczyk from Wappingers Falls, New York, wears hip number 12. From Plainsboro Track Club, it's Allison Lee wearing hip number 13. Olivia Magana from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, wears 14. Lily Bashirs, representing the Mounties Track Club, wears 15. Sloan Wasserman from Wacabuck, New York, wears 16. And from Glen Allen, Virginia. It's Ellie Velasquez wearing number 17. So 25 laps separate these girls from a national championship title. Winner last year was Abby Faith Cheeseman. She does not run today. She will be running in the mile and 2 mile though. She clocked 16:19.82 last year. Meet record is 15:46.28 set by Ali Shea from Boston 2 years ago. That mark unlikely to be challenged here, I feel. So our early leader is Bashirs. Elena Bashirs leading 37.12. Liliana Gordon 37.17, hot on her heels. So down on the track, on the infield, we have Tavon Kitchen from Oregon Distance Project, the winner of our boys 5,000 meters, and she's ready to tell Kate Van Buskirk
of Oregon Distance Project.
Well, it's not every day that you can say that you're disappointed with a U.S. #1, a 17-second PR. But Tavon, you just told me that you think you can run a whole lot faster than that. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to come out here and race, and I think in championship season sometimes, even with pacers, sometimes it doesn't always go as fast as you want, or the field isn't ready to go with the pacer, and I certainly wasn't. So I think just being able to come away with a good PR and a good time, I'm happy with it. But I do think I can run faster in the future.
No doubt we'll see that from you. What else are you doing this weekend?
Yeah, I got a 4x-mile with my team. Just gonna go out and crush it, and hopefully come away with a win and a good time.
Go out there and crush it, man. Well done. Congratulations. New U.S. #1 in the 5,000 meter. Well done, Tavon.
Thank you.
So congrats to Tavon Kitchen. We'll see him in action, like he said, in the 4x1 mile relay on an outstanding Crater High School quartet. Meanwhile, on the track, it's Emma Hoffman from Michigan leading the way. So 40 seconds per lap right now. That would yield a 16:40 clocking, or thereabouts. So it's Hoffman, Barton, and Gordon leading the way. Ellie Velasquez is tucked in behind. Abigail Anstedt right there as well. So we're coming up to the completion of the first kilometer, and then we'll get a good sense of projected pace. So we're at 3:20, which is right at 16:40 pace. There's Caroline Barton from Asheville, North Carolina, leading the way right now, wearing that orange and white singlet. So Barton continues to lead through 1,200 meters. actually picked it up a little bit on that most recent lap. That was a 37.8, a little injection of pace, but everybody's still in contact. So Caroline Barton continues to lead. Emma Hoffman right behind her, and then Lily Bashir's in third place. They're still running 39 high to 40 seconds, so 16:40 pace. I'm rejoined by Kate Van Buskirk, 5,000 meter Olympian.
Well, this again is set to be such an exciting race, Dave, as I'm sure you've already gone over in great depth, but a little bit more wide open at this point in the race than we saw with the guys' side, and you see those pace lights getting ever further away from our leader.
Yeah, this race is really wide open. In the last couple of years, we've had two outstanding runners in Ellie Shea and then Abby Faith Cheeseman last year. Abby Faith opting to run the mile and 2 mile here, and this really has left the door open for anybody capable of running in the 16:20, 16:30 range of picking up a national title.
Now things you see there really stringing out, so I just wonder if maybe some of that feedback of the pace lights or maybe some encouragement from the outside of the track has lit a bit of a fire under our leader. It's single file now, and that indicates that things have continued to move along, and they have. So it's been a little all over the place. 40 seconds at its slowest for the lap, 37 at its fastest. That was a 39.33. But the average continues to be right around that 39 high, putting them just under 16:40 tempo.
Yeah, I wonder if Barton is just kind of testing out the field here, varying the pace a little bit, seeing who reacts, trying to assess the threats. But Emma Hoffman has been right off her shoulder the entire way and has covered every fluctuation in pace.
Again, this is an event that I'm sure, as you've mentioned, not contested frequently on the indoor circuit. As we see, that's Caitlin Rupp move up into third. So it is a little bit more wide open. You don't always know exactly what shape your competitors are in. You can look to 3,200 PRs or recent results. You can look to cross country from late last fall, but there is always the opportunity to sort of take the rest of the field by surprise if you can put in some good fitness through January and February approaching that championship season.
And now moving up into fourth place from Knoxville, Tennessee, Jaslyn Garmer, who's run a much more steady race. She's not really had any of that fluctuation. She's run much more even splits. And she has slid into fourth place right behind Rope.
And we should mention that 2,000 meter split for our continual leader, Barton, 6:37.19, so she has continued to pick it up, and that is going to put her just under 16:30 pace, so going from 16:40 tempo, dropping that down for projected time right around 16:30. If they can keep this moving, that would be a huge improvement on her performance here last year. Barton placing 7th in 17:09.
Yeah, Barton went 3:20 for the first K and then dropped the pace to 3:16.
Maybe taking a page from the book of Taven Kitchen, who we just spoke with, and said, I waited too long. He told me off camera, he said, I waited too long, no matter, how fast his closing couple of kilometers were. He said, I know I can go so much faster if I just started clicking it down a little earlier. And you just have to wonder if that's what we're seeing here now, as what was a pack of about 8 runners has been whittled down to 4 with a trailing 5th.
Barton has a personal best of 17:06. I mean, she's on track to shatter that. Emma Hoffman, who's right behind her, is a more seasoned 5,000 meter runner. She has ran 16:42.
This is always so curious to me, the strategy of whether you want to do the pace setting duties, athletes who are comfortable just taking the lead, regardless of the fact that you do a little more work. 2 things here. First of all, you get to control the pace. So in a longer race, you can always sense if someone comes up on your shoulder and respond to it, but you're still in control. And the second thing is you don't have to deal with any of the traffic or the bumping that often happens on a tight indoor track. So I think that Barton's doing well to know herself and her body and her strengths really well. Gotta say, Dave, that was never me. I was always the one sitting back waiting for the kick, and I applaud the bravery of our leader.
I think Barton's doing the right thing here, Kate. She doesn't have amazing closing speed. She's ran 2:18 for 800 meters, which is good, but there are faster 800 meter runners behind her, including Jaslyn Garmer, who's in 4th place, who's capable of running, I think, 2:14, maybe faster. So I think Barton has the right strategy here in maybe fluctuating the pace to try and break everybody's rhythm, but more importantly, just gradually turning the screws.
That's such a well-taken point, and we have seen her a few times. You saw just on the backstretch of this lap, kind of shaking out her arms. Good glimpse there as to the chasers, who are also working well in a group of 3. But up front, Barton, she's just been shaking out the arms, trying to get back in her body, out of her head, and make sure that she is, doing everything she can to muscle her way through this. And as I say that, this is probably the most distance we've seen between her and the chase pack in the entirety of this race, as they are now through 3,000 meters in 9:54. So that has continued clicking down. Dave, that's a super solid split. 9:54 continues them right around that 16:30 tempo.
So still 4 runners in this sort of lead, I wouldn't call it a pack, lead group. And Barton trying to separate herself from the pack here.
The other thing I'm seeing in Barton anytime we get a close-up of her is she's grimacing ever so slightly, and I almost sense that as determination rather than pain. It's a distinct difference, but you can see there her brow is a bit furrowed, but it just is such a look of concentration rather than, extreme discomfort, as now she is beginning to lap some of the slower runners. That's Sawyer Nicholson, who we saw very recently in the middle school girls mile just a couple of hours ago. That's a tough double.
Yeah, Nicholson, just an 8th grader, giving away 4 years to some of this more seasoned field.
But again, interesting, Barton, for all of the relative discomfort showing on her face, maybe a little bit as the shoulders rise, she's still continuing to pick up the pace. Her turnover is strong. Again, taking a page from the book of Taven Kitchen from the men's section, she's really working hard through the most uncomfortable part of this race to make sure that she is taking advantage of every single stride, working on those lapped runners, knowing that she's only 7 laps to go now. And you see, as she comes up on these lapped athletes, another injection of pace. Dave, that's really smart, because visually, the athlete who's chasing, who's now sitting technically in 4th of those 4 athletes, although she's 2nd overall, has the visual barriers of other runners between her and the leader. So that can do something to you psychologically.
Yeah, that's a great point. When I was coaching high school runners, I'd always, if somebody was leading, I'd always have them throw in a surge right after a turn to kind of get out of sight a little bit more, and it's almost the same, akin to that with those 2 lap runners in the way there. But Caroline Barton looks like she's just growing in confidence as each lap ticks by, and that was a 37.8 split she just ran.
So that was one of her fastest laps of the whole race, and again, that's a difficult thing to do 3,800 meters into a 5,000.
And it looks like Caitlin Roop from Kansas is the only person that's really reacted. She dropped to 39.5 to try and stay in contention.
Yeah, these athletes know that they're coming up on 1K to go. That's a big mental barrier. And as Barton continues to lead, just behind, look at the relative turnover of Roop, who for the first time, I think, looks like she's kind of waking up to the reality of, I don't have that much time left to make my move. Our chasers in 3rd and 4th, now also catching some of our lapped runners.
Roop from Salina, Kansas. Looks like she's making up ground on our leader.
So again, looking at some backpack runners now. There's our leader, Barton. She has been through every step of this race. But I just have to think that she is starting to show some of that mounting fatigue.
There you see her, she shook out her arms again there, Kate. She's trying to stay relaxed. She surely has looked up at the scoreboard on the backstretch. Senses the danger from Roop, who's closing, albeit gradually, but closing noticeably with each lap.
And this is so tough because you know you've put in so much brave work up front. You don't want it to go to waste. You got to dig deep, keep your eyes on those wave lights, on the runners in front of you, not worry about the mounting challenge from behind, but they've got just over 3.5 laps to go now. And I think this is going to be an exciting race right to the line.
So here we go. Caroline Barton is going to see 3 on the lap counter, indicating she has 600 meters remaining. Caitlin Rupp about 3.5 seconds back. And now looking like she's struggling a little bit to hold on. As Barton split a 39 flat there. Jaslyn Gomez still running in 3rd place, with Emma Hoffman right behind her. So Caroline Barton, 15:09 with 400 meters left. So it looks like she's going to run just under 16:30. Caroline Barton from Carolina Day School in Asheville, North Carolina, has just over 200 meters separating her from a national title. 15:47 at the bell. So it's going to be a mid-1620s clocking for Barton. Caitlin Rupsel in 2nd place, and then Garmer and Hoffman in 3rd and 4th. But here comes your national champion in 2025, Caroline Barton from Asheville, North Carolina. And she wins it in 16:24. 36.9. Final lap of the track at New Balance here. And the North Carolina runner is your national champion here at New Balance Nationals Indoors. Caitlin Rupp, 2nd, 16:32.88. Jaslyn Gama is going to be 3rd, 16:41.70. Emma Hoffman is 4th, 16:44.68. Lilia Gordon, 16:48.89 for 5th, and Lily Bashirs rounding up the top 6, clocking 16:51.80. But there you see our national champion, Caroline Barton from Asheville, North Carolina, and she's all smiles. 16:24.15. Takes 40 seconds plus off her personal best. And there you see some of our other runners closing out the field. All these other runners, incredible runners, still clocking under 18 minutes, despite having, for them, off days. There you see Barton winning her national title, breaking the tape, clocking 16:24, hacking 42 seconds off her PB. And there you see confirmation of the results. Barton 16:24.15, Caitlin Rupp 16:32.88, and Jaslyn Garmer 16:41.70. It's North Carolina, Kansas, and Tennessee, your top 3. So we are getting to the end of day one here at New Balance Nationals Indoors. We have 2 more 5,000 meter heats, so essentially our B heats. And then we'll cap off the evening with the coaches of Media Mile. A chance for the athletes to cheer on their mentors. And then you see the boys in the B section of the 5,000 meters. And then bring up, getting ready to take to the track. So if you're just joining us here on Runner Space, we are getting to the end of day one. We have 2 championship 5,000 meter sections left, one for boys and one for girls. If you're just joining us, I suggest you go back and watch the 4x8s. Those were outstanding races. We had a new national record set in the girls 4x8 by IMG Academy, and then the number 2 all-time in the boys by DC Cadet. So if you get a chance to watch the replays, head to the 4x8s. They were outstanding races. Of course, we have 3 more days of jam-packed track and field action here at the track at New Balance, and we hope that you'll join us on Runner Space or live here at the track for what is the fastest party on the planet. So it's a little quieter at the track now, with just the distance fans in attendance. Passionate, loyal fan base will make as much noise as they can. Tomorrow we start early with the multi-events kicking off at 8:45 a.m. And then we go all the way through to past 9 p.m., finishing the day tomorrow with the Boys and Girls Championship Sprint Medley Relays. But on the track right now, it's the boys 5,000 meters. This is the B section. We have 27 guys ready to slug it out here over 25 laps.
On your mark.
So here we go. We got 27 guys ready to slug it out here over 25 laps. This is the boys 5,000 meter championship B race. We already saw Taven Kitchen win our fast section. But in just a second, we're going to take it down to Kate Van Buskirk, who is trackside with our Girls' Championship 5,000 meter winner, Caroline Barton.
Caroline, first time under 17, and just to make it really extra special, first time under 16:30, 16:24. That's a wild time, and you did most of it by yourself. You were 7th here last year in 17:09. What the heck changed?
Well, I credit a lot of that to my coach and to my sports psychologist. We've been working a lot about going into deep water and kind of staying there and being comfortable with it. So middle of the race, doing my best to just keep moving, focusing on the external things, my arm swing, how I was feeling, just how much I could churn up the track, and I think this made a huge difference. So I'm so grateful to my coach, my support system. I think that's been the deciding factor.
Well, kudos on doing all that work and having a great support system around you. You're doing the uncomfortable thing of doing 5,000 first, coming back for the mile. So we're going to let you get to your cool down, but best of luck with everything that's yet to come.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations, Caroline, new national champion.
Let's hear it for the national champion, Caroline Barton.
All right, thank you, Kate, and thank you, Caroline Barton, national champion in the girls' 5,000 meters. Meanwhile, on the track right now, it's Nick Mazzeo from Lower Merion leading the way. Jack Hurld and Lincoln Hurld are just behind him and occupying 2 and 3. So Jack Hurld leading the way right now in this boys 5,000 meters. He is heading to Clemson in the fall. Attends Danville Community High School in Indiana. So 2:52 at 1,000 meters. So that's 14:20 pace. These guys are not hanging around. So it could be that one of these guys gets All-American status if they can maintain this tempo. Nick Mazzeo leading the way right now. Jack Hurld in second place, and then Will Baker currently occupying third. Nick Mazzeo still leading, 35.9 was his split on the last lap, and then 36.0 just now. So the pace has settled in a little bit. Now they're running closer to 14.50 to 15 flat pace. 36 seconds a lap would yield 15 flat. So Nick Mazzeo still leading, 4:40 at 1,600 meters. So about 4:41, 4:42 for the mile. But there are 11 runners in this lead pack. And it's Nick Mazzeo still leading with the pace lights and M&M for company. And then Lincoln Herald has taken the lead. So 550 through 2,000 meters, or 551, so they're running about 14:36, 14:37 pace. There's Lincoln Herald from Dry Ridge, Kentucky. So it's Lincoln Herald, and he is not related to Jack Hurld. They're slightly different names, even though they look almost the same. Nick Mazzeo from Lower Merion Athletic Club, still in second place. But it's a Kentucky athlete, Lincoln Herald, leading the way, the senior. Herald coming off a 9:04 2-mile performance 5 weeks ago at the Eastern Indoors meet in Louisville, Kentucky. And has also run a 4:13 mile at that very same meet. So he's in great form. And looking pretty good up front, Kate.
Yeah, he really does. Another example of an athlete who's clearly comfortable just cruising on the inside. You know, especially with the guys who at this age just tend to take up often a little more room on the track than the women. You look at second place there in the form of Mazzeo, and he's having to do just a little bit more work sitting on the outside shoulder of Herald. So he, you know, those few steps to the outside of the rail add up lap after lap after lap in a, 25 circuit race like this that can make the difference when, the hammer gets dropped. So smart by Herald up front just to sort of sit comfortably on the inside and, like I said, react and respond if he needs to any challenge on his right shoulder.
And the pace has gradually been wound up. 35s for the last 4 laps, and now our lead pack is down to 7 athletes from 11.
So as they come around the top of the track there, you can just see the wave lights disappearing into bottom right of picture. So that means that they're falling off of that mark just a little bit. They're approaching the 3,000 meter mark. Again, this is a critical point in the race. 8:48 for Herald through that 3K mark. And 8:48 again puts him kind of around that 14:40 low pace. So not a lot of change by way of leadership or pace so far. It's been pretty steady through the middle stages of this 5K.
So 14:40 would have placed 8th in the previous section. So this is some strong running here when it's essentially a B heat.
That's pretty impressive. And you just see a little tap there by a few of our athletes in 4th and 5th. Again, this is where, as the fatigue builds, you want to make sure that you're not taking any sort of missed precautions around guarding your space, picking your feet up, not getting too close to those runners around you. I just get the sense that sitting in 3rd and 4th there, our runners are getting just a bit antsy. Again, the pace hasn't picked up. In fact, it slowed a bit. That last lap at 36:28 after several 35-second splits. So you just don't want to get too antsy. It's better to make a move, make it decisive, and get out of trouble.
So just for some context, they went 4:40 for the first 1,600 and then 4:24. So they have slowed a little bit, and now you see that pack is sort of concertinaing back together again. There's still 7 runners in this race.
And as we say that, I just wonder if Herald might have heard us through our headsets, because he looks like he's turning the gears over ever so slightly more than he has at any other point in this race. That was another 36-10 split, but as they come up on the lap counter with 7 to go, a 35.95, so dipping back into that 35-second territory and continuing to assert himself as the pace setter de facto with less than 2K remaining.
It does look like Harold is like noticeably pumping in his arms a little bit more, but he's not really shaking his competition off. In fact, Will Baker looks very relaxed in second place for Mount Gilead Track Club, wearing all black. And then Nick Mazzeo still there in third place on the rail. In fact, he just got passed by Sean Gray from Portsmouth Track Club. That was a 35.7. So that's Harold, Baker, Gray, your top three. So as they approach the home stretch, they'll see 5 laps on the lap indicator. That means they have 1,000 meters remaining. It's Harold, Baker, and Gray, your top three.
So they were right around 11:50 through that 4,000 meter split, which would put them at 14:47. So again, they've fallen off ever so slightly. And now it looks like for the first time we have a challenge for a lead change. As that is Sean Gray, I believe, taking things over with 800 meters to go.
So Gray, the junior, leading for the first time.
Gray seems to have just been biding his time. He's got that long, loping stride. He still looks really relaxed. So too does our early leader. So it's not as if, you know, there's a ton of struggle visibly occurring behind Gray.
Yeah.
Harold still looking relaxed. So too Baker. You've been talking about him a couple times throughout this race, Dave, and I think he's just sitting in the wings and waiting for his moment to strike. He looks like the most dangerous athlete to me at this point.
Yeah, he looks relaxed and he looks powerful. He looks like the kind of guy that could unleash a kick, whereas Sean Gray doesn't have great closing speed. He's only a 2:05 800 meter runner, so he knows he's got to go early and try and drop these guys, 600 meters out.
Well, and as you say that, we're seeing that occur again right there as they're lapping runners and just throwing in that little surge around each of those lapped runners, trying to break the pack up behind them. Although it wasn't necessarily a successful venture here, they're going to have only 2 laps remaining, and it is still very much a 3-athlete race.
Yeah, Will Baker to me looks like out of these 3 guys, the guy that probably has the most powerful kick. Sean Gray is trying desperately to shake off the other 2, but it hasn't been effective so far.
This is where if you're going to go, you got to drop the hammer and commit fully. You can't look back. You can't second guess yourself. Once you go to the arms, go to the wheels, you got to go all in, and that is exactly what is happening now as Lincoln Harold, once again, invigorated by the bell, puts himself at the front of this pack, and he is trying to run away with this thing.
Well, I was dead wrong, because Will Baker appears not to have the gear I thought he did, and it's Lincoln Harold who looks like he has the closing speed to spare here. And here comes Harold. He is going to be the winner of this section surely now. Sean Gray giving chase. But Lincoln Harold from Dry Ridge, Kentucky is going to take this section 14:42, Kate.
I love to see an athlete who does all that work up front rewarded with the W. That is new U.S. number 10 in the form of Lincoln Harold, 14:42.55. And again, as you mentioned earlier, I'd just like to put that into some context. 14:42 would have placed 9th in that top seeded championship section, so not too shabby.
And there you see Lincoln all smiles, 65-second last 400 meters.
Woo!
31 seconds for his last lap. 14:42.55.
A few athletes still on track making their way around as Harold is up and giving congratulations to his competitors. Well done by Sean Gray to hold on for a very close second place there. Less than a second separating him from our winner. And we ended up with 4 guys sub 1450. So again, shows the depth and the range, and also what happens when you have some people take some risks up front and drag the rest of the pack along.
Absolutely. So we have 2 more races left. The Girls' Championship 5,000 meters, B section. And then the mixed coaches and media 1 mile.
And that's a new event this year. It should be a lot of fun. Sadly, we're not participating in it, at least on the track.
On your mark.
So the Girls 5,000 meter championship B heat is underway. And we have 15 girls waging battle here. 25 laps of the track. We've got Mackenzie Cook, Zoe Carter, Morgan Miller, Sydney Tackett, Rowan Barry, Bryn Baltershot, Mallory Bigelow, Moran Davenport, Kajal Kara, Catherine Hetzel, Nora Schmidt, Lily Farrell, Fiona King, Brenna Geordie, and Emma Patrick. Your early leader is Morgan Miller from Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Brenda Jordan from Vista Nation Track Club is in second. And it's Mackenzie Cook from Bobcat Track Club, currently occupying third. Pretty fast opening 200 meters, 38 seconds. Morgan Miller splits 77 seconds through 400 meters. It's a very fast opening pace, but perhaps a bit ambitious. Zoe Carter from Bloomington, Illinois is in second. So another 39.7 split for Miller.
Again, this is, as you mentioned, Dave, quite a departure from what we've seen from several of our other championship races in the 5,000, in that while we saw other runners sort of tick things down lap after sort of sitting comfortably for the first kilometer or two, this is good, solid running right from the get-go. And you know, there's only so many 5,000s you can run in a season, especially indoors. So I'm a firm believer that you take advantage of every opportunity you get. We're here at a national championships. We're here with the best runners in the country. And regardless of the section you're in, regardless of what you've run coming into this, just being able to go out there and say I gave absolutely every piece of myself to the best of my ability is, you know, you can't be disappointed with that.
And these athletes get few opportunities to run a fast 5,000 meters. You know, you get to run a couple indoors perhaps, but in the springtime, it's not an event that's offered at the state championship level. The weather can be very iffy in the spring. And then by the time the weather has settled down a little bit, it's usually too hot to run a fast 5K. So it's rare to get an opportunity to run a really fast 5K with a competitive field. And this event at New Balance Nationals indoors is probably the best opportunity these girls will have to run a fast 5K.
And you're seeing that on display across all of these different athletes, again, regardless of where they are in the pack. But look at this trio up front really grinding it out together. They went through that first 1,000 meters in 3:18.4. So that 3:18, of course, just puts them sort of in that sub 16:40, maybe 16:30 mid range, which would be such a solid performance if they were able to keep this up. I wouldn't be surprised to see the pace slow just a little bit, given that we saw the winner of our championship section, Caroline, run 16:24 and come out with one of the top marks in the country.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. They're actually going faster than Caroline Barton did. Caroline ran 3:20 for her opening kilometer, and these girls running faster. So I think they're perhaps a little bit out of their depth right now and showing a little bit of inexperience going out this fast, but nevertheless, they're running really well, and the fact that the three of them together is going to help out.
And I applaud these other two athletes who seem just as ambitious as our leader right now, staying right on Carter. That's Fiona King and Morgan Miller sitting in second and third. And there's so much that you can gain, having experienced this myself, from knowing that there's the pressure behind you. You feel the presence of these other athletes, and that creates sort of this momentum that pushes you, even if they're not running right on your shoulder or even in front of you.
And I wonder if these girls are just having a sort of like internal monologue themselves. They all know they're in at the deep end here. It's like, okay, what have I done? Okay, I've made my bed. I've got to lie in it. Let's maybe just work together here and do the best we can to keep this pace going for as long as we can. And hey, maybe one of us will get All-American status out of this.
Wouldn't that be something? Again, that mark set by Caroline Barton, 16:24. That was number 3 in the country in 2025. Again, not an event that's run often, but it was a stellar performance, and these girls are definitely keeping that under threat.
And these girls are clicking off, 40, 41 seconds per lap, and that, were they to maintain that tempo, that's a time that would have placed them 5th or 6th in the faster heat.
We see that brave move by Fiona King now to the front. She's the more diminutive of these 3 runners. By the way, she is also only an 8th grader. So that's really saying something about how confident she is, putting herself in a position to get after it with some of these much more experienced runners. So the athletes coming through 2,000 meters now. They're going to see 6:44 on the clock through 2K. So they've dropped the pace. They've sort of lost the pace just a little bit. They're running right around 16:50 tempo at the moment, but not showing signs of a lot of stress right now.
Fiona King really is running inspired. She attends Northport High School in Long Island. That's Mikey Brannigan's alma mater. So, an established program that has perennially produced some of the best runners in New York State. But her PB for 3,000 meters only 10:17, and there's a good chance that she's going to get a 3,000 meter personal best here en route in this 5K. She really is having an inspired run with no fear, running against these girls 2, 3, and 4 years older. fact, if Fiona King does carry on running 40 seconds, she's going to take 20-something seconds off her 3,000-meter personal best. She looks pretty relaxed still.
This will be fun to keep our eyes on. So just for fun, the all-time list for middle school girls in the indoor 3,000 meter, fourth place is at 10:06. 40 seconds puts you right around 10 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on what her 3K split is and where that might place her on the all-time list just as a 3K mark on its own.
Yeah, her 3,000 meter personal best coming into this meet was 10:17. She's looking strong and confident.
Dave, she's moving away from the other two runners who are significantly, again, older and in theory more experienced than her. And this is going to do wonders, I think, for the girls giving chase. It's going to help them keep that turnover strong, help them get after some season's best or some PRs. This is incredibly mature running up front by Fiona King.
All right, so we're coming up to 2,800 meters, so 9:28. So my quick math tells me that she only has to run 49 seconds for the next lap to get a 3,000 meter personal best here.
Unbelievable.
She's going to be around 10:10 through 3K.
That gap growing ever steadily as she comes up on that 3,000 meter split. It's going to be right around 10:10, as you mentioned. And in fact, it is 10:10:05. And for the record, that would be for middle schoolers the 5th fastest time in history for 3,000 meters, and she's got 2K to go.
That's outstanding. Now, just for some context, Caroline Barton ran 9:54 through 3,000 meters. In that same race, Caitlin Rupp, who finished second, was 9:55. She would have been in about 5th or 6th place in that championship race right now.
Well, this has got to just instill all kinds of confidence in our young leader, Fiona King. Like you said, Dave, her PR in the 3,000 outright coming into this meet was 10:17. So she's already eclipsed that by a full 7 seconds and is still continuing to put distance between herself and these older athletes.
And she's running metronomically beyond her years. Her last 4 laps, in fact, last 5 laps have all been 41 seconds. In fact, it's amazing. After 1,000, between 1,000 meters and 3,200 meters, her splits haven't varied by more than 0.4 of a second. This is Tavon Kitchen-like metronomic pacing.
So 8 laps remain for the trio that has dominated the entirety of this race so far. Fiona King, Morgan Miller, and Zoe Carter. And somewhat unbelievably, they're actually coming up on some lapped runners with just under 2K to go.
And King again looks like she's trying to turn the screws on the other two and shake them off, perhaps knowing that she may get out-kicked if it comes down to the last couple of laps, but she has long legs, she's slender, and she has this forward lean reminiscent of one of my idols growing up, Liz McColgan, and her daughter, Ailish.
That's not a bad person to be. That's not a bad duo to be compared to,
right.
Particularly by way of results. So, absolutely, and just like we've talked about, incredibly mature, beyond her years, focus, completely. She just looks so dialed in, completely unconcerned with what's happening around her. She's on task. She's laser focused. Working on those lapped runners, just gliding around every circuit of this beautiful indoor 200-meter oval at the track at New Balance.
her last 4 splits, 41-51, 41-47, 41-60, 41-60. That is amazingly consistent running for such a young runner.
It sure is. I want to mention at this point that sitting in second right now is hip number 3. That's Morgan Miller. She just looks like she might have had a little bit of a wake-up call, too, as you see her coming around the back of the track. She knows that she's going to come up on 1,000 meters remaining. She's also seemingly not been overly concerned with the leader pulling away from her. That can sometimes, devastate your focus, but to the contrary, Miller seems as though she's using it to her advantage to really propel herself ever closer to our leader. So it's going to be 1,000 meters. They're going to come through that 4K split here, and that, again, is such a reinvigorating mental barrier to overcome. Again, 41s, 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 42 on that last lap, and another 42.16, so 13:39 through 4,000 meters. And again, quick math tells us that that puts us right on 17:05 pace.
That is remarkable running for an 8th grader. And Miller, down the backstretch, I see her glancing up at the scoreboard, sensing the threat from Morgan Miller. Miller has smoother looking form. Looks like she might have the closing speed that perhaps King does not. Much more upright posture, more efficient arm swing. And once again, King senses the danger and throws in another little surge on the backstretch to steal another foot, 2 feet perhaps. And she's sending a message to Morgan Miller. You want a piece of me? Come and get it.
This is an event that's run so infrequently by athletes of this age. But one great stat here as we come up on 3 laps to go, and King yet again responds to the danger from behind, is that one of the fastest times ever run in the 5K by a middle school girl happened at this event, New Balance Nationals Indoors, back in 2018. Lauren Ping ran 17:17:30. Well, we're on 17:05 or faster pace right now with 2.5 laps remaining, and King's showing no signs of slowing. So this is set to be an extraordinary result.
So in fact, the pace had lagged a little bit. We ran 43 seconds a couple of laps ago, which was our slowest split, and that allowed Morgan Miller to get up onto King's shoulder. King sensed the danger, picked it up again, ran a 41.8. Let's see what this split is. That was a 42 flat, but every time Miller gets close, King senses the danger and throws in a 4 or 5 lap surge. But now, always a little bit of contact there. Miller squeezes by for the first time. And it's a decisive move by the North Carolina runner. Morgan Miller has just over 200 meters left, and she looks powerful and smooth, and she's pulling away with every stride now.
Well, that bell is always a welcome sound, and the response comes as Miller really drops the hammer. The turnover increasing steadily down the backstretch, and she's got to feel great knowing that just over 100 meters separate her from a win in this very swift and challenging race.
So Miller's going to be right around the 17:05 range, and she's going to take the win here in this section. Fiona King is being challenged now by Zoe Carter from Illinois. And Morgan Miller takes the win in 17:02. Let's keep an eye on the clock as King and Carter slug it out. Carter, again, senses the danger from Zoe Carter and holds her off in the final 30-40 meters. 17:11.66, Kate, for Fiona King.
Absolutely unparalleled by an 8th grader. That is astounding running. And we don't want to do too much overshadowing here of the work by Miller and Carter, and of course the rest of our field. Also fantastic results by them. Morgan Miller, 17:03. That's so close to that 17, and you got to think that she's well on her way to breaking it. She looks pretty happy with the win there. That is a new U.S. number 8 for the year. but just the story of that race, all about that 8th grader taking the race by the reins and really just giving, like I said, all of herself and capitalizing on the opportunity before her.
And Morgan would have fared very well in the fastest section. In fact, she would have placed 9th overall had she been in that championship seeded section, but a fantastic run from her with a well-timed kick. Kudos to Fiona King, though, for doing all the heavy lifting for much of that race, and what an outstanding run for an 8th grader. So our evening here is drawing to a close, and then you see the results for the girls 5,000 meters. Morgan Miller confirmed as your winner, 17:03.42. Fiona King, 17:11.66. Zoe Carter, 17:11.97. So it's been a great day of action here on day 1 of New Balance Nationals indoors. It's been a highlight for you, Kate.
Well, it's always, the records that get set clearly take, a lot of the highlights. Having seen that 4x8 record go down, watching some of the comebacks, in the 400, especially in our freshman boys 400, some of our athletes coming back from major injury to pull things out at the last minute, right at the championship moment when it counts. It's been a thrilling kickoff, Dave. How about you?
For me, the 4x8s were outstanding, but I don't want the national record set by Mackenzie Skelly in the middle school mile to be overlooked. That was an outstanding piece of front running. She broke the national record 4:48.97, winning her heat by some 13 seconds.
Absolutely incredible. Well, again, it's been a record-setting day 1 of New Balance Nationals Indoors 2025 here at the track at New Balance. We're just getting started. Our coverage will kick off again tomorrow morning at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time with the championship pentathlon. On behalf of Dave Milner and our entire Runner Space team here, I'm Kate Van Buskirk. Thanks so much for joining us, and tune in again for lots